Severus's POV. I immediately entered the dark forest where the towering trees made the place look horrible. There were certain dead trees and rock formations that surrounded the area. And for the first look, it was really strange and frightening to visit. And I really puzzled why here managed to enter this place. The deafening silence embraced the entire area. And it was really impossible that there was a battle that happened in this place if the broken cars and tree trunk was not present. I scanned the area, and I could see the trace of blood around the scene, but I could not sense here's blood at this moment. And when I remembered about here's safety, I immediately called Andrasi. I took my phone and told her what I saw. And she was shocked as she knew that here was in the unknown forest not too far to her pack. And she told me that there was something wrong about all of these things as I told her that here was now encountering the hooligans. Because according to her, hooligans were not visiting the area, even the Rouges, because of some phenomenon that happened inside. They were considered this forest as a forbidden and horrible place for the as she added. She told me that only people who didn't know the myth inside the forest have a strength to enter. Might it was the reason why here didn't afraid to enter the forest, even she didn't have company. And before I ended up our call, I told her to contact here's uncle if I didn't call her back after 10 minutes. I quickly followed here's sense until I heard a great sound not far away from the area. And when I tried to get there immediately, 2 wolves snarling behind me. They were really massive. But I did not waste my time and immediately fought them. I used my strength because they were good in fighting. And also, their muscles were thick and hard. If I did not use my strength and sharp sense, might I was killed by them. Fortunately, I ended up killing one of them. They were dragged on the ground motionless. And from their body, the bounty blood drenched out from that. And like what here told me before, their blood smell like a rotten flesh, and I thought there were connection between the hooligans and the wolves that I killed right now. I went closer to the other wolf that now slammed on the ground. I wanted to ask him where was here and what were their intent for ambushing here and destroying other packs. I stepped on his chest as he laid his back on the dirt. But instead of yelp, a mocking laughter made me feel annoyed. Where is here? I growled at him, but he was still shutting his mouth. I slapped his face and pierced his chest. DONTW waste. Why your time? She is now dead. Hi he. Ack. He stuttered like a fucking idiot. But even he was a trash for me, he still give me a hot head. Low-key bastard. Tell me or you will die. I asked him again while I tightened my nails on his chest. Ugh. Even in the depth of hell I will never let you. But before he finished his words, my temper became dark and it caused me to smash his head on the ground. Thud. 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 And when my conscience came back, I saw the wolf dead, breathless, bathing on his rotten blood. But I didn't give much attention for them. I have to look for here because I was worried enough for her stubbornness. I quickly ran away to chase her smell. I reached the middle of the forest and I heard again the rumbling of the trees. I quickly find the place and from the far away, I saw her fighting a lichen. I was worried because lichen have a natural strength compared to her. And when I traced the way, Andrasi called me. And I was shocked on what I heard from her. She told me that the hooligans that ambushed here was the people behind the spreading of her identity. And if I wanted to know the truth, I need to capture the hooligans' leader. And from the appearance of his opponent, I thought that he was the leader. And before I leave the line, 2 knights came and they told me that they were the knights that Andrasi sent to support me to the battle. We immediately ran to rescue here. But for my investigation, the time that I used to train her bear good results because of her fighting skill. However, I have to tell her not to kill the Lycan because he was the only key to know who was the person behind all of the chaos. Don't kill him here. I growled in her back as I saw her opening her mouth against the Lycan's neck. But I never thought that here would be lost her guard because of my sudden appearance. So before she slammed the ground because of my own stupidity, I held my hand to save her. But it was used by the Lycan to escape. And before Here's grandpa stepped on the ground, I felt Here was upset to my carelessness. I never thought that I would disregard her feeling because of my stupid action. And even I told her many times that it was because of the information, she would be angry at me at this moment. I didn't look at her after, but deep inside, I wanted to ask her if she was okay. And when I'm willing to lower my pride, her uncle and grandpa came to embrace their stubborn but brave young lady. And after a moment of pause, the knights came and they reported that the Lycan was suddenly vanished and even their radar could not find him. They told me that they did their best but no one else saw where the Lycan hid. I was little surprised for that and I wondered how the Lycan quickly vanished if Andrasi told me that the enemies didn't know the exit of the forest. There was little bit of confusion but I didn't speak again. Because I wanted to investigate it by myself to make sure that my plan would never been ruined. And when I threw my gaze again at Here, she was guided by her maids toward the helicopter. I saw from her movement the tiredness in her past battle, and the only thing I did for a moment was to look at her walking away, wishing her okay. Cring. Suddenly, I heard my phone ringing. Andrasi was in the line and I immediately answered her to know if Here was still going to her pack. "What's now?" she asked me, asking for the updates. "Here is safe. But the Lycan escape. I don't know how it happened but I think there is an inside job that puzzles me right now," I replied. "I think you are right. But before we know that, you should conduct investigation. Anyway, Here contacted me and she told me that she will continue her plan for visiting Here." Andrasi added, and I could not resist myself not to slap my forehead because of Here's stubbornness. "Thank you for the information. I will go there also," I said before I ended our phone call. I readied myself and wore my extra shirt before following Here at Metablak Pack. "Prince, where are you going?" Elias asked me when he saw me changing my clothes. "I will follow Here. Anyway, you should order the armies to clear the area. Even the daytime came, we should find the Lycan. I will entrust you to do that job." I ordered my gamma and he nodded his head. "What about the dead wolves?" he asked and I remembered about the rotten blood. "Gathered them as usual and bring them to our pack. I will conduct research for their species," I added, but I never told him about my plan for knowing the reason behind their blood. Fortunately, Elias didn't hesitate to follow my instructions. I leave the place and used my sport car to go to Metablak Pack. I knew Here have a secret plan and thanks to Andrasi for telling me about everything I wanted to know. Third-person POV. Here's private helicopter landed on the Metablak Pack base. And like what she expected, Andrasi greeted her as she stepped again to Metablak. They hugged each other as they get closer. "Here. Sorry I did not come to help you." Andrasi almost to cry as she saw Here's situation. "Nah. Don't worry, I'm okay. And if there is something bad, it is my fatigue," he replied, tapping Andrasi's hand. Sigh. "Did you know that I'm so worried when you didn't came on time? In God's grace, Prince Severus asked me about you. I'm so sorry here, your life put in danger." Andrasi bowed her head and she could not look straight at her. Sigh. "The important is I'm now okay, right?" Here replied as she raised Andrasi's head. "Speaking of which, I have to know the results of my plan. Can I see it?" Here changed the topic because she doesn't want to see her friends blaming themselves of her carelessness. Andrasi looked at her and her watery eyes get dry as she saw how he reacted. She felt sorry about everything but she could not blame herself since no one wanted to make tie shit thing happen at here. "If it is what you want, please come in." Andrasi welcomed her and they entered the massive room. It was not a kind of luxurious office but it was presentable for the coming visitors. The base was not too big but the guards secured every corner of their base. And from the remaining building and homes, they were now rebuilt and the surrounding was still nice and clean. And while they were walking, Andrasi could not stop herself not to ask here about the lichen. Do you recognize the lichen you encountered recently?" Here was stunned as she heard about the lichen. Because as far as she knew, she did not tell to Andrasi why she was late on their meeting time. How did you know that?" she asked wondering and Andrasi realized that Severus told her everything. She lowered her voice as she replied. "Actually, the prince told me everything. And I'm the one that called him when you are not coming yet." She bit her lower lips, expecting that Hera would get mad toward her. But her worries faded when she heard Hera's sweet reply. "Thank you Andrasi. Maybe if you didn't do that, I was still in the middle of the battle between them. Thank you for caring about me," Hera said as she halted her steps. Andrasi nodded her head as she heard compliment. Andrasi faced Hera. She felt relief and happiness. And after a moment of pause, they continue walking toward the building. It was not a good one but it showed greatness and uniqueness of the building's details. The surrounding was clean and there were no garbage around. The people were not present and only armies were there. And at first impression, the Metablak Pack was a reflection of the human world. And while they were walking in, Hera felt the tightening of her flesh. She was still in pain even though she was almost healed. There were no trace of battle on her skin even the deep wounds that Hera received from the lichen. But even she struggled the most. She scanned the area and she was really stunned on what she saw from Metablak. There was a good and organized rule sign around. And wherever she looked at, there was a note saying the law that Andrasi conducted to her pack. She was really put in shocked because she could not imagine that Andrasi would do this for the sake of her pack. She secretly smiled, admiring the power and knowledge of her so-called friend. They entered on the private room where rarely visited by the elders. And because it was the safety place for them to talk about their plan. Here was comfortable since the place was peaceful after the battle before. "Please take a seat. And I will make you a tea," Andrasi offered and here just nodded her head as agreement. She felt welcome since Andrasi was a sister and friend to her. Andrasi was a woman in her late 30s and have a great knowledge about human law but she was still empty for seeking her true mate. Might because she was an alpha female and her life was existed to serve her pack no matter what happened. After a moment of pause, Andrasi came back with tea. But here suddenly knitted her eyebrows as she smelled Severus getting closer. And when she looked at the door, she was not wrong because Severus was there, standing seemed like waited for the welcome greet of Andrasi. "What's he doing here?" she muttered in herself as she saw her mate. But she was still calmed for a while behind the many questions in her mind. Andrasi saw Severus and she politely greeted the prince. "Welcome, Severus. Take a seat." Severus sat on the chair next to her without hesitation. They could not look straight to their eyes. Their heartbeats invaded the entire room because it palpitated very fast. However, they didn't show in each other the feeling that their heart felt. Here stayed calm the way Severus did. And when Andrasi sat, they started to speak about the plan that here wanted to execute. "I'm sure that you both see how the human law organize my pack, right?" Andrasi spoke wearing a smile. "Yeah. And thank you for showing me the result of my research. But is there something disadvantage of having a law to your pack?" he asked, and Andrasi took a deep breath. "Actually, it's not easy to conduct a law if our species wanted a freedom. But still, I showed them that freedom will lead into trouble if they go beyond their limit. And because I got the power, I executed what you told at me, and now, success. We made it. And in furthermore we can apply it all over our world." Andrasi happily replied, and here smiled forcedly because Severus knew her plan. Severus slowly looked at her. His serious face made her to smile like a statue. She was really put in freeze. "Congratulations here. I know you can do it. Don't worry, I will help you to execute your plan if I have chance." Severus suddenly spoke, and it made the two ladies to turn taciturn. They could not believe that the future king would believe on their goals, which was changes and equality. Here's forced smile faded away and she looked at Severus. Her eyes shone happiness. And her world stopped as she felt the warmth skin of Severus touching her hands. "Kring. Sorry. But I have a emergency call. I'll be right back." Andrasi interrupted them. Here looked at Andrasi, who was running away out to the room. Thud. Here was shocked after Andrasi leave the place. And because the time was really fast, she didn't have a chance to ask Andrasi. And when she felt Severus' hands still holding her, she immediately took her hands away. She cleared her throat as she started to ask the prince. "I thought that you are with them, chasing the lichen. Why are you here?" But instead of a good answered, here received a torrid kiss from Severus. She could not move as when Severus's naughty tongue scoured in her mouth. She felt something scorching her skin and face. And even her eyes wanted to close tightly as they wanted to feel the sweet of every stroke of Severus's lips. But suddenly, here felt the aggressiveness of her mate. She wanted to resist, but Severus didn't let her to get out from him again. Here could not move, and she let Severus to do whatever he wanted since only two of them were in the secret room. Third-person POV. After the battle of lust and pleasure between her and Severus, Andrasi came after a few minutes. She saw the two in their fixed appearance, which looked like there was no intercourse happened between them. Here looked at Severus secretly, and her look was not escape from the peripheral vision of the prince. Andrasi sat on the chair, holding her laptop. Her eyes shone mixed emotions, and even here could not understand what she wanted to say. Severus was about to ask when Andrasi spoke. "I guess we have a problem." Andrasi scratched her back as she showed the latest news about the campaign. Sigh. "I saw it this morning. And it's not impossible because Gregor is very popular too. Maybe he looking for his supporters while I'm not doing anything." Severus replied, and here seemed like heard a misconception about what Severus wanted to say. Don't make me fool, I know that I'm the reason for that. And I could not blame you since I'm a pest on your campaign, right? Here crossed her arms on her chest as she vent the issue on herself. Sigh. It's not what I meant here. You already know that Gregor is not easy opponent. We see his ability and skill. So you don't have to blame yourself for my own mistake. Severus replied, telling here that he lost time while his opponent was clever. Even though the other reason for that was Here's identity, he never used to make Here felt about that. Prince Severus is right. Gregor have a powerful tongue, and his pack was also known for having a luxurious life, and I'm sure he using his people tongue gain more popularity while Here is now bashing by the other. Androssian suddenly spoke, and the other two turned taciturn. They thought that Androssi was right. And might be Gregor enjoying the moment that he was on top. I think you are right. Maybe I need to become clever too. Speaking of which, Severus replied, and before he continued, he looked at Here and added, I need your help. You are the only one who can save me. Because according to the latest news, you gained support from the people after you showed on the media last week. And I think, if you used your name, you will gain support like what Gregor did. Here took a deep breath. She thought that the two were right. But she was still afraid to lose. However, for Severus and for their world, she would do anything to prove the equality and freedom to their world. Don't worry. I will help you, Severus, to regain your supporters. I'll call my grandpa to help us for financial while I'm still in training. Here said, and she threw her gaze at the laptop screen. She read the positive and negative comments about her, but she knew what was right. She thought that if she used her wealth, she and Severus could gain support, and if her mate won against Gregor, her dream world would be sprouts like a new blossom flower in the field. Here nodded her head as she finally made up her mind. The future suddenly vision in her mind. Here, you can do it. You will be Severus' crying shoulder for now. I wish that you both toast the cookies. Androssi said as she added, she smiled sweetly, don't worry, I will pursue your dream for a while that you are not present. I will use human law to gain peace here in my pack. And anything I learned from this will be applied to the every sectors of your pack. Here was stunned as she heard Androssi's proposal. She could not believe that there was a people that took their time to believe her. She was almost cried, but then she remembered about the Lycan's identity. She looked at nowhere as she recalled their battle. What's wrong here? Severus' voice echoed inside her ears that made her stop thinking. And when her conscience was back, she saw Severus's face 5 centimeters away from her. She knitted her eyebrows and slapped Severus's forehead lightly. What's wrong? Severus asked again. I'm just thinking about the Lycan I encountered. I think there was something wrong to them since I smelled bad on their body. Here said as she thought about the Lycan. What do you mean? Androssi asked, wondering. Rotten blood. Their blood smell like shit. Severus replied, and Androssi was shocked about what she heard. You mean, their blood? But how this can be happen? As far as I know, rotten blood was just a myth. And it was impossible to have that kind of smell since their mother pack, which was Desdemonian, was now ghosting the world. Androssi was still stunned as she really put in shock. So you mean, Desdemonian pack is now showing themselves? Here asked as she looked at Androssi, who seriously sitting on the chair. I think there is a main reason why they are showing now. but I could not find any questions to them since they killed themselves every time we are nearly to catch them. I think they are the suicide armies that meant to die for their pack," Severus added, and here took a deep breath. She clasped her hands and thought about the Desdemonian pack. "I guess they are here because the heir of Vermont's family is now revealed. That's why they are always chasing me everywhere I go to lead me to death." Here thought about the enemy's intention. Because according to her grandpa, the Desdemonian pack leader was the great enemy of the witches. And she thought that the main reason of their existence was to drive the witches to their extinction. But why? "Prince, we need to conduct research about then enemies that you encountered. I will send you the origin of those packs and I will entrust you the investigation since we are lack of equipments and people to do that here," Andrasi said, and Severus agreed with her. "I have their body and I already have their specimen. Just give me their origin so I could easily distinguish their bloodline," Severus replied. "That's good," Andrasi happily spoke as she looked for the documents about the origins of the Desdemonian pack. And when she saw them, she quickly gave to the prince. This are the documents showing their possible origin. But I don't know if they are legit because it's all about others' hearsay." Andrasi stretched her arm, holding a papers, and Severus quickly received it. Here's POV. "I could not imagine how the Desdemonian pack suddenly appeared and they were chasing me to death. And when Andrasi gave the possible identity of the enemy, I could not wait to know them as soon as possible. Here, I wanted you to be safe always. You need to have a private training while the enemies are still unknown." Severus's voice made me to bring back to conscious. He looked at me sweetly and I felt better as I heard that. "Yeah. Actually I told it to my grandpa recently. Anyway. Thank you for saving me. If you are not there, maybe I was now dead." I thickened my face as I say sorry to him. For sure he was laughing at me right now secretly since I didn't it before. Severus's POV. "I could not wait to know the person behind the tragic event around our world. And who might be that, their soul were now walking through hell." And while Andrasi looking for the documents, I saw the piece of worries and fear in the eyes of my mate. I could sense her wolf trying to be brave, and I guess she was planning to use her wealth to find the unknown enemy. "Here, are you okay?" I mind link her so Andrasi would never knew what we talking about. And here looked at me, but her eyes were filled with uneasiness. I don't know if I have the right to say this, but I think I'm not okay. All these days that passed, there are many things happened and I don't know who is the enemy and who are not. I'm afraid that one day, the enemies turned back and ruin again the lives of our people we protected. Here was emotionally replied me. I felt her concern to her pack and the outside. I took a deep breath as I heard her. I looked at her and I saw on her face the worry that painted on her face. I knew she was thinking about the unknown enemies. And I felt her situation. She was now in the middle of the imperfect world surrounded by the unfair laws and threat. "Don't worry here. I'll be here for you. I'll try to find out their origin. And if I successfully made it, I will do my best to bring them to jail," I added, and finally, I saw a brief smile on her face. I moved closer to her, trying to comfort her even for a few minutes. She looked at me slowly and gives me a warm smile that scorched my soul deep inside my heart. This is the documents. Please take a look for it." Andrasi suddenly interrupted our intimate moment when she spoke. I looked at her and took the documents from her. I took a glance on it before I closed it again. Andrasi, I will never stay here for a long time because I will take investigation about this documents. I said because I was planning to know everything about the unknown enemies since here's safety was in the line. It's okay. I will also do my best to help both of you. Andrasi replied, but when I was about to stand, Here held my hand and she looked at me. I will go with you. Here said, and I could not understand why she wanted to be with me this night. Why? Are you sure? But it's already late in the night. You should stay here for your safety. I replied, and since I was worried for her safety. However, she kept her eyes at me and I saw her pleasing aura. I want to help you in investigating the enemies, she said, and I felt her sincerity in her voice. Andrasi stared at us. She waiting for my response, that's why she was still kept her mouth shut. If you want. Why not? I replied, and here's pale face turned like a colorful rainbow, filled with hope as I agreed with her. What if both of you stayed here? I think it was dangerous for both of you to go this late. Our enemies are still unknown and there are tendency that they are still around us. Andrasi suggested, and I thought that she was right. Enemies were still unknown and even I could not distinguish the real enemies around us. Although I have a goal to do at my pack, but my concern for now was Here's safety. I looked at her and she also thought about what Andrasi say recently. She clenched my hands and nodded her head. Is she agreed to Andrasi or she still want us to move away? I knitted my eyebrows and seemed like she figured out what I wanted to say. What's your plan? She asked me, and it really corners me at this moment. What is yours? That's mine. Puzzled her too. I think she is right. Let this night pass and we can go back home tomorrow morning. And like what I read from her eyes, she wanted her safety. I nodded my head and sat back on my chair. If you wish. I whispered on her ears. And after a few moments, Andrasi went out on the room. Here and I left again and I felt free to say everything I wanted to know. I took a deep breath as I heard her. I looked at her and I saw on her face the worry that painted on her face. I knew she was thinking about the unknown enemies. And I felt her situation. She was now in the middle of the imperfect world, surrounded by the unfair laws and threat. Don't worry here. I'll be here for you. I'll try to find out their origin. And if I successfully made it, I will do my best to bring them to jail. I added, and finally, I saw a brief smile on her face. I moved closer to her, trying to comfort her even for a few minutes. She looked at me slowly and gives me a warm smile that scorched my soul deep inside my heart. This is the documents. Please take a look for it. Andrasi suddenly interrupted our intimate moment when she spoke. I looked at her and took the documents from her hand. I took a glance on it before I closed it again after viewing some sort of pages. Andrasi, I will never stay here for a long time because I will take investigation about this documents. I said because I was planning to know everything about the unknown enemies since here's safety was in the line. It's okay. I will also do my best to help both of you. Andrasi replied, but when I was about to stand, Here held my hand and she looked at me. I will go with you. Here said, and I could not understand why she wanted to be with me this night. Why? Are you sure? But it's already late in the night. You should stay here for your safety. I replied, and since I was worried for her safety. However, she kept her eyes at me and I saw her pleasing aura. "I want to help you in investigating the enemies," she said, and I felt her sincerity in her voice. Andrasi stared at us. She waiting for my response, that's why she was still kept her mouth shut. "If you want. Why not?" I replied, and his pale face turned like a colorful rainbow, filled with hope as I agreed with her. What if both of you stayed here? I think it was dangerous for both of you to go this late. Our enemies are still unknown and there are tendency that they are still around us," Andrasi suggested, and I thought that she was right. Enemies were still unknown and even I could not distinguish the real enemies around us. Although I have a goal to do at my pack, but my concern for now was Here's safety. I looked at her and she also thought about what Andrasi said recently. She clenched my hands and nodded her head. Is she agreed to Andrasi or she still want us to move away? I knitted my eyebrows and seemed like she figured out what I wanted to say. "What's your plan?" she asked me, and it really corners me at this moment. "What is yours, that's mine." It puzzled her too. I think she is right. Let this night pass and we can go back home tomorrow morning. And like what I read from her eyes, she wanted her safety. I nodded my head and sat back on my chair. "If you wish," I whispered on her ears, and after a few moments, Andrasi went out on the room. Here and I left again inside the room, and now, I feel free to say everything I wanted to know. Can we talk?" I tilted my head down as I asked. "What's that?" Her voice echoed inside my ear and it made me look at her. "Are you willing to help me despite of the things we suffer as for today?" I added before I looked at her eyes directly. "Yeah. No matter what happen I will support. But before that, I want your help," she replied seriously. "Please train me how to fight and accompany men for finding a great witchcrafter. I wanted to learn magic," she added, and I felt her willingness to do that things. "If that is your plan, I will send my beta to the Holoxian tribe. They are known for the best witchcrafter. But, I can't promise that he will receive approval for our intent," I said hopelessly. Because even if I told her about the Holoxian, I knew how much they hate werewolves for killing their bloodline. "Why?" he asked me, and I felt the curiosity that embraced her at that moment. "Because they hate werewolves. And they are now hiding their identity long time ago after their clans are brutally killed by werewolves. But they are the only one that may help you in your problem." After telling her about the Holoxian dark story, I felt her empathy toward the Holoxian. Might be it because her grandma was also killed by werewolves, so she felt how heartbreaking story I told to her. "So if is the case, why don't we go there?" she bravely added. "It's dangerous. I will send first my beta with my armies to find their location since it's hard to find them. And if they know where they are, we can send them a request," I suggested, but I felt that here could not wait not to see the Halloween. What if Claire know where they are? She become my best friend for almost a years that we are been together. She confessed me about the clan that she belong. But she never told me about her identity. So what if she know them? When he suddenly thought about Claire, I hesitated to agree with since Claire hates us for losing her power. And I'm sure, she would never help here for her problem. I hope that I was wrong in guessing. "Severus, tomorrow, early in the morning, we will go back to the pack. We will convince Claire to side with us." Here interrupted my thought and I just nodded my head as agreement, even though there was a capability that Claire would ignore us. Knock. Knock. The door knocked twice. Here looked at me. I stood to unlock the door and I saw Andrasi holding a key. I widened my eyes as I guess what she planned to do. Here's POV. I was sitting alone on the bed where Andrasi provided for me. It was not too big but it could accommodate 2 people. Severus was not here because he was talking with his Gamma and Beta about the specimen that they secretly gathered on the battle. But I'm sure, not only the specimen was his purpose. And no matter what it was, I didn't know. And while they were looking for the identity of the unknown enemies, I was thinking about the plan that I would execute. I saw the things I heard from Severus and my grandfather while I'm alone. I was sure that the Desdemonian pack and the sudden appearance of the enemies and Rouges they were connected to each other. And because Haloxian was now unknown like the Desdemonian pack, I didn't know how do I manage to find their location. Because one of them was become our great enemy and the other would help me to know the root of all evil. And after a moment of pause, I laid on my bed. I closed my eyes and felt the coldness of the breeze. It was late at night but my eyes still opened wide. Because even though I received complimentary and adore to the people in social media, I was not contented. I felt that there was a gap that trying to sink in my mind to feel this stressful life. I looked up the ceiling, thinking about my plan. Suddenly, I heard my wolf wanted to talk to me. "Why? Are you trying to disturb me again?" I asked her. Sigh. "No. I want to accompany you to your problem. I feel your sadness and I can't take a rest while you bothered me by your piece of cake problem," Harsha said, and I felt her arrogant attitude for saying that. Then? I coldly reacted and I heard her taking a deep sigh. "Don't be Hellcat. We are tired fighting enemies recently but you still thinking another problem. Why don't we take a rest? It's not hard to do, right?" she said, and I felt pity for her. However, we both know that we faced a problem that not allowed us to sleep. I know, but we are facing the great enemy that even ourselves couldn't defeat. We are in the middle of the 2 giant rock hitting each other that only us can stop them. I replied and Harsha suddenly turned taciturn. But I knew that she was thinking about what I say. "Here, we are granddaughter of a billionaire. Why don't we use our wealth to execute the plan you planning easily?" Harsha's words might be true. But even I was a heir of a billionaire, I could not use it because I was overpowered by the people's opinions. I'm afraid to use the wealth that I didn't achieve by hard work. "You are right. But I can't." My voice became low as I say that words. There was a gap that trying to block my willingness to do a most easy way. "Come on here. We need to do everything. Severus is now in the edge of the ravine. Gregor may defeat him in the election and you are the one that's able to help him. So, why don't you use our wealth? Don't feel any hesitation about that. It is for the sake of the people we love," Harsha retorted, and I really felt my ignorance toward her approach to me. I muttered as I took a deep sigh. I clear my throat as I spoke. "You are right, Harsha. But what if I fail?" I replied, giving up myself. I did not mean to lost hope but. However, before I ended up my words, Harsha spoke in sudden. She interrupted me with her words. "No but. Don't be stupid here. It's not the attitude of alpha female. Use your brain." My ego hurts as I heard her. She looked like a real friend, not a wolf inside me every time she advised me. I sat again, bending my knees together, placing my chin on the top of it. "Sorry. I become stupid again," I said, lowering my voice and pride. I knew Harsha would expect that words from me, but I didn't care. The important was I said sorry for being ignorant. Sigh. "Sorry again. And again." She sighed deeply, and I could not blame her. Suddenly, I heard footsteps coming toward the door. I knew he was Severus, since Andrasi gave us a common room to stay with. I didn't know what on earth she thinking about why she let us stayed in the same room. But it was not a matter, since their pack was not too big to provide room in every guess. But even Severus was still outside the room. His intoxicating smell really made me feel so good. And when he stepped in, I let him to take a first move. "Why aren't you sleeping?" Severus's voice made me raise my head to look up him. He was standing next to our bed, looking at me with passionate look. He was really a Adonis from head to toe, but I didn't show any affection when I looked at him. "I can't sleep." Only few words escaped on my mouth after I thought about the things that Harsha said to me. "Don't worry here, everything is going fine. I received a sort of information, and there are many people that still believed in me. Actually, they are hoping that I will be the next king," he said, and I felt hope toward his words. He sat on his bed as he kept on talking with me. "That's good to hear. But it's not enough. Gregor is wealthy and famous. We need to overpower his deeds so we can get more support than he can actually get," I said while putting my feet on the floor. "Don't worry about that. I sent my Gamma and Beta to seek help of the merchants and some higher family in every pack. I hope that they will guarantee my offer," Severus replied while taking off his shoes. I hope that we will succeed," I stuttered as I saw again his body as he took off his shirt too. I never thought that he was so hot that even my soul could melt. His broad shoulder, that bounty with firm muscles and fine hairs. "Sh to the power of T," Harsha muttered inside me, and I realized that I stuck my eyesight at his muscular tan body. "Take a rest here," Severus suddenly spoke, and I felt shame because he was now in my front, half naked, telling me to take rest. I nodded my head as I agreed and averted my gaze away from him. Because every time I looked at him, my surrounding froze itself. "Good night." His voice fading, and when I tried to give him a look, he was laying on his bed not too far from mine. After seeing him napping, I laid back to my bed. I felt comfort for a moment that he was in our room. Tick. Tack. Tick. The wall clock tickled, but even I was laying comfortable on the soft bed, I could not stop myself not to think about the things I need to do. Because my time was too short to do multiple things with only one body. Time was too fast, but I was still here doing nothing. I closed my eyes and felt the power inside me. I didn't want to live like a stupid piece of shit. I would help him to win, and we both conquered the world. Harsha was right. I'm a billionaire and I could make things easier. All I need was to use my brain and don't be stupid anymore. Third-person POV. Severus and Here packed their things before the sunrise. They were going somewhere else where the Holoxian tribe could be seen. Even they looked like looking needle in the hay. Here and Severus were decided to take risk to help Here. "Are you done?" Severus spoke as he passed by Here's bed. He was already prepared himself, waiting Here to come with him. "Yeah. Anyway, I will tell Andrasi our plan before we go. Go to your car first, I'll follow you later." Here replied as she prepared herself to walk away. Okay. I'll wait you. Severus added, and he walked out from the room. After Severus left the Four Corners room, Here went to Andrassi's office where Andrassi stayed. But before she reached the office, not too far from their room, she met Andrassi. "Did you sleep better?" Andrassi asked meaningfully, giving Here a smirk. She was taking a cigar as she inclined on the wall, waiting Here to come closer. Sigh. "Why yeah." Here replied, and she halted her steps next to Andrassi. "Are you going home this early?" Andrassi asked as she took a glacé at Here. "Yes. Severus and I plan to find Holoxian tribe. And we will go there as soon as possible. I need to learn how to cast magic," Here replied as she took Andrassi's cigar and took a sip on its filter. "May Goddess help you. Holoxian are the tribe that hates werewolves like us. You need to stay alert here. They are not good enemy because they are better in casting magic." Andrassi tapped Here's shoulder as she gave a warn. "I know it. Don't worry, I will never let my guard down. And for sure they will never act differ if they don't feel any threat of danger from us." Here seriously spoke, and she threw away the cigar on the ground and stepped on it. Andrassi was shocked, but she just shrugged her shoulder as she saw her cigar turned into ashes. "Hope your plan goes well," Andrassi added as she took another cigar inside her pocket. Here smiled and walked away. After a moment of pause, Here reached the parking lot. Severus waiting her to come. "Let's go," Here said, and Severus opened the door immediately. They took the way toward the Tyranny Pack. Because they were going to seek help with Claire. "Are you sure you will ask Claire for help?" Severus asked Here. In the tone of his voice, he felt hesitation toward Claire even though they were talked it last night. Sigh. "Let me do it. We talked about that, right? So you don't have to worry about." "I know, Holoxian and Claire's pieces of identity are connected," Here seriously said to remove the tense between them. "Pardon?" Severus muttered. Here shook her head as she heard the low tone of her mate. Time flies, and their atmosphere was turned silent until they reached the road which the battlefield that Here encountered was been held. "Stop," Here shouted, and it made Severus to hit the brake. "Why?" Severus asked, wondering as he threw his gaze at Here, who now staring outside the window. "Wait a minute. I need to take a look on my car," Here said, and it made Severus knitted his eyebrows. Here didn't wait Severus to speak, and she ran immediately toward her car that's still hanging on the huge tree. Severus followed Here outside, and as he saw his mate running toward the car. At that moment, Here scanned the area. And because it was already morning and the dark forest was now have a glimpse of lights, she finally saw the parts of her cars around the tree while it banging up on it. She walked around it, but the surrounding was clear. There were no dead bodies around, but just a dry blood stain on the dirty forest floor. "What are you doing?" Severus asked as he reached Here's location. He was wondering why Here suddenly asked to stop on the place that could bring back her to a nightmare. Here looked back to face Severus and replied, "I'm looking for evidence. I need to get information about the werewolves that attacked me last night. And also, I'm looking for my car key." Here replied, which made Severus nodded his head. "I will help you. But if you can't see anything, I have their bodies. You can go to my laboratory to check them personally," Severus said calmly as he gave Here a brief sweet smile. Then, Please bring back my car. I have something to get there." Here pointed the car up on the tree. She waited another moment of pause and Severus started on the tree to hit the car out on the branches where it stuck. Thud. The car slammed on the ground heavily and it followed by Severus who perfectly stood on the car roof. Here didn't mind Severus who flirting her by his tantalizing eyes. She immediately took of the dented car door and it successfully flew toward the ground. She looking for something and she almost tore every parts of the car but she looked so irritated. "Is this you looking for?" Severus said in sudden, holding a car key while giving his mate a annoying smile. Here stopped what she doing and rolled her eyes. "Give it to me." Here growled as she saw the key on Severus's hand. "Kiki. Catch it." Severus replied as he threw away the key backward. "Shit." Here muttered as she followed the direction of the key, faster than in lighting. And she perfectly caught the key without any hardships. "What the? How could Here do that?" Severus was put in shock as he saw how Here reacted toward the key. And even Here was also surprised as she caught the key by her bare hands. She looked at Severus, widened her eyes and her tongue refused to say words for a moment of pause. Severus quickly jumped from the car to ask Here. And he witnessed how Here become different than before. "Here. Are you okay? What's your feeling right now?" Severus asked, worrying. Because he knew that if that ability was because of Here's witch blood, it could make Here's body to clash and he worried about that even though he witnessed a very amazing stunt from her. Here. Are you okay?" Severus asked again when Here didn't answer him. He felt worried so he tapped Here's right cheek. And when Severus was about to slap Here, the other party blinked her eyes. Severus slapped his forehead instead of Here because he was thankful because Here was still okay. Did you see that?" Here asked, confusing. She was trembled in shock and amazement, which differ from Severus' reaction. "I see. And I really don't know if I would be happy or worry about that. I hope Goddess Grace will be into you." Severus muttered and it made Here to shake her head. "Let's forget about that. Let's go. I have something to do," Here said and she put the key inside her pocket and walked first toward the car. But even she showed braveness, she was still thinking about the things that suddenly happened at her. Here's POV. Flash. Whoosh. When Severus threw the key of my very first cars, I felt my feet automatically ran toward the direction where the key flee. And how miraculous when I touched the key handle without any hardship. And even I tried to think what happened, I could not believe on what I did. I widened my eyes in surprise and I never thought that Severus was asking me the same questions twice. But instead of saying okay, I asked him if he saw what I did. And he say yes, but there was something that suddenly appeared on his face, the state of being worried about me. I suddenly remembered that if there was something happens on me strangely and I could not handle that, my body would clash and could bring me to the endless slumber. And before we talked about that, I told Severus to continue our journey back to my pack. And he followed me without any words to say. After 30 minutes, we reached the Tyranny pack and we didn't talk about the strange things that happened on me until we get off the car. And from afar, I saw my uncle talking to our armies. I continued walking toward them and when the armies saw me, they bowed their head before I passed by. Here. You're here. Uncle immediately greeted me with embrace as he saw me coming. Uncle, where is Grandpa? I asked when the maids came rushing to take my bag. "He is in the office of the elders. They have a meeting today," he replied to me as he looked at me. I scanned the area and I realized that there were plenty of cars around and I thought that they were owned by the elders. And I felt blessed because it would be a perfect timing to get information and help from the elders and my grandfather. Because I knew that they have a knowledge about the Holoxian tribe and the Desdemonian clans that was still unknown to me. "Uncle, Prince, I have something to do. I will go ahead," I interrupted them when I saw them greeting each other. And when I was about to walk away, I felt Severus's hand clenching my wrist as he asked me by mind link, "Where are you going?" I looked at his eyes before I replied, "I will seek information to the elders. I'll come back later. Please go ahead to the conference room. I will tell you everything I gathered later." He nodded his head and he took his hand on me. "Uncle, I'll go ahead," I repeated and I walked away toward the massive entrance door. I walked calmly toward the hallway. And direction that my eyesight could reach, the armies scattered around. And I guessed, my grandfather tightened the security after the incident of hooligans' secret attack. And they give me respect every time I walked near them. Even I hates this kind of treatment. I could blame them since I was alpha female and the only heir of the billionaire. I took the private elevator to reach the 10th floor of our building. I calmed my throat and waited another minutes before I knocked the door. And when the door opened, the security guard appeared and he greeted me. I just smiled briefly as I looked at him. He guided me toward the room and I heard the elders discussing about something. Suddenly Beta James came and he greeted me very politely. "Is the meeting just starting or ended now?" I asked James since he was already here before I entered. "I guess they already talked about something but I don't know if they are finished or not. Anyway, do you have an important thing to say in the meeting?" he asked me, and since he was the only personnel that could enter the meeting room, I decided to tell at him my intent. And I'm sure that my grandfather would never ignore me. "Yes, I have something to ask to all of them. And please tell to Mr. Vermont that I want to talk all the elders about the important thing that I need to know," I replied, and he nodded his head. "Ms. Hillary, please wait me here. I will tell to Mr. Vermont that you are here," he said politely before he walked toward the meeting room. I sat on the couch, waiting James to come back. After a while, I heard footsteps coming and I smelled the scent of my grandpa. "Oh, honey. Thanks goddess you are now here." He was about to cry but I stood and embraced him as my greetings. "Thank you grandpa. Don't worry about me, I can handle myself from now on," I replied as we departed from each other. Sigh. I know. But I'm still worried about you. You are the only one I have and I can't imagine the life if you will gone too," Grandpa stated, and my heart melted as I heard his very touching words. "I'll swear to you that I will be okay always." I held his hands and he looked at me with watery eyes. I knew he was worried about me since I encountered the group of hooligans without any help of other. And wrong move I did would send me to my grave. "Honey, I thought that you want to ask the elders." "What's that?" And before I forget, Grandpa asked me. Yes, about that. I have to clear something from you and the elders." I clear my throat as I say my intent. My grandpa knitted his eyebrows as he heard me. And I'm sure that he was willing to hear what I'm going to ask. "Come in," he said as he guided me toward the another oak door. I smiled briefly and acted normal since I didn't want to appear stupid in the front of the elders. Please welcome my very own granddaughter, Hilary Monreal Vermont. Grandpa caught the attention of the 10-20 elders and they looked at me with smiled. They stood and I greeted them politely since they were all respected elders. We shook hands before Grandpa told them my intention why I'm here. I sat on the very end of the long table to see them entirely. Elders. My granddaughter is here to seek out help. I hope that you will be able to connect with her. Grandpa said and I cleared my throat as I spoke. Good morning everyone. I know that all of you know my real identity and since we are all in the same pack, I want cooperation to all of you. I bravely spoke out. The elders as well as my grandfather looked at me, waiting for my words. Sorry for interrupting the meeting but I want to ask all of you about the Holoxian tribe. Is anyone else here know their background? I asked bravely since my goal was to find them. I scanned the area and they were looking at each other. I waited for a moment of pause until one of the 20 elders stood. He was Elder Icarus, the third in command of armies before. I saw a glimpse of hope as I saw him standing and begun to speak out. In almost 4 decades that I served this pack, I heard about them but it was just a hearsay. But according to my co-armies before, they encountered the numbers of Hallex before. But all of them were now died so I don't have proof where they could find. The hope that I felt suddenly turned dim as I heard Elder Icarus' story. I just nodded my head and waited another story but deep inside the disappointment begun to make me feel not okay. I think they are still in the Caspia village. Because that village is now forbidden because of many history of dark magic. Another elder spoke and I threw my gaze at him. Where is the location of Caspia village? I asked in sudden because I wanted to take risk even in the smallest hope that I have. In the middle of the dark forest of Mount Hulka he replied and I felt my heart beat so fast. There was something inside me that seemed like could not wait to reach that place. But that place is very dangerous. Only allowed people can enter the forest because of illusion that magic user place around the Mount Hulka. They are great in using dark magic so no one can attempt to get out there even they are strong werewolf or pack armies. He added and shrugged my eyebrows as I heard that. I could not believe that there was a kind of story that's so scary than I thought. I looked at my grandpa. I saw uneasiness at his eyes as he looked at me. I averted my gaze away from him and let the elders to discuss about the things that he knew. Suddenly, while I was busy talking with them, I heard someone calling me by mind link. Yes? I asked wondering. I have talked with Claire. She know where they are. Severus was in the line and I was stunned as I heard him. Here's POV. After I received mind link from Severus, I immediately cut the meeting I have with the elders. Because I felt that the information that I gained with them was just a hearsay and no one told me the exact location and their real identity. Thanks for the information. I think it's enough for me to hear out your story about Hallex. I spoke and the twitching of their eyebrows were not escape from my eyesight. I knew they were thinking about the purpose why I'm looking for them. Anyway, Miss Hilary. Why are you looking for the mortal enemy of our clans? Is this because you are one of them? One elder asked and it made me knitted my eyebrows. I looked at him, timid. I knew that there was someone who would ask me this and I really felt uneasy since they were the elders. Why this old fart asking me in sudden? Is he wanted to emphasize my blood witch? And if it was his goal, then I did not care. I have to remove tense for the sake of much important thing than his opinion. And when I was about to ignore him, another man spoke and I felt annoyed by their ugly faces. Third Elder Siwa is right. Haloxian is our enemy, even they are now gone. They are still witches and we need to exterminate them. Haloxian or not, they must die. Another stupid old fart seconded the motion. He was raising his eyebrow abnormally as he crossed his arms in the front of his chest. I really don't know why they were kept on telling me that witches was our enemy if they were the one who wanted to kill them all along. Are they stupid enough not to think about that? Or there was something smell fishy here, that's why they lived their life in this foolishness. Miss Hillary. Don't dare to go there. They are not safe for you. Another added, when he read my intention. And their voices echoed inside my ears when they talked in each other. I could not talk, instead I just let them to throw twisted ideology in each other. Pardon. But I think my granddaughter have another meeting with the prince. Fortunately, Grandpa saved me from his questions. I averted my gaze away from the third elder who looking at me like a disgusting one. I really don't know why he acting like this. And no matter what he looked down me, I knew it was because I am a witch. And I realized that even I was the perfect woman in everything. There was people that still hates me because of the single side that I have. And the only way how to remove the eyes that made me felt that way was to know the root of this stupidity and brought equality to everyone. I stood and give them a brief smile. Thank you for this moment. I briefly spoke and left the room without looking back. When I reached the door, James opened the door and asked me, "What's now?" "Nothing," I seriously said and exited the room. He shook his head and I saw it from my peripheral vision. I immediately took the elevator down to first floor. I silently walked toward the conference room where Severus waiting for me. Severus. I mind-linked him as I walked toward them. "Here, where are you?" he replied, and I fastened my steps. The security guards standing on the door and I ordered them to open it. And when I entered the conference, I saw Claire sitting with Severus. Only the glass wall was their barrier. I quickly went to them and Severus guided me to sit down. "Claire. Are you still fine?" I asked her as she saw her body that too far from before after losing her power. I felt pity toward her as I saw her pale face. She did not talk that she looked at me with watery eyes. I could not looked at her this too long. She was become my best friend for almost a years and even she have a mistake because of love. I could not deny myself how I cared about her. "Claire. Don't worry. I'm not here to blame you again. I'm here." However, before I ended my words, she suddenly spoke, at stuttering in her voice. "Why you're looking for the Alex, right?" I looked at Severus as I heard what Claire said, and I quickly looked at her back and nodded my head. Does it mean, Severus ask you about that?" I asked, hoping that she would help me for that. "Yeah," she briefly replied, swiping the tears in her eyes. I did not know why she acting like this, but for sure, it was because of her family there. "See, can you help me?" I bravely asked. "And how thankful I am," as she nodded her head. "Thank you, Claire," I shouted for joy, wearing a smile on my face. "I will help you, but can you promise that you will left me there once we found them? My relatives are gone but my bloodline is still there. So please, let me be with them," she said, lowering her voice. I felt sadness and hope in her face and I felt pity toward her. "Jay, just help me. And I will help you," I swore to her. Because I also want her to go back to her clan to live peaceful without the threat of the werewolves around her. Really? Why, you will give me freedom?" she trembling as she spoke again. I saw her hands shaking uncontrollable as she touched the glass wall between us. "Yeah. I will," I added, giving her my warm smile. I saw Claire crying and her tears made me feel sad. She looked like a bird that wanted to free from her cage to feel the nature around her. I felt more pity as she started to beg for her freedom. I looked at Severus, who tilted his head down to the floor. I knew he did not want to see Claire that situation. I looked back at Claire, who now crying heavily. I thought that it's better to give her freedom. I thought that she was a real human, that craving for a real family. And before I swallowed by the sadness and grief, I swayed the topic and begun to ask her help. Can you please guide me to the Caspia village?" I asked her, which made her stop crying. "See Caspia village?" I saw the state of being surprised on her eyes as she asked me clearly about the Caspia village. "Yes, because the elders told me that the Holoxian dwell their lives in Mount Ulka, where the Caspia village located," I replied, and it made Claire shook her head in disapproval. "Mount Ulka is now gone. It's been invaded and destroyed by the werewolves," Claire angrily growled as she slammed the table on her front. I was surprised on her reaction and I thought about the story of the elders, and I'm really put in puzzlement when I thread their stories. Who among them telling the truth? Who is the real enemy? Many questions suddenly appeared in my mind. I guessed my head would burst as if I did not answer them as soon as possible. And even Severus looked at us as he heard Claire slamming the table. "So what do you mean about that?" I asked her confusingly. "My clans ran away for their lives after the group of unknown werewolf attacked us. And it was the main reason why I'm here." Claire began to speak out and I felt the anger inside her heart as she said that words. "So you mean there are other people invaded that village?" I asked to ensure everything. "Yes. And I want that place turned back to my people," she retorted, and I saw the eagerness on her eyes. "Don't worry about that, Claire. If I successfully made my plan, I will help our bloodline to gain the lands that they must have. I'm a witch like you, Claire. So I will protected them like how I protected my pack," I calmly said, and I realized that Claire was empty-minded about the things and issues that happened outside the detention jail. "What? Why, you are witch?" Claire could not believe on what I revealed. She widened her eyes and she looked at me amazingly. "Yeah. Sorry because you didn't know it. But it almost 3 weeks since my identity exposed. And like you, people hates me. But fortunately, I didn't show any weakness since I want prove them something in the next future," I replied, and Severus tapped my shoulder. "Yes, Claire. Here faced the same thing that you encountered before. And we both hope your cooperation to make changes to our world. Because we felt that there was something wrong that's still happening around us. And we need your help for the sake of our world." Severus interrupted us. Claire nodded her head and thought about Severus' words. "I'm willing to help for our future and find the real enemy of this world," Claire bravely muttered, and I felt happiness as she said that. And even though I could not see the outcome, I already felt the victory with those people who believe and trusted me. Claire's POV. "Why are you here?" I spoke with nonchalant expression as I saw the prince sitting in my front. I didn't looked at him for a long time since I hates them a lot. Because they were the main reason why I'm here, prisoned for almost a year and no one visit me rather than that jerk Sion and the guards who giving me food. But at this time, the prince was here, and I'm sure he have a very important thing to say. And I didn't care about that like how I did not care for them, especially to hear. Claire. Severus replied, lowering his voice as he looked at me with serious eyes. He stared at me without any expression rather than his cold eyes. "What are you doing here?" I said again as I looked at him with deadly stare. But he was still looking at me without any trace of anger or any negative thoughts about my attitude toward him. "I don't know if I have a chance to tell you this, but I think we need you," Severus said, and I was surprised as I heard him. "Kiki." I smirked and I laughed toward his joke. No, it's not a joke for him, but for me, yes. Everything's they would say to was just a joke for me. "Help? Me? Are you stupid?" I shook my head as I say that words. "Yes, Claire. We need you. Because you are the only one that will tell us where was the Holoxian." He added that made me knitted my eyebrows. "What you want for them? Are you going to send armies and kill them too?" I growled when I heard that he was looking for Holoxian. "It's not we want. It's here who needed their help. Here wanted to see them because they are the only one that may helped her to learn casting magic," Severus said, and I was surprised when I knew that here needs Holoxian magic. And I thought that Severus just using here to exterminate the remaining Holoxian no matter where they were now. "Don't fool me, Prince Severus." "Yes, I'm stupid, but don't fool me." I glared at him as I retorted. "I'm not fooling you, Claire. I'm telling the truth. And here's situation is now critical. She is now in danger if she did not train herself how to handle the magic inside her," he said, emphasizing here's situation. "Magic? What the hell are you saying? Are you out of your mind?" I asked, wondering, telling him how stupid he was to say that words about here. I knew here was just normal werewolf before and now a billionaire heir. And now Severus saying that here have a magic inside her. How ridiculous to hear that stupidity. Boo wahaha. So funny, Severus. How funny waha. I laughed instead of believing him. Might be because I was swallowed by my anger and pride. "Please believe in me. Here needs you. And she was here to ask your help. Our intention is for the goodness of our world, and we need you to be part of our goal," he said, and I felt his sincerity as I heard the same words from him. "Claire. We need your help. Here needs you because you are the one that can tell her where the Holoxian tribe hiding," he added. Severus's voice echoed inside me. And even I didn't want to see him in this situation. I wanted to hear what he going to say. I was willing to know what was their reason. And also, I wanted to know if my bloodline was still alive or not. Then, "If I do believe in you, how can I be sure that you are telling the truth?" I asked him to know if he was serious on what he wanted to say. Because when I heard about the witch, I was concerned about here. Having that blood was not easy, even we have a power to control the things surrounded us. "Here will come her and she will say the same thing I said to you. Because we really needs you. I know that you also want to free from this world and go back to your clans. And we are willing to do everything so you can be with them," he said, and I felt my heart beat uncontrollably as he say that words. I clear my throat as I spoke. "Freedom? Will help to be with them? I stuttered like a stupid piece of shit. Yes. We, here want to give you freedom. And the only way you can do to get that is to help us finding the exact location of the Holoxian. He replied, and my eyes get widened. I did not know if he was truly say the truth, but I need to think smart. Oh, okay. I will help you. But in one condition. I said, and I saw the narrowing of Severus's eyes as I told him about my condition. I need to get out from here before I help you. I added, and he looked at me seriously. Let's wait here. I will contact her first. But if you want that condition, I will agree for the sake of here's power and this world. He nodded his head as he told me about his opinion. And I felt glad about that. However, I need to think better plan. No matter what happened, I need to get out from here by the use of them. Yes, it was hard for me to act naturally since I did not have power, and also, I hate them so much. I would face here seemed like I was pitiful bitch, and after that, I would show her that I'm better than her with power or not. I decided to go with them and betrayed them secretly. Actually, even me, I did not know where was my clans was now. After the werewolves killed them, from toddler to the elders. They did not show any mercy, and I saw with my naked eyes how heartless they were. They burned our home and left our place helpless. And while I'm running for my life, I swore that I would find the root of this heartless death of my bloodline. And if I get the chances to get out, I would find the way how to escape and find my clans by myself. I laughed in my mind secretly as I thought about my plan. Kiki. Let's know who is the best among us here. I muttered in myself. Claire. So what is your plan? This jerk Severus interrupted my good thoughts. I glanced at him and smiled bitterly. I think, you are right. We need to help each other for this world, and, I made up my mind, I will help you. I smiled, full of my deceitful plan, and I thought that he was happy to hear my decision. Thank you, Claire. I hope that you and here will be okay after this. I know that you can be a part of our dream for this world. Severus said, and I nodded my head while I felt the victory that they made for me. Third-person POV. Whoosh. Spurts. Thud. Kill them all. The growl of the massive werewolves echoed along the entire forest. They were running toward the younger witches that ran away to save their lives. And one of them was Claire. She was running holding the piece of her clothes that tore apart when a werewolf tried to grab her. She was just a mere weak girl that helpless seeing her playmates and friends dying. Father. Her low voice echoed as she looked for help. However, when she scanned the area, her face suddenly turned into a deep sadness when she saw how her father hit her mother. She halted her steps as she looked at them with pale expression. She slowly took off her hands away from her messed clothes while her tears flowed down her cheeks. Mom?" she whispered in the dusty air while she let the surrounded made her deaf. She was really put in the depth trauma and she could not notice the coming of the werewolf behind her. @_and#. But before she was killed by the wolves, her mother saved her by her full strength. And even she was filled with bruises because of his father's fist, she still cared for her only daughter Claire. Thud. The wolves dragged on the ground. Claire immediately ran when her conscious back. And she ran toward her mother to give help. "Claire, run!" her mother shouted, but she didn't care. Because all she wanted was to save her mother from his father that not too far from the werewolf that exterminate their bloodline. She shook her hands and held her mother's hand. Please Mom, live for me," she cried as she kept on clenching the hand of her pitiful mother. "Claire. Save yourself. I will protect you," her mother replied, crying heavily, but she did not care. For the very young age of her, only thing she knew was her mother's life and their safety, since the scream and the horrifying sounds of the battle was still roaring around. "And no Mom. Please. And no. Don't leave me," she trembling as she begged for her mother's lives, but her mother seemed like ready to give up her life for the safety of her daughter. "Sorry honey. But I think, Mama can't live this for too long. You need to protect yourself, to find the people who killed our clans. Go and save yourself." Her mother pushed her away and her thin small body slammed on the ground. Her teary eyes could not open very well and she felt little fear and anger. However, before she spoke again, she felt the hard fist stroke her that caused her to drag on the ground. "Clary!" her mother shouted angrily as she saw her only daughter flew up in the air and slammed on the ground. Claire slowly looked at her mother, who running for her. She saw how her mother sacrificed a lot to protect her from the hands of her father and the werewolf. She did not know how those people killed them, and her innocent mind was slowly fading like the crying of the people around her. And the last thing she saw before her eyes closed was the image of her mother, crying. And nothing more. The silence embraced her and the war stopped within her when she finally felt the coldness of the dirty ground. Claire's POV. "Mom. I woke up after an hours. And when I opened my eyes, the sadness faced me. I was laid under the hay and woods. And I'm sure it was the reason why I'm still alive. The dark surrounding and the heat of the breeze because of the burning houses faced me. I kneeled on the ground and watched the dead bodies of my clans burning like a mere trashes that needed vanished in this world. But even this nightmare faced me. There was only one person I wanted to see. And she was my mother. I hoped that she was still alive like me. I walked a distance out from the hay and scanned the area that only enlightened by the fires from the dead bodies of the Holoxians members. I slowly made steps and I felt my feet become heavier as I walked farther more. My heart did not feel any pain even I tried to. The shivering of my knees seemed like an earthquake that shook the earth. My eyes were filled of hoping that I could still see my mom alive. The deafening silence still surrounded me. I felt the cold sweat flowing down to my temple. There was something that felt like making my chest palpitate so heavy. I was speechless when my sight went directly to the place that I did not want to go. The only thing I knew at this moment was my hands clenching tightly, and even my tongue pulled out as I saw my mom, hanging up on the towering trees. I almost could not recognize her if she did not wearing the bracelet that I give to her on her birthday. I wanted to scream. I wanted to cry. But my body could not. No. I gathered all of my strength to growl in my loudness. "I hate you. I hate all of you," I screamed, accompanied by the heavy rain that seemed like mourning with me. I kneeled on the ground and clenched the dirt that became muds when the rain kept on flowing. I swear from heaven and earth that every werewolves will experience the same thing we felt. Arg! My voice echoed all around our village. I hope that I was also dead like them rather than experiencing the same pain that I felt right now every day. I cried and cried, but it seemed worthless because of the roaring thunder and the stroke of the lightnings. I closed my eyes and let the rain brought me to slumber, hoping that the time sent me to the place where was my mom. But while I'm facing my mom, I suddenly remembered my father who chose to kill my mom rather than helping us to escape. Might be because of his real blood was a werewolf and knowing mother's identity was a disgusting thing for him. "I will kill you, father. I will kill you." And from the depth of my anger, the curse words come out. I promise that anyone that cause of this nightmare would suffer from my dark revenge. I stood and walked under the heavy rain. I did not care about the thunder, even I was just a mere child. I went through our home and fortunately, it was still fine. I entered our home that was hell for me. There was no feelings that made me okay. Just anger and revenge. And from this moment, the thing that entered my brain was the dark magic. I went to my mom's room and took the wooden chest where the dark secret of my mother hid for almost of her entire life for the sake of her husband. And even to me, she also hid this because she wanted for me the peaceful life and lived like a normal kid. But it was not a matter at all. Because she was now dead. So, I did not have any reason to live normal. I would take my revenge and searched the person behind this and made them suffered like what I wanted them to feel. The tears that recently flowed on my cheeks dried and the wide grin surfaced on my face as I took the old rose gold book which contained the dark spell and magic. "From now on, taste the revenge of the pity?" I whispered in the air and the thunder roared and it accompanied the devil laugh that I escaped from my mouth. Here's POV. "I will help you." 4 words but gives me hope when Claire spoke that. I was very happy to hear that she would be with us to find the other clan member of the Haloxian tribe. Since, according to the research that I conducted, the elders of the Haloxian tribe and their great sorcerers escaped. And they were continued the legacy to build their new home secretly. But like what the elders said, they did not know where they was. Even my grandfather was clueless after his wife passed away. "Claire. Don't worry, we will turn everything in right. Just helped us. Okay." I lowered my voice as I uttered. And I saw the tears on her eyes accompanied with smile that surfaced on her face. I felt the excitement that overshadowing her true feelings. "When we will go out?" she asked me and I smiled briefly when she said that. I felt that we would be okay after I offered her freedom. Yes, it might be hard for her to agree with me because we werewolves were the reason why she lost her power. But, I was still hoping that she would let our friendship begin again. Because we still looking for the real enemy. I looked at Severus who was waiting for us to speak out. Prince?" I raised my eyebrows as I stared at him. I guessed he caught what I wanted to say when he cleared his throat to speak. "Tomorrow. We will go tomorrow, so prepared everything we need before we go somewhere," Severus said and I nodded my head as agreement. And when I averted my gaze away from him and looked at Claire who biting her lower lips because of excitement. "Claire. Wait us tomorrow morning," I said and Claire nodded her head. And when I stood up, she raised her hand and touched the semi-transparent wall between us before she slowly stood to get closer to me. "Here. I'll wait you," she added and I saw her pretty face. Her skinny body that too far from her appearance before made me looked at her with mercy. "Yeah. See you. Anyway. Goodbye," I said before Severus and I went out the detention jail. "Here. Are you sure that you will give her freedom?" Severus asked me and I felt the worried on the tone of his voice. I continued walking and uttered. "Yeah. Claire need to be free. And she don't have a power, so if she betray us, I know that we can notice her steps to ruin it," I said while stepping closer to the detention gate back again to my pack house. But she killed her father, right? What if her power came back since she was the one who learned it from her mother? Severus added. Seemed like he did not put any trust to Claire. Sigh. I sighed as replied. I just took a deep breath and let him to think negatively. Because I knew that Claire would never do anything if I was always observing her very steps. And I'm sure her iron heart would melt if she finally see her clans before she tried to betray me again. I warn you here. Claire hurt you once and we did not know when will she may hurt you. He said, but I did not put much care about it since I knew the limit of her power. Don't worry about that, Sev. Just trust me, I said without looking at him. TCK. He flicked his tongue as he replied at me. I'm sure thinking about my being stubborn. Claire's POV. See you in hell, Hillary. Montreal. I laughed secretly as I replied only by myself. I followed them by my eyes as they walked away. And I left again inside this freaking four corners room. I really felt boredom again, but every time I thought about the plan that I would execute, my heart beats fast. I wanted to laugh like a devil that won against good deeds. I rolled my eyes when the door shut. The deafening silence embraced me again and the wide grin that I wore faded. The warm tears started to build inside my eyes and I could feel the itching of my eyelids. I felt again the real tears that now flowed to my cheeks. I sobbed and the image of my mom appeared again in my mind. Her pitiful face filled with bruises and scar from the violent fist of my father. But those sadness appeared nothing when I killed my father by my own hands. And if I could kill my own blood and flesh, I could also kill here and anyone who ruined my life. I stood and went to the simple room that Tyranny Pack jail provided for me. I saw again the small space with a small bed. I threw my gaze at the wall and a wide grin surfaced on my face again. I walked toward the wall with many graffiti that I created. Goodbye hell, I muttered as I touched the wall that facing me. The wide grin started to become a loud laughter when I felt the hardness of the wall that become my guard while I'm staying here. I knew that I would feel free if I used here. We were just using each other and I felt pity for her. Because if I met the Halleck's leader first, if he was still alive, I would beg for dark magic to regain on me. And I would use it to find the enemies that ruined our life, mostly all the werewolves and human. Boo wahahaha. I laughed and laughed before I laid on my bed, staring at the emptiness of the ceiling. 1, 2, 3. I counted numbers and I felt the heaviness of my eyelids. The bed calling me to deep slumber. And this night was the perfect night I have for the almost year that I'm here. Because this was the loneliness night that brought me to the better tomorrow. Here's POV. In the next morning tilde. I prepared my things early as before the first ray of the sun showed. I put everything that I need before I went to the place where I could find the Haloxian tribe. Knock. Knock. I heard the loud knock in my door twice. I halted what I'm doing and went to the door to open it. Ma'am Hillary, the prince is waiting for you. My maid exposed as she gave me the news. Okay. Just bring my things downstairs. I smiled at her after ordering her. I left her to do my preparations and calmly went downstairs, and I was shocked as I saw Severus with his gamma and beta. I knitted my eyebrows in wondering as I went closer to them. Why they are here, Severus? Don't say. They were going with us? I asked as I sat on the couch. Yes, I never expected that he would bring them with us since we just talked it just the three of us. Yes. I commanded them to go with us because we still don't know the enemies. We need to think our safety. He replied, and I thought he was right. Are you ready? I asked as I scanned the area. They looked at me and nodded their head. So if all of are ready, we can go now. Please tell to the detention jail's guard to set Claire free. I said to them before I ordered my beta. Gamma Elias and Beta Leo stared at me and they were shocked that they heard me ordered to set Claire. I knew they were wondering but I did not put too much care to them. Let's go. I added and went to the outside. They followed me and we met Claire who silently standing on the other side of the camper van. I nodded my head to catch her attention and she went closer, even her eyes were still elusive to Severus and his companion. Few hours later the deafening silence exploded between us who sitting on the same van. Gamma Elias was the driver and next to him was Leo. We, Severus and Claire were on the back seat. But we seemed like a win since we were not talking to each other. Might be because they were still questioning me for Claire's freedom. But they did not know that I already get my grandfather and king's consent to make this plan. And they give me a chance to execute it by the help of Claire. Claire, can you please tell us what direction is your pack would be? I whispered as I tilted my head toward Claire who's sitting in my right side. It was too far from this town. But as far as I remember it located in the Mount Madre. She replied as she kept on looking at the road. I knew Elias did not hear that because she seemed like speaking by herself. After that, I contacted Gamma Elias for the direction. It's already noon when we reached the foot of the Mount Madre. It was too high to bring our van out there. So we decided to go there by walking. Since I was good in climbing high mountain range, I easily conquered the high grasses and deadly edges of the ravine, and after almost 2 hours of walking, we finally reached the very summit of the mountain peak. Actually, there was a shortcut way but the river was now flooding due of heavy rainfall so we could not cross the river by our bare body. The surrounding was too cold and the fog made the place creepy. It seemed like the sun hates this place because even the hour was nearly to noon, the sun was absent here. We did not go far from each other. We did not let our guard down because we did not know if there was enemies around since we could not see the surrounding if it was 10 meters away from us. Guys, be alert. Severus warned us but even he did not say that. We knew that it's harmful to do the things that out of our insight. Severus and his Gamma and Beta were lead the way, while Claire and I were on their back. Be careful, Claire. I warned her since she did not have any power to distinguish the danger. I can handle myself here. Don't worry. She replied and I just nodded my head while taking few steps. The fogs were getting thicker and it really hard for us to ensure safety on our way. Wait! Severus shouted and it caught out attention quickly. What is that, Prince? Elias asked wondering. Me, also was wondering so I stepped closer. And before I get closer, Severus shouted again. Bones. There was bones here. Be careful guys. I tilted my head down to know what Severus trying to say. And I really put in shocked as I saw the human bones scattered around. And even though the place was filled with fogs, I could clearly see the numbers of bone that accurate to what my grandpa told me. I felt relief when I remembered Claire. She's telling the truth that this place is her previous tribe. And it might be it was the reason why they telling me that this place is now protected by the dark magic. But how can we find the remaining Hallex? I muttered while my eyes scanning the area. And when I looked back, Claire was gone. Where is she? I whispered in myself as I could not see her around. I really worried about her because she don't have power to use for protecting herself. Here. Someone is running that way. Severus called me as he pointed out the direction. I looked at the one who running hoping that she was Claire, but she's not. Let's follow him. Elias added, and I was little surprised when I heard him. What? Him? So where is Claire? Is this just a bait for us? Is she telling lie? I could not stop asking myself. Suddenly, I was interrupted when Severus grabbed my hand and we ran toward the direction where the unknown man ran. We breathed heavily as we stopped in the edge of the dead river. Where is he? Did you see where he go? Questions threw in each other, but we could not tell where he goes since the fog was too thick to follow him. No. And we still failed to find him. Wait. Where is Claire? And like what I expected, even Beta Leo noticed that Claire was not here. Shit. Did we left her alone in the field? Gamma Elias replied, in the tone of his voice, he was little worried about Claire's safety. No. We did not. She already gone before we came here. I said before they blamed each other. What? She left us? Severus asked me, knitting his eyebrows. Yes, and I was worried about her. She don't have power to protect herself. Also, she was now weak. We need to find her first. I said to lessen the anger that Severus might feel. I knew he trusted Claire less, and bringing us in this place was my responsibility. No, here. I think Claire betrayed us. And the man that we chasing is her subordinate. What if Sion and her planned all this? Severus' voice echoed as he growled about Claire's sudden disappearance. We don't have evidence, Prince. What if Claire was in danger at this moment? We need to find her first before we act like this. Elias whispered at Severus. I knew he was right. We need to stay calm to know everything we wanted to. TCK. Severus just flipped his tongue to make disgusting sound of disapproval. But I did not mind him, and I lead the way back to the field. Shit. Where are we? I muttered when I saw the recent place we were. There was no fog, even the bones that scattered around. Only dry grasses filled the area. Here, we are not safe here. We are under the black magic. Severus went closer to me and whispered. But it doesn't give me goosebumps. I took a deep breath and stood fiercely. Stay calm, Severus. They are here. I said when I felt the same force that seemed like connected me to the witch world. Third-person POV. Here, and Severus's comrade were kept on standing in the middle of the dry grass field. The cold surrounding was still, but they felt the heat of the beads of sweat flowing down their temple. Here looked straight in the direction where she sensed the strong forces. Arg! Gamma Elias yelped in pain when the invisible forces tried to take his breath away. Help! He trembled as he added. And it made the other three look back where Elias was. Here. Severus called here, trying to get her attention to look at Elias. Here widened her eyes. This was the first time she saw a man floating. She felt nervous, as if her face became pale because Elias was 5 meters away from the ground, and for sure, he would take away by that invisible force if they did not react faster. Sev. Pulled him down, she shouted, but the person she called looked like a statue because he was stuck in the place where he's standing. Even Leo was stuck the same. "Shit," she muttered because she was the only one that could still move. Sigh. "I need to know who made this," I whispered to myself, knitting my eyebrows as I looked around. "Show yourself. We are not enemies," she shouted that echoing around. But she looked like speaking in the wind because no one replied to her. "I'm Hillary. Hillary Montreal Vermont. The only heir and the granddaughter of Felicia Mordo of Vermont." She introduced herself loudly as she could. Thud. Elias slammed into the ground heavily. He touched his neck as he stood quickly while Severus and Leo escaped from the invisible ground glue. "They hear me," Here muttered as she saw Severus and his comrade in good condition. "I know you can see us. Please show me yourself. We need your help," she added, searching for little things that might appear around. After a few moments, the grassy field becomes a natural forest. There were towering trees and mossy rocks around. Here and Severus looked at each other. They finally find the key to understanding the magic. "What are you doing here, heir of Vermont?" a voice echoed behind them. And when looked back, a hoodie man appeared. He was wearing a native black hoodie sleeves. And behind him was another 3 people who looked like native people. "We are here to find the Holoxian leader. Anyway, sorry to disturb your silence, old man," Here said as she bowed her head to give respect. "Here." Severus grabbed Here's wrist as he pulled Here behind him. He did not want to lose respect, he just protected his woman from a danger that might come. "No, Sev. He is not our enemy." She minds linked Severus and contacted the other 3 to give respect. "Werewolves are not allowed here, daughter of Ganymed. But because you are the one that we waiting for a long time, you can go with us to have some talk," the man said, but it was really refused by Severus. "No. She will never go with you without us." Severus tightly clenched Here's wrist. "See, can they be with us? They are my companion to go here, so please," Here begged, and the old man nodded his head. And before they blinked twice, the surroundings change. They were now in the middle of the small village, where the small huts were built. "Is this the new Holoxian tribe?" Here was stunned as she saw the place, and she could not stop herself not to ask Severus. "I don't know. But by how they use magic, I think you are right," Severus whispered as he replied. Suddenly, the group of people came and they looked at Here seriously. Leo and Elias readied themselves as Severus did. But Claire was still calm as she faced the old man. "Why werewolves here? Do you want us to die again? Kill them. Take their head. Hang them to death." The crowd cursed them. Here felt sad as she saw how the people in this tribe were really swallowed by anger like what other werewolves did. "Enough. Our visitors are not our enemies. She is the granddaughter of our head chief." The old man shouted to cease the cursing of the people. "What? She is the daughter of Ganymed? I thought she doesn't have child." They murmured at each other. They could not believe what they heard. "So, if it is true, why she is with werewolves?" a woman shouted from afar. Here stood firmly and cleared her throat. "Sorry, but if you did not ask, I am a werewolf too. But my witch blood brought me here. And I need your help to stop the riot between you and the werewolves," she bravely said. That made the people look at each other. "I need to learn magic from you because if my blood collapsed, I will die, and if that happens, everything will stay like stagnant water. There will be no freedom and changes. I wanted to make everything right so that we don't have to hate each other." because we both have one enemy that is still unknown," Here added. The old man was confused as he heard what Here said. "What do you mean?" the old man asked. "There was a group that do devil things to ruin the relationship of two clans. And according to my investigation, that group was still anonymous. They are the reason why our clans are still in conflict," Here added, and it created a loud murmur around. Some were believing and some were not. "If that is true, why you still did not know them?" the man asked. "Because it doing secretly. And for sure Desdemonian pact created this conflict to gain power and become honored if the two clans have war." Severus jumped for conversation. "Desdemonian pact? It that the pack that leads by Trainer. He is the one that burned our land and killed my people. If you telling that they are the main reason, I'm willing to help you here," the old man uttered in anger. He clenched his hand and the wind blew boisterously. "Who is Trainer?" Here asked confusingly. She did not know, even heard about that name from her grandpa. "He is the one that lead the werewolves to kill us. He used his power and wealth to order every armies to bury our homes. He is quite strong, that holds everyone's neck. He is desperate in power and position," the old man said as he kept on clenching his rod. But my grandpa did not tell me about him. So, where is he?" Here asked, knitting her eyebrows. "That is the thing that we don't know. Because after they destroy our homes, we escape and hide for almost a decade here." An old lady appeared behind Here. She was coating by old sleeves. Her gray hairs were seen, but her skin were have no wrinkles. The crowd bowed their head as if their head was nearly close to the dirty ground. They waited the old lady's command before they stood up. "I know you are going back here. And thank you for seeking our help. Anyway, I am the leader of this tribe. Hiwagamawari," the old lady said, which made Here politely greeted her. "Here. I want you to help us. Please take my power as a bestow for your own sake. I'm willing to help you to achieve the magic that now running in your veins. But please remember that using it is not easy. You will experience struggle and pain. But I know you can do it," the old lady said with a smile that surfaced on her face. Here looked at Severus. Her eyes were filled of joy and excitement because she finally received the approval of the Holoxian leader. Thank you. Thank you so much," Here happily uttered. Her hands were shivering as she swallowed a mouthful saliva. "You are welcome here. Because Felicia, your grandmother sacrificed a lot for our clans. And we are hoping before that you will come back to embrace the destiny of being a witch. And we are so glad that you are here," the lady said happily. At that moment, Severus was really happy hearing that. He knew that Here would be happy too if she brought peace between two clans. "As for now, I want you here to stay here for the training," the old man said again, which made Severus to lost his smile as he heard that. "No. We will stay here in any longer," Severus growled. He did not want to left here. "Don't worry, Werewolf. She will be alright," the old man added, but Severus shook his head. "Enough, Severus. I'm doing this for our sake. Just calm yourself. I know how to handle myself. Also, we need to hurry up finding the real enemy. You will to win and I need to train. Let me do this alone," Here said at Severus. She wanted to clear Severus's mind. Severus clenched his hands into fist when he could not refuse to Here's order. He knew that Here was right, but he was still worried about her. "If that is your wish, Please just take yourself. I need you. We need you. We will back to our world, but keep promise that you will turn safe, okay? Severus stretched his hand to hold Here's soft palm. I do. Here looked directly at Severus's eyes before Severus and his two comrades walked away. Here's POV. In the next day I woke up early. The surroundings was silent and it really gives me a lot of time to enjoy the moment that I stayed here. It was too far from the world I have. I sat on my bed, wanted to breathe fresh air from the outside. But I was a little worried about Severus since we didn't contacted each other. I didn't receive any messages from him if they were reached home safely. And aside from Claire also bothered me. I didn't know what happened at her. Suddenly, the door opened made by ragged sacks since my room was not private. It was just a simple wooden room that have small space that could accommodate my small bed. But I was thankful for this because some of the people here were sleeping under the oak tree. A young girl appeared and she was resemblance to Claire's face. Actually, they were look-alike. Hi. Good morning. Tea. This is your tea. Ms. Hillary. Her small sweet voice made me smile. She put the cup of tea on the right side of my bed. She tilted her head down when she that I'm staring at her. Thank you kid. I said as I stretched my arm to touch her soft blonde hair. Hum. The young girl nodded as a reply. I took the tea and sipped it. Madam told me to bring you at the training ground after you take your tea. She added, and I saw from her face the innocent eyes that talking to me. I halted what I'm doing. Okay. It will not take too long, I said, giving her a sweet smile. And after a while, she led me toward the massive tent. I entered and I saw the old lady from last night. Are you ready? Her voice echoed and I nodded my head as a response. She smiled and the surrounding changed. I was now surrounded by lichens. My heart beats fast as I looked around me. There were so many and I remembered about the lichen that I encountered before. However, the lichens in my front were just a hallucination created by magic. Use your inner self to defeat them. Your blood will tell you everything you need to know. Just calm yourself and seek for it. Her husky voice entered my ears. I closed my eyes but I still heard the sounds of the lichens around me. I felt they were real. I need to overcome this fear and find the true power inside me. Go. Her voice echoed again and I sharpened my ears to know the enemies. This was just a test but I need to know the capability of my power. Thud. I successfully dodged the attack of one enemy without moving from where I am standing. I could feel my blood circulating around my veins. And when I opened my eyes, I felt the gravity pulling everything up to air. I could use my hands and eyes to bring them wherever I wanted. Is this real? I muttered when a small twigs of a tree float at my front and I really felt the connection between us. And how ridiculous because I could easily get it by moving hand toward me. Thud. But before I caught it, it fell on the ground. Accompanied by its sudden fall from the air to the dirt, the lichen jumped to attack me. Shit. I muttered as I rolled on the ground to dodge again. And I forget my witch power. Only my werewolf's sense helped me to survive. I quickly stood to continue what I'm planning. I readied myself. Quickly focused at the enemies. I opened my palm wide and released the power within me. I felt a strange ability coming out. Arg. I forced myself to fight the enemies and they finally sent away by the great force that come out on my hand. Great. The old lady complimented me with a round of applause. I just smile a bit because I really wondered how it happened. I averted my gaze away from her and looked at my hand. It was shaking a bit. I did not expected that I would defeat them by one hit. I suddenly remembered about the Desdemonian. If this is the real power of the witch, why they still ruined by the werewolves? Is the Desdemonian leader who named Trainer was a witch also? I asked myself because if the witch power could slay that Lycan easily, so they could also kill Desdemonian. But the problem was the real identity of the leader. Madam. Can I ask something? Is Trainer a werewolf or not? Madam Hiwagamawari suddenly turned taciturn. She sat silently and let a moment pass before she replied. Trainer is a very clever boy. He managed to convince us to teach him about magic. We helped him but he used it for a bad doing. We punished him and it created a conflict between us. He went to human world and he learned science and technology there. And when he came back, he destroyed my tribe and told us that werewolves ordered him. And we almost live a lie when we started to believe on what he said. Hiwaga replied. Her voice was low, showing a deepest sorrow. I felt her since I was been betrayed by the people I trusted the most. So, he used what he learned to kill the tribe? I asked to get more information. Yes. He was with the hundreds of werewolf that kill my people. And until now, we still blaming werewolves. But we did not even realize that even them are also betrayed by his clever plan. I knitted my eyebrows and I thought about what she say. And before another training happened, I did a speculation about that unknown enemy identity. What if the man that I encountered last time is the Desdemonian leader? What if he know me? What if I met him already? Questions sprout on my mind. I felt nervous in his real identity. Here. You need to be safe. They are now mixing the magic and science. They are planning to rule our world. You need to find him and make him perish before he overruled the world. Hiwaga said and I felt the truth behind, third-person POV. Inject the drug. Feel the power that now in our hands. Boo-wah-ha-ha-ha. The devil-like laughter echoed around the entire massive dark cabin. The people who gathered here were now drowned with drugs that they inject into their bodies. The people looked like a group of hooligans because of their horrible appearance. Where is our next target? My hands are itchy. I feel it want to kill somebody again. The horrible voices of men sounded throughout the entire room. All of them were having fun taking the drugs that slowly entering their body. Easy men. Tomorrow is our lucky day. The campaign is now ended tomorrow. And I'm pretty sure that the people are gathered in the same location. We will kill everyone who supported the Abrams heir. Another man with a low and husky voice uttered. He was sitting in the darkest part of the cabin. That's great. The men shouted for joy as they made a horrible laugh again. We need to make sure that no one will go home alive if they are the supporters of the other party. The unknown man added and his white teeth were seen even in the dark when he smirked. He drank a glass of wine as he kept on watching the men injecting the drugs into their bodies. And not a further second, the horrible loud yelp. Arg! Everyone in the cabin who injected drugs growled in pain as they suffered from the reaction of the drugs on their body. And while they were rolling in pain, the unknown man grinned widely seeing his men in that situation. It's starting. Kek. He muttered as he drank again a final drop. Suddenly, The cabin were filled by the horrible yelp, and after a moment of pause, their yelp turned as a growl. Finally, the unknown man uttered as he stood to see his men's new appearance. Their weak body before turned as a muscular one that really shows strength. Their height added and their body turned massive and broad. They really looked like a badass. Their intimidating aura were become terrifying when they turned into a massive grey wolf. "Go and show your new self," the unknown man added as he stood firmly. His face was covered by black mask and a dark sunglasses. He walked around and as he ordered the werewolves to run away to chase other wolves to kill. Thud. The werewolves run faster and they looked like a whirlwind as they made a boisterous wind as they jumped from the high window one by one. They were eager to kill because their eyes were filled by anger and the thing that's so-called drugs. They were now modified kind of wolves. Kawahahaha. Sorry Hillary Vermont, but I think your money can't win against us. Unknown man laughed when he finally saw the numbers of werewolves coming out from the cabin. "Welcome nightmare," he added, and he could not restrain from laughing. He danced like a weird crazy man as he drank his wine. And just threw it away like a useless thing. Severus's POV. After we left here in the Holoxian tribe, there was no vacant moment that I did not worry about her safety. I knew she was strong, but that kind of people that's so untrustworthy made me not to feel sleep. Even a slumber was so greedy to visit myself. It was late at night but I was still in my balcony, wishing to the goddess for here's safety. And I do always wishing for my victory for being a king, since tomorrow was the last day for my chance to educate the people about my advocacy. I took a deep breath in the cold air. The night was too dark for me to stay here alone. Only the starry night enlightened my world. "I hope you are okay, my mate," I said as I held the glass of champagne. "Prince, what are you doing?" Gamma Elias asked me by mind link. "Why? Is there a problem?" I said seriously. "Yes. And the king want to talk with you," he replied, and I felt that there was a very important thing that my father wanted to say, since it's too rare that he called me this late night. And he did not do it for a sudden without any heavy reason. "Okay. I'll go after you," I said and left my champagne unfinished. I stood and went downstairs. And from the second floor of our pack house, I saw my father talking with the armies. I knitted my eyebrows when I sensed madness toward my father's voice. Suddenly, Leo came, holding my suit since I just wearing my pajama and white sleeveless shirt. "Father? What is the problem?" I asked, wondering. "The hooligans are back. They destroy the campaign arena. I already sent the armies there but no one came back to report the situation there," my father angrily said, and he slammed the table with his strong fist. I was put in surprised when I heard him. I knew that it would be happen since the real enemies were still unknown, but at this moment, I thought we could find them easily. "Don't worry, father. I will go there with my armies. I will tell you immediately everything if I reach the arena," I said as I stood firmly. "Let's wait first their report. It is dangerous for you to go there, especially you are the candidate," my father replied, but I could not wait to go there. Because the hooligans will really go beyond their limit. I thought that we need to hurry up finding the real culprit. "But father, they are almost ruined the world we have," I retorted. "It's because of the witch. They use dark magic to order the hooligans to attack us to take revenge." I suddenly threw my gaze at him, upon hearing that shit ideology from him. "Dad. The witches don't know what's happening here. They are just a victim of the Desdemonian pack and they are the real enemy," I shouted, and it made my father feel surprised. I expected this reaction from him, so I was ready for the explanation. Severus POV. "What do you mean?" my father retorted, and I took a deep breath before I told him everything I knew, since he was empty-minded that I already met the Hulaxian tribe. "Father, I know you will never believe me, but I already meet them. They told me that they don't have any connection to the hooligans that ruined the other packs," I replied, but seemed like my father did not believe me. "Are you out of your mind? They are our enemy, the lowest of the low. They wanted to destroy and stand out in this world because they are nothing but their evil power," my father angrily uttered. I knew he was mad at them, but I need to tell him everything. "No, Dad, actually he is now in the Hulaxian tribe to train," I said, that which made my father felt shocked. "What? Is Mr. Vermont know this?" he growled at me, and I just nodded my head as a response. I knew he was worried about Here's safety. He widened his eyes and I was sure he could not believe on that. He turned taciturn. "Sorry to say, Dad, but I think we are all misconception about the real intent of the witches. Here is now doing her best to create the world that ruined by the misunderstanding," I replied, and my father suddenly thought about that. My father did not talk for a moment. He just playing with his fingers while thinking what I said. "Father, I need to go. I decided to stand because I have something to do to fight the hooligans." But when I was about to stand, he grasped my hand and said, "I believe you, my son. But I did not know how to help you, and here, all I can do is to put all my support to the both of you," my father said, and I felt happy hearing that. "Your support is our greatest companion to win the battle, Father." "Thank you." I tapped his hand and he smiled at me. "Anyway, I think it's time to go. I need to buy time to fight them." "Okay. I will send our armies before you go. Just call me no matter what is the situation is," he said, and I immediately leave the area. The armies moved first. Gamma Elias and Beta Leo were with me. We went the arena as soon as possible to reach out the hooligans. "Prince, what if Alpha Gregor planned this to make you lost in the campaign?" Beta Leo said. "How it would be if that arena is where the campaign take place tomorrow. For sure he is now also worried about the location." Gamma Elias replied, and I thought he have a point, since we Alpha Gregor used the place together. And he would not ruin the arena for his own sake. Sigh. No matter the intention of that fucker. For sure he will not plan to destroy the arena. I jumped on their conversation. What if? We don't know the flow of his mind. And he is your enemy in every angle, not only in the campaign. For sure he will do everything to make your career as ruin," Leo said, emphasizing how devil-doers was Gregor. "Nah. He will never act that way. Because he is now cleansing his name for the people," Elias uttered. I was little bothered by what they talking about. But at this moment, I need to capture even one of the hooligans. Because if their DNA was accurate to the recent hooligans that I examined before, they were connected to one pack that's still anonymous for us. Suddenly, I smelled the different smell that I was familiar with. "Wait. Did you smell that?" I asked the other two, and they stopped the car. "Yes," Elias replied as he hit the brake. We looked around, but only TBE darkness overfilled the area. "It's gone." But after a moment, the smell was vanished. We also empty-minded where and when we smell that scent. I opened the door to know who was around. But Elias stopped me to get out. "Prince. It's dangerous to go outside. Let's go," he said, and I agreed because I really empty-minded who might be the one that would show in the dark. We continued driving until we reached the arena. But even we did not mind the scent, it was still fresh in me. I would find that person after this. "Prince Severus. The hooligans are coming." One of the armies came as he kept on shouting. He was bathed in blood and his clothes was ruined. He have a big bite mark on his arms and for sure he would die after a few hours because of blood lost. "Hurry. Move," I shouted when I saw the army laying on the ground after one of the hooligan werewolves give him a strong bite force. I jumped out from the car to help the other. I need to stop this bullshit war by searching the real devil. And despite of what my father told me, I immediately formed as my wolf. I need to search the scent from this battlefield. Grr. I sharpened my teeth and my fangs grew longer. I jumped toward one of the hooligans by darting my feet from the ground. I place my fangs against its throat and his loud yelp echoed around. His blood spurted from his dirty body and I smell again the stingy blood that looked like a rotten flesh. To my surprise, Elias shouted, "Prince. Behind your back." I quickly turned around and I saw a massive werewolves. It jumped from the air and it immediately get closer to me. I quickly dodged the werewolves before he made a deep wound on my skin. "What do you think of me, huh?" I thought as I hit its abdomen where his weak point was located. But when I tried to hit him, I felt the tightness of his abdominal part. And instead of sending him away from me, he stood still. What the hell is this monster? I'm sure that I hit him in his weak part. How it can be? Third-person POV. Severus gritted his teeth in anger as he glared at the massive werewolf that kept his feet on the ground. Severus scratched his feet on the dirty ground as he readied himself to attack the enemy. "Come and show what you got, Prince. I know you are the one that killed my comrades. Now show me how strong you are." "Kek," the black werewolf said with annoying tone of voice. Thud. Thud. The steps of the approaching enemy heard while the surrounding were filled by the sound of the roaring wild yelp heard along the arena. The armies jumped from their car to fight the other hooligans. They were fighting with all their forces after knowing how strong the enemies. The dead bodies scattered and they were mostly the armies that the king sent before. Grrrrrrr. Severus sharpened his nails to make a deep wound against the enemy. "Prince. Focus. They are not just a normal enemies. They are all enhanced by drugs," Elias shouted again while he was kept on fighting the other enemy. Severus did not reply as he heard what Elias told at him. He already knew that the enemies were all modified since he conducted secret research about the enemies. Severus ran faster as he could to make a good force toward the opponent. "First of all, I hate a pushover werewolf that uses drugs to become strong," Severus muttered and he grabbed the back feet of his enemy to lost its balance. Thud. And he succeeded on what he planned. But even he used to drag the enemy, it doesn't matter when the enemy stood again. It ran and jumped toward Severus. But when Severus knew that there was enemy that coming again, he dodged it by rolling on the ground before he stood. They rolled over and over the dirty cold ground. But they were still could stand alone. Ignoring the pain that they felt because of the deep scratch from their skin. Severus's POV. It really hard for me to fight him since he have a great strength and fighting ability. Also, His flesh was tightened and the muscle in his body was hard. My breath was panting heavily as I used to move from place to place. "I told you, Prince. We are not just a mere wolves like you," the enemy said while he's stepping around me. His annoying voice really make me mad. His desperate personality that wanted to taste my power would be easy because I would be his worst nightmare after this. To shut the mouth of that man up, I sent him flying with a powerful kick after I ran toward him. I hit him right on his stomach, sending him rolling furiously on the ground before finally landing on the cold ground. From the distance, one could see him close to death since he was still moving. And before he stood, I darted on the ground and stepped his stomach. The blood spurted out from his mouth and its stingy smell made me shook my head. "Shit. Your freaking personality with stingy blood smell need to vanish quickly," I muttered, and I growled as I decided to end his life at this moment. I opened my mouth wide and put my sharp fangs and teeth against his neck. I bit it with all my force and I taste the blood that he have. I stepped his stomach hardly as I bit the neck to remove it from his body. The men in the area could only widen their eyes, obvious that they couldn't believe what they had just seen, mostly some of the armies and hooligans. Some of the enemy had their smiles frozen, thinking that they were just seeing things so impossible. And silence engulfed the entire place. It took a good while before all the other men in the area who had seen the sudden occurrence to react on what had just happened. And when they did, it was already too late. "Attack them!" I shouted loudly as I saw how the enemies become statue for losing one of their great warrior. So with their worried expression remaining on their face, my comrades sent them flying before they could have the chance to know what was going on. Swoosh! Crash! Surprisingly, beating those guys was quite good to feel. I was having pleasure sending them flying using our own fist. This feeling was really too good. With the thought of having the pleasure to beat those people, I started beating them up into a pulp one by one. Some of them who pissed me greatly were unlucky enough to receive my wrath as they finally suffered their end. It only took me less than 5 minutes before I completely subdued all the people there. Every one of them was either unconscious or was lying weakly on the ground with broken bones, deep wounds, or even missing body parts. And right now, "You will never win, Prince." The last enemy I had beaten up badly was still making me annoy. His body was full of blood and deep wounds, his red eyes were just kept on glaring, and I did not have any choice but to kill him. "I'm so sorry, but you are still wrong," I said with nonchalant expression. Thus, I slammed his head on the cold ground before he responded. His blood wet the ground, and Gamma Elias was surprised as he got closer with Leo. "Tell to the king that we resolve the wrath here. But there is no remain alive to question them about this," I ordered, and we left the arena messed up. Whoosh! But suddenly, before we about to go, I smell again the familiar scent. And I'm pretty sure that I was not wrong in guessing it. Who? Gregor. What are you doing here? Why are you hiding yourself while our arena is now messed up? Do you know about this? I thought, wondering as I scan the area. Here's POV. Arg. I rolled over the dirty ground as I felt the great force coming from the invisible power from the witch leader. Even she was old, her power was really great that sent me away from my recent location. It's been 3 days since I started to use my dark magic, but she was still strong. I could not use my power very well after I locked my wolf to use magic very well. And aside from me, I met other youngster who were willing to learn magic. They were all good in fighting and their magic was better than me. Stand here. Stand. The leader shouted and even my knees were shivering. I stood slowly, holding one of my knee to support my left foot to stand. Can you still fight, Miss Hillary? One of the Holoxian guard asked me. I just nodded my head as a response and I quickly stood to continue the battle. We were been 6 hours fighting against each other but I couldn't win against her. I need to focus here so they can give me freedom to take rest. I muttered at myself as I stared at the leader. Miss Hillary. I know you can still remember our deal, right? Hiwaga shouted as she stood firmly from afar. Yes. I briefly replied. And I prepared myself again for the battle. I felt again the force from my body. It flowed around my entire body. Antewa. I pronounced the spell that could give me a power to elevate everything around me. And after I said that words, the stones around me raised from the ground. Laki ulabas pigmabon. The stones sent away toward the direction of the leader and before she noticed my attack, I made another spell so she could not win against me. For sure Hiwaga Mawari was surprised about my new skill, even that spell was my first spell that I used to learn by myself. Whoosh! And like what I expected, she was put in surprised seeing the stones flying toward her. She quickly dodged and blocked my way as she moved faster toward me. You are great here. But for now, I will let you to take a rest. See you later here. Third-person POV. And along her journey here, not even a single person dared to flaunt their strength in her presence. People would either avoid eye contact, ignore her, or stay away from her as soon as possible. That was also why when she arrived in this place yesterday, it became hard for her to ask for direction. Whenever she asked, and people saw her appearance, they would immediately leave in a hurry as some people wouldn't even put any attention to her as if she was just a wind. That only meant that no one wanted to fight her and was scared of her. Jenna was helpless as she only thought for that reason. She even blamed herself for being too strong to the point that people around her were too scared to talk with her. Never had she thought in her mind that people in that place just didn't want to bother with anyone to avoid unnecessary trouble. And looking at her beggar appearance, they were afraid that the old beggar was protecting her. That was why no one dared to take a risk and make anything funny to her. In any case, Jenna was helpless when people ignored her even when she showed her puppy eyes. She even thought to give up asking and just find the purple mist forest on her own since everyone was too scared of her. But her thought of giving up suddenly disappeared when she saw Sael flaunting his amazing control and his weapon energy. When she saw him, her fighting spirit had immediately raised to the highest level as she didn't think anything much and thought that he was trying to find someone to fight. Finally, she found someone with guts and capability. That being said, Jenna immediately rushed towards the other party like a terrifying beast hunting for prey. In her mind, after she beat this kid up and proved her superiority, only then would she ask for a direction. Meanwhile, Dugo Zugot and Sael and Selmo looked at each other before they simultaneously took a nod. It was evident that they had silently sent a message as they could understand each other just by looking into each other's eyes. Look, a flying fried chicken! Sael and Selmo suddenly shouted in shock as he pointed his forefinger behind Jenna. What did you say? Where? Jenna was surprised to hear such words as she hurriedly turned around to look for the flying fried chicken with anticipation. But when she found nothing and only plenty of people walking past each other, She soon turned around to see the two kids. However, her expression had immediately turned dark when she turned around. She gritted her teeth and clenched her fist before she roared furiously, "Where do you think you are going? How could these two dare to use fried chicken to trick her and run away pretty fast? They didn't even give a warning as they suddenly left her with their dust behind. This was certainly unforgivable. Stop you two," Jenna roared again as she ran after them. But seeing how far away they were, she couldn't help clenching her fist and teeth even more harder. This time, her veins had even popped out on her fist and forehead. And shortly after, her lips formed a terrifying and frustrated smile as she boosted her speed and roared again, "I will definitely kill you too." Meanwhile, Dugo and Sael had quick feet as they ran away from the brute girl without hesitation. Although Sael could run faster since he had energy to spare, he chose to follow the speed of Dugo. But of course, their speed was still more than enough to leave Jenna behind. Third person's POV. The crowd were gathered in the gymnasium because the arena was still under investigation after it destroyed by the hooligans. Severus was sitting next to his Gamma and Beta. Gregor was also there, sitting peacefully, and he was with his own Gamma and Beta. He kept on wearing his smile as he greeted all the people that entered the gymnasium gate. The famous personnels were also there. They were here to witness the new king. All of them were wealthy who owned properties, and one of them was Mr. Vermont. Meanwhile, the king was sitting seriously between the two. He was waiting for the new successor of his throne. The king did not show any favor during the campaign because he knew that the goddess would send good king for all the werewolves. The gymnasium filled with people who were willing to witness the result. The king stood and made some pleasantries to make some introduction. The people felt a little bit of excitement while the other felt sad when they knew that there would be a new king. "And today, we will meet our new successor king. Let's meet him in 1, 2, 3. The king shouted in joy and he started to toss the ball of the voters. Severus looked at the king as he saw from his peripheral vision that his opponent grinning at him secretly. He shook his head, but he did not feel any anger toward Gregor because he kept on looking for the scent that he smelled last night. "Prince, did you find him?" Leo asked as he kept his eyes at the crowd. "No. His smell is out of here. I don't know, but I can sense his familiarity. Even his smell is not present. Maybe he hiding his smell to watch my steps. I really don't know if he is our enemy or not," Severus muttered so no one would know what they were talking about. "Don't worry, Prince. Elias is now ordering the guards to tighten the security. He also ordered them to trace the smell that we sensed last night," Leo whispered, and he leaned again on the chair. "Thank you. Just focus on our goal. We need to know the identity of that man. For sure he have a reason why he acting strange. He is good in hiding, so be alert always," Severus whispered, and Leo tapped Severus's shoulder. "By the grace and the one that choose by our goddess. Our new king is not other than." The crowd were all waiting for the announcement. They were kept on shouting the name of the person they want the most. All of them were wishing for the victory of their king. Severus could not deny the nervous that he felt at that moment. Meanwhile, Gregor sat firmly, seeming like he was sure for his victory. He glanced at Severus and gave him a brief smile. "King Severus Abram of the Crimson Blood Pack," the king shouted, and the entire gymnasium were filled very happy hearing the result. Clap. 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 Long live new king. Long live for King Severus. Long live. All of them give a round of applause except to those who wanted Gregor as their king. They raised their eyebrows, proving their disapproval for the result. But because Severus was their new king, they need to be polite and give respect to the result. They stayed still until Severus took the succession ceremony. Severus stood wondering how he won. He knew that he did not show great for the campaign, but how could it be happen? But because this was also his dream, he happily took the chance to help here. The king shook hand with his son. He was so proud that Severus inherited the position of being a king. He knew that Gregor put all his efforts for the position and Severus was so lucky to win against him. Son, my king. I really proud of you. King give him a warm hug. He tapped Severus's back when their body met. Thank you, father. This is my privilege to become your successor. Everything I have for now is because of you and here. Thank you for supporting me. Severus thanked his father. Hope that goddess will guide you, King Severus. Previous King Ansel said, and he departed from Severus. Severus went to the middle of the stage and he pronounced the oath of being a king after Ansel passed it to him. Everyone was happy except Gregor, who could not accepted the result. But he acted like he was still okay, and after Severus received the throne, Gregor stepped closer to Severus and greeted him. He congratulated Severus for winning the position. Congrats, King Severus. May goddess guide you. Gregor smiled as he shook hand with Severus. Thank you, Gregor. Actually, I never expected this victory. Severus replied with a smile. He looked at Gregor carefully and he saw something behind Gregor's shirt that located on his right chest. What happened to you? Why did you have that fresh scar? Severus asked. Gregor looked at the direction where Severus talking about. This is because of my hard training. It is shallow, so don't have to worry. Gregor said, and he swiped his shirt. Ah. That's good. Train hard, mister. Gregor. Severus replied, and he let Gregor to say his final goodbye. Anyway, I have something to do. Once again, congrats. Gregor uttered, and he stepped back before he left the area without looking back. I will find out your real identity, Gregor. I know that you have something fishy that's still on your chest box. Severus thought as he followed Gregor by his eyesight. King. Congrats. Long live to you. Severus looked back as he heard the familiar voice calling him. And when he looked back, he was stunned as he saw the one who approaching. Is this real? How can it be? Severus muttered as he kept on waiting the person to get closer. Third person POV. ARGH. Why that bastard win against me? Gregor shouted as he came back home. All of the people were busy. He was drinking alcohol alone. In the dark side of his mansion, his eyes glared furiously. His eyes were red as he grinned his teeth in anger. I will never let this world ruin by them. I will be on top of this world. I will be on the top of the chain. He growled as he poured another glass of champagne. Icarus. He called his gamma and his voice echoed around the massive room. I'm here, Alpha Gregor. What do you need? Icarus asked as he quickly went toward his master. Tell to our hunters and armies to spread nightmare this coming night. Everywhere. Kill those who will interfere our plan. Gregor shouted, but Icarus was still standing. Thud. The glass of wine scattered on the floor when Gregor threw it badly. Why you are not moving, idiot? Go and do whatever I want, Gregor shouted angrily, but his gamma stayed calm and polite. Pardon. But what if the new king know that you are the reason why the small packs are destroyed? What will we do? He is now powerful and he can order everyone to vanish our pack. Icarus replied, worrying about their pack. You fucker. We have many assets and I already made a plan. I prepared this moment, win or loss. The nightmare will be happen. Gregor shouted, and his evil reaction suddenly turned as a horrible laughter. Boo-wah-ha-ha-ha. Icarus nodded his head and he went to the dean where the numbers of men were waiting. They were injecting something on their body and their appearance turned horrible. Men. Prepared yourself for our attack this night. Destroy everything and ruin their celebration. Show no mercy and kill anyone who interfere us, Icarus shouted, and the entire room were filled with horrible laughter. Don't worry. We will pleasure our alpha. The hunter leader said, and his troop laughed wildly. Make sure that the assets will give us support. Go to them and tell them our plan. And deliver them our product as soon as possible. Icarus uttered, and he went to the another dean to tell the other groups what was Gregor's plan. And everyone were having fun after hearing their target place. They were looked like a flies that searching for the lights. They were all craving for the lives of the other. Before the moon shone brightly, Gregor's army pack were already prepared themselves. All of them could not accept that Severus won, even they did everything to make their alpha won. They paid media to broadcast the good things that Gregor did. At that night, they went to the wealthy family to get some support of their attack. They brought the product that able to strengthen their muscles and ability to fight without being tired. They were really prepared, but they make sure that there was more surprised that they would prepared if Severus knew that Gregor was the mastermind of all evil. Long live our king! The musical instrument filled the entire Crisman Bloodhouse pack. All of them were happily greeted the king for his victory. But even the entire place were filled with happiness. Severus was still looking for someone. He scanned the area, but even the area were filled with lights. Severus did not mind how happy this night because here was still not there. Yes, he felt happy when he saw Alejandro was okay with Andrasi. Even Alejandro was really glad seeing them this morning, but the only person that made him feel better was here. King Severus, why here is not here? Where is she? Alejandro asked as he looked around. Severus forget that Alejandro have no idea where was here. I'm so sorry, but if you did not know, here went to the Holoxian tribe to train magic. She was still there, and I'm sure she will be happy if she know that I won against Gregor. Severus said, and Alejandro knitted his eyebrows hearing that from Severus. Is she alone? What if her life get in danger? Alejandro asked, but Severus tapped his shoulder and replied. You don't have to worry, Alejandro. She is okay there because she was the real granddaughter of the Holoxian head chief. Severus replied, but Alejandro was not satisfied. Even if she is still alone and she needs someone to be with there. It's pretty dangerous there. Alejandro said, worrying about here. Severus did not speak again since he knew that Alejandro lost his wolf because of witchcraft, and until now, his wolf was still not present to his body. I know how you care about her. But I put my trust to her. For sure, she will protect herself for our dream. I wish that she was here seeing me in this situation. Making our first step toward the dream world that we all wish to have. To think that he would last 3 hours with that bitch. He really felt good and satisfied. That bitch was really great. Which was why he didn't stop fucking her even when she finally passed out. Wearing his undershirt like nothing had happened, Janus then tied his necktie to him. Looking at the mirror in front of him, he couldn't help but let out a bright smile. What a handsome human being I am, Janus muttered to himself, shaking his head slowly like he couldn't believe it at all. Well, he truly was handsome. His eyebrows were dark and thicker than average people, making him look attractive and appealing. Adding the small scar on his right eyebrow, he even looked more manly and charming, but at the same time, savage. Putting that aside, his deep green eyes, which looked like an emerald gem shining in the deep, also looked so attractive that they could stun most girls with just a glance. His chin and jaws were as though chiseled like a fine craft, as his lips and smile could as though melt the very soul of any woman. On top of that, he also looked strong with his well-built body. For men, he looked scary and threatening. But for ladies, he looked awesome and hot. He also had this strange aura exuding naturally from him, making anyone feel like they were inferior beings. Here's POV. Miss here, I think you have a great improvement as you make your first step here. And I see how your ability really show how great is your bloodline. We elders decided to give you the chances to learn the magic. And I want to ask you, what magic you want to learn? The witch leader said, and I really surprised after hearing that. I did not know what magic I need, but I thought that it's better to have an ability to summon and made a medicine to help our world. Leader Mawari, I think I made up my mind. I replied, but I did not speak it directly to her. And she gave me freedom to take rest. Actually, I did not know the things that happening outside the place. Even I knew that it was the last day of the campaign. And after another hard training, I went to my room wearing the clothes that the young girl gave to me. It really made me feel thought who was the real owner of this clothes. I miss my mate. I think Mawari will let me to go to our world. I thought since I almost made a perfect magic trick for almost a week that was here. Here. Mawari called you. My deep thought was suddenly interrupted as I heard someone calling me in the outside. And when I opened the door, I saw the guardian of the leader standing outside. I will go after you, I said, and I followed them through the cabin in the middle of the woods. Greeting to you, Leader Mawari. As I know, you called me? What is your intent? I said politely. Because I decided to give you a time to go back to your world. I will send my guardians to guide you until you reached the boundary. Mawari said, and I really felt that I'm floating in the cloud nine as I heard her saying that. Is that true? I widened my eyes as I asked again. I saw her smiling and the white surrounding covered us for a moment. Here is the way toward your world. I'm hoping that you will be successful. I will pray to your goddess to help you whatever you takes. Mawari blessed me and I felt happy, giving me a hope to become my protector. Don't worry. I will do my best. But please, let me know what I need to improve before I go. I asked and she tapped my shoulder twice. Nothing. Because your ability is really increasing itself. But please be careful using the magic, because even we are good in using that, our body can crash if we forced ourselves. I nodded my head after noting every words she said. I knew that it was really hard to control magic, but I will do my best to become a better witch. I understand it, Leader Mawari. Thank you for this opportunity. Don't worry, if we succeed, I will come back here to unite our world again. I promised and she happily agreed with that. Okay, go and be safe. I will entrust everything to you. This is the way out, and be safe. The leader pointed out the way and I saw 4 guardians walking with me. They were walking with nonchalant expression and I thought that they were like walking statue. After a while, the white surrounding turned into a field. I looked around and I happily recalled the place. It was the place where the gate was located to reach the other world. But after a while, I heard a cold voice saying, "Pronounce this and you will reach the first destination you want to go." "Thank you," I replied, and I pronounced the spell after him as I closed my eyes. Lagusane Buksan. I had a Dako Super Arunan. Anyon na. And when I opened my eyes, I clearly heard the sound that made my heart beat fast. I went closer and when I looked back, the guardians were not there. Only trees and unfamiliar personalities were there. This is the Crimson Blood Pack. Does it mean Severus is here? If I'm right, I want to see him. Third-person POV. The beat of the music heard again. And like what happened before, the crowd were happily drinking wine around the event. They were happily talking about Severus's victory and all of them were his supporters. Meanwhile, Here was walking toward the event. She was wearing the same clothes as before as she finally reached the entrance. She looked around and the crowd staring at her as she passed by. Is she the Vermont heir? Why she wearing that kind of clothes in King's celebration? One rich woman. The muttering of the people were not escape from Here's ears. But she did not mind them. Only she knew was King Ansel have celebration. She walked away and the pleasing aura faced her as she sensed Severus. Here. The voice of a man called her and when she looked around, she saw Mr. Vermont happily greeted her. Grandpa. I miss you so much. Here happily said and she embraced him tightly. Why are you here? What is the event here? She asked wondering as she looked at her grandpa, empty-minded. Before I answer that, I think you need to take some bath. You smell stingy, sweetie. Mr. Vermont said, smiling at his own joke but seemed like Here did not enjoy that kind of words as she frowned her lips. Grandpa. You are so annoying. Here said and she followed her grandpa toward the another room. Mr. Vermont have his own maid and he own a good fashioned clothes and even he did not know when Here would come, he already called his maids to prepare Here's clothes for this event. And even Here did not have any idea why people were gathered, she let her grandpa to do whatever he planned. They entered in the massive room and Here really amazed at the new arrival clothes. Grandpa, is this all your design? Here asked as she touched the finest dress that she see from her entire life. Yes. But all of this is all yours. You will choose one if this expensive dress this night. Mr. Vermont said and Here was really confused about the real happening. Here scanned the area and she saw lots of finest dress hung on the wall. All of them were created by the famous designer and it cost a lot of praise. Here walked in the middle of the room and from the last row of clothes, the gloomy dark silk dress caught her attention. She walked slowly, staring at the sparkled beauty of the dress. It really enchanted her and it became beautiful as she saw it closely. Do you like that? Her grandpa asked her and she nodded her head as agreement. If you don't ask, that dress is designed by your grandmother. Fortunately, it became her masterpiece and not even wore for her lifetime. And because I want to make her happy, I hired good clothes maker to create it. Mr. Vermont said as he wore a bittersweet smile. I like that, Grandpa. I want to wear that this night. Here happily uttered and she let the maid to ge the dress for her. And when she touched it, she felt happiness inside her. Anyway, sweetheart, What happened to your training? I'm so sorry if I did not ask for it recently, but I want to ask you that," her grandpa said as he held Here's hand. "Grandpa. Now I know that they are not our enemy but the one who named Trainer. He is the reason why they decided to hide. However, when they tried to live peacefully, that man spread nightmare and they blamed the witches for that," Here said seriously, and the smile on her face turned blue. "And now you know that, you need to find that man. We need to stop his bad doing as soon as possible. But for now, you need to change because the event is still going. Mr. Vermont said. "Okay, Grandpa. Don't worry." Here stepped away from his grandpa and she took the direction toward the dressing room. After 20 minutes, Here was escorting by her grandpa toward the event. Every steps she made become lighter as she reached the main ball. The people praised her beauty as she wore the most beautiful design in fashion industry. Many of them give them way as she walked, and Severus' smell become sharper as she halted her stepped in the middle. "Grandpa. Is this the event of the new king?" she asked, wondering as she kept on scanning the area. Because she was really empty-minded about the things that happened around, even the victory of Severus was out of her mind. "You will see it, Mr. Vermont uttered, and they continued their way toward the stage. And finally, Here saw Severus sitting on the throne that the king used before. "Is this true? I can't believe this," Here muttered, and she kept her eyes at Severus, who was busy talking with Elias and Leo. "Severus. Congrats." She mind-linked Severus, who immediately turned around to see where was Here. His eyes were searching as he scanned the area. But because the area were filled with crowd that celebrating victory with him, he could not see the exact location of Here, but the excitement could not hide in his eyes. "Where are you? I want to see you here. I can't see you in this numbers of people. Please don't do this to me. I really miss you," Severus replied as he looked around. "Look around then. You will be amazed," Here said, and Severus happily followed what his mate said. Severus slowly looked around. And when he turned around, he felt something get into his shoulder. And he felt surprised seeing a moth flapping its wings on his shoulder. "It's beautiful, right?" Here said, and Severus knew that that voice were coming from Here. "Here?" Severus thought, and how amazement he felt as he saw Here standing beautifully. Her tantalizing eyes smile as she looked at her mate with passion. Here's POV. "His smell really make me feels good. I wanted to fasten my steps to reach his location. His face looked like a masterpiece of God. He was a living Adonis that perfectly graven by God's hands. I really missed him as time we separated for a few days. And that was one of my biggest struggle that could not let me fell sleep peacefully. I do always thinking about the things that he did, especially the campaign. I knew that he did not make a good campaign to help me from the hooligans. And I hoped that people would notice how he helped our world for peace. I stepped more until I finally reached the stage. I called his attention and I saw how he excitedly looked around to meet me once again. I contacted him and I summoned a moth to catch his attention. His smile was great present for my homecoming. He stood and took his steps toward me and I suddenly heard my grandfather whispered on my ear. "Go and congratulate him. Be polite to our new king." The voice of my grandfather made me feel surprised. I could not imagine that he would gain victory despite of all challenge that we encountered. I almost in tears seeing my mate near the position he deserved to be. I wanted to embrace him tightly and kissed him in front of this people. I halted my steps as he laid his hand to me. His smile awakened my dead souls and my heart beats again uncontrollably. I wanted to feel his heat and his warmth melted my heart. The wild beast inside me tamed as he looked at me sincerely. My future Luna. I'm so happy seeing you here, King Severus said, and he held my hand sweetly. I could not speak as he guided me toward the stage. All of the people in the area gave us way and honored the new king toward the stages. My hands kept on shaking because I never thought that it would happen. "Why are you shaking?" he asked me, and I stared at him for a moment. My eyes were still in this confusion. I can't imagine that you won against Gregor," I said, trembling in my voice, but he kept his hand in me tightly. And before I stepped into the stage, I looked back and I saw my grandfather cheering me from the distance. "Here. Can we talk later? I wanted to ask you more," Severus muttered, and I nodded my head while I kept my eyes at my grandfather, wearing a sweet smile. "Okay. I will. Actually, I never expected all of this. I'm so proud of you, my king," I said, and I felt the redness of my cheeks as I pronounced his new position. "Nah. All if this is because of you, here. If you did not help me, I'm nothing," Severus humbly said. That made me feel shy. And to bend our topic, I continued my steps toward his gamma and beta. "Here. You are so beautiful. Anyway, how long have you been here? You did not notice us," Elias said as he met Severus and I. "Actually, it is unexpected. I never thought that I will be here because I have a great training left in the Holoxian tribe, and how awesome since I am here, witnessing the victory of your alpha," I replied, and Elias smiled as he looked at Severus. "Take a sit, Ms. Here." Leo came and he gave me a seat. I smiled at him, and when I glanced at the other side of the area, I saw Alejandro with Andrasi. I kept my eyes at Alejandro and I felt pity for him when I remembered that he lost his wolf because of witchcraft. If witchcraft is the reason why his wolf is gone, maybe it will also be a key to summon his wolf. I thought deeply and I suddenly felt Severus' hand tapping my back. "What's wrong? Why you suddenly become taciturn? Do you want some drinks? Food? Or what?" Severus whispered, offering me some sort of choices. "Thank you, but I'm still full. Anyway, can I spare your time?" I said as I looked at him, who now sitting behind me. "Yeah. What is that?" he quickly said, and I did not waste my time for this precious night. Here's POV. "Did you know now the real enemy?" I asked him secretly. He looked around as he stood after pulling my hand gently away from the main stages. He looked at me meaningfully as we went to the back door. "Why?" I asked him as we reached the main door. He opened it and I was surprised for the next scenario. He pinned me on the wall and he stepped closer to me. I missed this moment. The moment that his hand touched mine, and how warm was his hand. Even his breath was warm as he spoke in my front. "Hillary. I missed you so much," he whispered, and I already felt the goosebumps that invading my entire body. His breath was intoxicating and I missed that from him. "What are we doing here?" I asked him, but before I spoke again, he grabbed my waist and our face get closer to each other. Seeming like there was invisible glue that stuck on our eyes because it really stuck in each other. And like what I thought, his lips touched mine. But I did not want to have this very intimate situation because all I want was to know the real enemy. Unexpectedly, he quickly scoured his tongue inside me. I felt the warmth of his saliva that wet my lips and dry throat. I could not move very well. Seeing him, a strange but alluring scent pulled me back to reality. For a moment, I felt my dead heart starting to beat again. It was an inexplicable feeling, similar to that of a withering flower being sprinkled with sweet water. He touched my thigh tightly and squeezed it harshly. I wanted to push him away, but the alluring aura of him let me stood like a statue. I let him kiss me while I let his tongue sipping again my mouth. His moan was sound sweet and it made mine ease lost its strength. The hardness of his bat was felt when he moved near me. It rubbed on my lower abdomen and it made me felt shiver. What is he planning to do? I asked myself as I kept myself calmed while he kept on doing that little shaky thing. Here. Severus whispered, and I could not resit my feelings toward him. He departed from me and I finally felt the presence that I'm craving for. Sev. Stop that. See, can we continue it later? I said because I have lot of things that wanted to ask him. But I miss you. Severus stuttered, pouting his lips. He looked cute, but it doesn't matter for this moment. I put my hands on his chest and tried to push him away to me. But he just stared at me and say, "This is King's order. Miss Hillary." I was a little stunned as he say that. And who I am to disobey the King's order? I did not move and I smiled a little after a moment of pause. I looked at the both end of his eyes and nodded my head. He smirked and it made me feel annoyed. How could this man used his position to give him my precious kiss this night? Okay. My Majesty. I whispered and he pointed my forehead as he smiled at me. He quickly scoured his tongue again in me and I did not let my guard down. Our tongue seemed like fencing inside as we felt the heat of our embrace. After a while, we finally reached the end of this pleasure. I smile as we still hugged each other. Say, King Severus. I'm happy seeing you again. I stuttered as I said. Me too, here. But I never thought that you will be here. Because I thought that you need to stay there for a month. Severus stated, and I stepped forward to sit down on the chair. I don't know why the clan's leader set me free. As long as I know, I fight her and she granted me an visitation in this world. I replied, which made Severus to knit his eyebrow, standing in my front. Does it mean that you gain too much power, that's why you can fight the leader? Because according to the history of the Holoxian tribe, only trained people that can fight the leader is those have a high possibility that they gain magical power easily. Severus explained, and I thought that he was right because no one dare to put their fingers on leader's clothes. I think I have the true nature of magical power. That's why I can enchant you. I uttered while giving him my wild personality. Sigh. Are you trying to seduce me, lady? He grinned and it really gives some butterflies in my stomach. He was such a naughty boy. And to remove the lustful topic between us, I asked him again. Nah. Speaking of which, did you find Claire? Severus shook his head and I was a little worried about her safety. Since, losing yourself in the midst of that place was such a nightmare for those who did not have any power. Severus POV. Gregor. I growled as I saw his face. I never thought that a person like him was the real mastermind for attacking my knight. Yes, I suspected him a moment ago, but I never thought that I would be right in guessing. He was really have a rotten personality. Yes, I am. And I'm her to get the right position that I belong to," Gregor uttered while his both hands were inside his pocket. His appearance was like a mafia boss because of his black suit and the numbers of guards behind him. After hearing him, I felt that he was now getting into my nerve. I stepped closer next to the wall where the alarm signal was attached. I secretly pressed it and the roaring sound alarmed my armies outside. "You bullshit!" Gregor was angrily shouted at me, accompanied by the sudden change of his appearance. He turned into a massive black wolf with a very broad body. I really put in shocked seeing his wolf for the first time. But when I looked at him directly, I was pretty sure that I met him before. However, it was not too clear for me to recognize when and where I saw him. After a moment of pause, I readied myself, and I don't have any option but to form as my wolf since they were now surrounded me. Suddenly, I heard some heavy footsteps coming toward me. And before I transform, a huge ash-gray wolf jumped toward me. I was stunned for the sudden appearance of this shit. Thud. But before the wolf get closer, a great sound interrupted us when my armies came to fight the wolves. "King," Elias shouted, but I did not put much care at him. I did not get off my eyes at Gregor, who was planning to escape. "Get lost, bastard," I muttered as I totally transformed as my wolf. Gregor jumped from the window as the moment that he saw me with my wolf. The broken glasses scattered around the hallway when he used it as his escape room. I ran faster as I could to chase him, but before I reached the window, the numbers of enemies blocked my way. "Where do you think you are going?" the cyan wolf asked me, gritting his teeth at me. "I don't want to fight you. But I think it's a right time to give you a lesson," I retorted, and I quickly jumped from my location. I opened my mouth and my fangs directly went to his neck. The great blood spurt from his neck and I immediately swayed. It took off from his body. The wolves around me were stunned as they saw their comrade laying on the floor headless. "Next," I said with nonchalant expression as I transform again as my human body. The wolves were looking at each other as they planned to attack me. But I did not let my guard down. Gamma Elias came and he managed to attack the wolves. He darted behind me and his heavy steps put surprise to the enemies. At that moment, I used that to chase Gregor from the outside. "Elias, I will entrust you this fight." I mind-linked him before I ran toward the direction where Gregor ran to. The surrounding was too dim, but thank for the bright moon because I could still see the path. I darted from tree to another while sensing the smell of Gregor's wolf. I reached the middle of the woods far from my pack house, but I still heard the growl of the enemies who was killed and attacked by my armies. I halted my movement for a while since I could not sense Gregor at this moment. But I was pretty sure that even hid himself, his identity was now doomed. He could not erase the fate that I knew him at last. And no matter where was his Dean, I will find his location to pay the loss that he brought for my people. "Where is he?" I muttered as I looked around, hoping that his rotten smell would be sent from nowhere. Whoosh! Suddenly, while I'm sitting on the top of the tree, I heard a sound of a wind passed by. I cleared my eyes and sharpened my ears. And while I was watching from the top, I smelled the familiar scent. What is she doing here? I slapped my forehead as I saw her running fastly. She looked like chasing someone from her movement. I thought that she was a great hunter. I immediately jumped to catch her, but I was really become statue as I saw her with a familiar guy. Is she betraying me at this moment? I asked myself as I kept on watching them in the distance. Panned. 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 The tiny beads of sweat were flowed down to her temple. Here and even her dress touched the ground. She just holding the skirt with her hand as she kept on running for something. Because after Severus left her in the room, she smelled the rotten blood of the enemies. Here looked at the window and she saw the numbers of wolves waiting in the outside. They were looked like predators waiting for their prey. And when Severus was not attended, she managed to find the way out. But the packhouse was surrounded by the high fence of glass window. She looked around but she noticed that it was too hard to get out. I think I need to use my witchcraft to make a way out of here. Here thought as she saw the thickness of the wall. She summoned a heavy object around her. Lumitankamesa. A heavy oak table was elevated and it stayed in the mid of the room before here controlled it to destroy the glass window repeatedly. Thud. And from the last stroke of the table on the wall, a big crack was created. This it is. She muttered in herself and she quickly darted on the floor toward the wall. And the glass scattered around as she successfully landed on the ground. Her dress was still fine as she kept on running toward the group of wolves. Hey fuckers. Why in this earth you visit the king's pack? Here asked the wolves who was surprised in her sudden appearance. Here stood firmly, and she let the wolves recognize her. Is there anyone who want to talk? Here asked, making a fuss out of the enemies. How dare you little piece of meat to come over here without any comrade? Do you want to feel the taste of death? A huge wolf appeared with its deep voice. It sound crazy. Here replied calmly as she gave a cold smile at the wolf. Grrr. This woman needs some lesson. Attack her and pull her tongue out. The wolves shouted angrily, gritted his teeth in anger. But here did not show any fear and she let the wolves attack her. The heavy steps were heard and the snapping sound of their teeth made the dark forest horrible. However, here crossed her arms in the front of her chest seemed like she ate worry about the huge sizes of the wolves that might tear her flesh apart. Show her no mercy. The wolf added and the enemies ran fast toward the same. Their heavy and sharp nails on their feet were pointed at the location where here was. Some of them ran straight while the others jumped toward here. Freeze. But before they reached the closer distance, they were all stayed in their position. They were stunned as they noticed that they could not move from their place. Hilary Monreal Vermont. The wolf recently widened his eyes as he recognized here's identity. He was shivering in his position as he saw his armies stuck in the mid-aid. There were something like a invisible glue that attached on their body that prevent them from moving. They were like a living statue that meant to become a displayed. You witch bastard. The wolf angrily growled at here. Do you want to be like them? Here asked the wolf who was not shivering his knees in anger. Sigh. I thought you are brave but. Why you look so pale? Don't worry, I will never hurt you if you will tell me who is the root of this malicious attack. She added as she walked gracefully in the middle of the frozen wolves. How dare you to threaten me like an idiot? You son of witch. The wolf angrily retorted which made here to chuckle. Hi. I never thought that there is a talkative man like you. Anyway. The pushover like you is not the kind of person I want to talk you. So if I decided to pull your tongue out, I can do that. So if you will shut your mouth. And only important thing will appear on it. Maybe I can spare you a life. Here seriously said as she glared at the wolf. Grrr. Only a snap of teeth was the answer that Here received from the wolf. And she slowly walked toward him and she used her witchcraft to shut the mouth of the wolf. "You have a bad breath, little puppy. Close it for a while, okay?" Here used her fingers to tame the wolf as she closed its mouth. But even the wolf wanted to move, there looked like a glue that attached on his mouth. He wanted to growl and fight Here, but he could not believe that his body slowly followed what Here wanted to do. Thud. Thud. Suddenly, Here's eyebrows knitted as she smelled something. The sound was coming toward her. The sound was getting closer and closer, and she left the wolf stuck on the ground and she waited the intruder wolf, Gregor, panting his breath as he reached the deep of the woods. He was running fast as he could to reach the location of his armies, who was now stuck on the ground because of Here's witchcraft. "Roxas! Give me the injector," he shouted, but only the woods and the deafening cold night heard him. "Where the fuck they go?" he added as he ground his teeth in anger. He walked around, sensing his comrade when Here came with her nonchalant expression. "You are Alpha Gregor, right? What are you doing here?" Here asked while she was standing on the flat surface of a rock. Gregor was surprised as he looked back and saw Here standing. Hillary. Hillary Vermont, right? Gregor responded, stuttering because he knew that Here was the heir of the Vermont. "Yeah. So why are you here, Mr. Gregor?" Here asked again, and it made Gregor to smile bitterly. "Why are you asking me that such thing? Is there any problem if I'm here? And if there was a problem, so why are you here?" Gregor retorted as he replied, giving Here a malicious look. "Alpha, why you are so hot-blooded this night? Anyway, I'm here for some reason," Here said as she smiled briefly. Gregor knitted his eyebrows after hearing Here's words. "So it's not my business. I have something to deal with," Gregor replied coldly, and he turned around to make his first step away from Here. "Take care, Alpha. There were a group of wolves there. They are not too easy to deal with," Here shouted, and it made Gregor to halt his steps. His eyes get widened, but he did not show any. "Shit. Is she encountered my guards?" Gregor asked himself, and he continued his steps away. When Here saw Gregor was gone, Severus came from the top of the tree a few moments later. "Who was that guy here?" Severus asked as he landed on the ground. "Severus, what are you doing here?" Here asked Severus as she was surprised seeing her mate in her front. "Don't sway the topic. What are you doing here with the enemy?" Severus retorted as he glared at Here. "Enemy? Does you mean that Gregor is the enemy?" Here asked, wondering. She never thought that she almost caught the enemy. "So that man is Gregor? Where did he go? We need to chase him," Severus said, and Here was really put in shocked. But the man named Trainer is our real enemy. And it really impossible that that weakling is the root of all evil. Gregor is a mere person that easy to defeat. Do how it could be happen?" Here asked, wondering. This is not the right time to think about that here because Gregor and Trainer are the same. They are just disguised as a weak one so we cannot notice their action. But for sure, their weak attack are just a part of their trick, Severus said, and Here suddenly thought about her mate's words. "So if you are right, I think we need to let them escape. Because I feel that Gregor are just using himself to be a bait. So if you chase him, he have a great plan for that. Maybe there is something that he prepared along our way, so we need to ensure our safety. Let them to escape and wait them to attack us first." Severus was stunned as he heard how witty was Here. He nodded his head and let the time flies. You are right here. We need to let our guard up and wait their troop to attack us. Let's go. We need to ask the survivor enemy to know where are their Dean. Severus held Here's hand and they ran again back to their home. From afar, they saw the numbers of Rouges that waited them. Are they still our enemies? Here asked as she saw the Rouges snapping their teeth. I don't know. Severus replied while he did not let his guard down. Here held Severus' hand and whispered. Don't worry. I can handle them. Severus shook his head and he stepped forward. Stay behind me here. Don't be stubborn. Severus retorted, but when he steps forward, the Rouges bowed, their head touched on the ground. Here and Severus were all surprised seeing the Rouges giving them respect. Long live to the new king. Severus knitted his eyebrows as he heard someone greeting him. And when he looked directly to the source of the sound, he was surprised as he saw Sion behind the pack of Rouges. Sion? What are you doing here? How is the event? Is there anyone get hurt? Severus asked continuously. Meanwhile, Gamma Elias and Beta Leo appeared and they halted their steps next to the Rouges. King Severus, the event is still ongoing. The enemies were unsuccessfully entered the main venue because all the trackers are blocked. So no one get hurt except some of our armies that fight against the wolves of Gregor. Gamma Elias responded and it made Severus to take a deep breath. Sigh. That's a relief. Severus sighed as he heard the good news. Anyway, why are you here, Sion? Severus added. King Severus. If you don't ask, Sion is the one who helped us to trace and block the devices on the event. Leo replied and Severus was really surprised. Sion. Thank you for your help. We really appreciate your good deed. Here spoke behind Severus and Sion was stunned as he saw Here. Here? Where is Claire? Sion asked as he looked around. Here's face turned gloom as a lonely night. I am so sorry, Sion. But Claire was escaped when we reached the Holoxian tribe and until now, we still empty-minded. Where did she go? Here replied and Sion suddenly turned serious hearing that. I think she chose to live her life alone. Sion added and he shook his head. Severus and Here looked at each other and they decided to go back to the event because many people wanted to see them together. I think we need to go back to the main event. See you later. Severus said and the armies bowed their head as their agreement. Severus guided Here toward the gate, but when they were about to enter, Sion spoke, which made the two to look back. When Sion saw that the two halted their steps, he ran toward them and whispered, Severus. Here. We need to talk something important later. Severus knitted his eyebrows and he stared at Sion as he replied, Okay, see you in the king's office at 11 p.m. Sion nodded his head and the two continued walking. Severus. What do you think does he wanted to say? Here asked as they walked through the hallway. I don't know. But I feel that it's all about the enemies that attack us recently. Severus replied seriously. There was no trace of fear in the tone of his voice. Sigh. No matter what. We need to know Gregor's next step because if I was right that he was trainer, we are all facing the great enemy. We seemed like facing the unleashed beast of the decades. Here replied as she took a deep breath. Don't worry. I already prepared the armies and I already seek the assets to gain full support to prevent their troop to come over this world. Severus said, and he opened the door toward the main event. "I'll be here, Severus. Don't worry." Here smiled sweetly. Severus just nodded his head and they entered the main ball. "Here. What's now?" Andrasi immediately approached with Alejandro. "We fix it properly. Anyway, did you caught the person who placed the devices here?" he asked, but Andrasi shook her head. "But we sent some of Sion's hacker to trace the information of its owner," Alejandro replied, and here looked at him meaningfully. "Why?" Alejandro was stuttering as he spoke as he saw her looking at him. "Is there any problem?" he added as he swept his face, thinking that there was a dirt on his face. "And nothing. I just can't believe that I will still see you standing here without enduring too much pain like before," Here replied as she gave a sweet smile at Alejandro. "Kiki. Same as you. But I was very thankful because I have someone like you who helped me in my critical situation, although we both know that I hurt you before," Alejandro replied calmly. "It's just a part of we so-called destiny. And goddess know that thing is now just a memory that we need to keep as something like a old hearsay," Here replied, and she averted her gaze away from Alejandro. Suddenly, a warm hand touched her shoulder. And when she looked back, a familiar face was burst upon her front. "Oh, Ken. I'm so happy seeing you here." Here was very happy seeing Ken, her cousin. She quickly embraced him, and it made Severus to have some creased on his forehead as he knitted his eyebrows violently. "Me too. Did you know that your business is now getting bigger and we gained too much profit for almost a year?" Ken said happily, and here was surprised hearing that good news. "I was so lucky to have a business partner like you. Don't worry, I will tell to our grandfather to give you a share to one of my business," Here replied, and she gave Ken a wide smile. "Don't have to do that here. Actually, all of my hard work are already paid by our grandpa, and those businesses are all yours. So don't worry," Ken proudly added, and Here took a deep breath as she heard that. "Okay. But if you want to have some share, just tell it and I will grant it as my present for your hard work," Here uttered, and Ken nodded his head. Yeah, I will. And even it was still too far, I will be thankful for that opportunity," Ken replied as he heard how kind Here was. Meanwhile, Severus and his Gamma and Beta were silently standing on the other side of the room while Alejandro and Andrasi waited the other four to go to the main ball to meet all the visitors. "Are you done? Previous King Ansel and Mr. Vermont are waiting for you. We need to hurry to let them know the things that happened lately," Severus interrupted Here and Ken. He was seriously held Here's hand and he took some steps. "Let's go," Severus whispered, and Here was shocked toward King's attitude. "What's wrong with you?" she asked angrily as they reached the corner of the room. "I don't have time to tell you what is wrong. Ask yourself and you will understand," Severus seriously retorted, but Here could not get what Severus wanted to say. "Are you crazy? I asking you, but you are just acting like that," Here answered, rolling her eyes at Severus. "I'm not crazy. You ain't just a apathetic woman who did not care about someone's feeling," Severus added, and he faced Here. His eyes were burning in anger, but Here saw the beast that jealous about something. "Are you jealous with Ken? But he was my cousin, so you don't have to feel that way," she calmly said, but Severus averted his eyes away from Here and turned around. "Next time, be aware and know your limit. It's not all about Ken." It's all about Alejandro. So stop doing that same shit," Severus said before he left here to meet the VIP visitors. Here shook her head. She could not believe that Severus would feel jealous. Sigh. He is out of his mind, she thought, and she went to her grandfather who have some chit-chat with previous King Ansel. "Hi Grandpa. Good eve Mr. Abram." Here greeted the two as she reached their location. "Oh honey. You here. And where us Severus? Mr. Vermont asked as he wandered his eyes to look for the king. "He is not with me Grandpa. He have some business with the VIP visitors," Here replied to sway her grandpa's attention. "Anyway, how is the enemies? Did you defeated them or are they now surrendered?" Mr. Vermont asked again, and Here shook her head. "No. Some of them killed and many of them are escape. And I think, Severus conclude that Alpha Gregor is the mastermind of all chaos. But we still have no evidence of that conclusion since the person named Trainer Balthazar is the real devil-doer," Here replied, and the previous king was stunned after hearing Here. Actually, Gregor's real identity is still the missing piece. His personal data are uncleared and there are some malicious data that we gathered. But for almost a year, his career becomes successful and lost of the people support him. And when I analyze his background again, I was really amazed because of his good background. So I was too confused if he was the enemy that you are talking about," Ansel stated, and it become a pain in the ass when he heard that. It's already 10 at the night when the event was ended. The VIP visitors were gone home and the pack house's ballroom was filled with empty chairs and tables. Here was walking alone toward the king's office after she received a mind link from Severus. She was calmly made her steps but her heart palpitate badly. She thought about the conversation she had with Mr. Abram and Mr. Vermont. If Mr. Abram tell the truth, maybe there is a big chance that Gregor is the real enemy. I think I need to meet Sion as soon as possible so I will know the information that he may give to us, Here asked herself, and as she continued walking. After a while, she reached the king's office. The security guard opened the door and the massive room faced her as she entered. Severus was sitting there seriously and the atmosphere became thick as she continued her steps toward the empty chair. The deafening silence embraced the entire room. Here stayed silent and her eyes were focused only at her hand. She took her phone and tried to call Andrasi when the door was opened. "You are not too late, Sion," Severus seriously said, which made Sion to scratch her nape. "I'm so sorry for making you wait. But I think, if you know what I have this night, you will thanks to me," Sion proudly replied, and he sat next to her. He immediately took his laptop and set up the projector. What is he trying to do? Here asked herself as she kept on watching Sion. She did not give Severus a look since they have some argument recently. But in her peripheral vision, she saw how Severus stole some glance at her. "Now, I will present to you the things that my troop gathered." Sion suddenly spoke and it made the other two to look at Sion, who presenting something in the front. The numbers of the people who were listed on the screen were appeared and Severus knitted his eyebrows violently. "What is that?" he asked, wondering. "This the data of the wealthy family that turned their back to you, King Severus. They are the assets that Gregor used to make his evil plan successfully," Sion answered seriously. "But we already defeated him, right? Severus won the campaign and now we killed some of his men. So how could that wealthy families afford to help them if Gregor don't have to show up?" he asked confusingly. Because they are not running for money and business. They are used the assets to deliver the drugs that they use to stay strong. They are now building the large amount of people who used injectable drugs. Some of them are those we encountered, but they have a strongest men that's still on their dean. Sion stated, and here and Severus were both shocked as they heard that. So you mean that Gregor have a plan that will be burst any time? He asked, and her eyes were filled with worry toward the people that would be lost their life if Gregor executed his plan. For now, we just hacked their main account, but for sure, if his group notice that we block their system, they will conduct the terror night that we afraid to happen. Sion spoke again, showing the locations that might be damaged. Sion. I need your help. Please tell to your group to be alert anytime. We need to destroy their dean, do their will, deprive their strength to move freely. Severus said, and he seriously looked at here. We need to end their bad deeds because after the coronation, I plan to have a great event that will mark in everyone. Her heart bears fast. She did not know what Severus was talked about, but it clearly made her to feel something romantic feeling inside her. But you need to be careful, Severus. The enemies are not sleeping. They will find a hole to enter, so please tighten the security and make sure that no one will disobey your rule. Sion suggested, and Severus nodded his head. You are right. And from now on, I will declare the mandatory training. Severus seriously stated, and here was really amazed on the new plan of the king. 3 weeks later, the people walked around like there were no trace of danger that might threaten their life. The children played as normal, and every corner have a group of kids and teenager who were trained by the elders. Because after Sion hacked the system of the enemies, they become aware to the things that might happen any time. Severus as a new king declare the mandatory training for the children above 7 years old. They were trained to become a good fighter. And like what they expected, Gregor's groups did not show up for a whole 3 weeks. In the Holoxian tribe. And from the peaceful day of the werewolves' world, Here went back to the Holoxian to let them know that she was decided to use the witchcraft for the sake of their people. She was been crowned as the new chief, and everyone become happy seeing Here inherited the position of the witch leader. She become a good leader and she give equal rights. But some of the witches used to stay on their home since they were accustomed to live there. Here tried to convince her people in the witch world, but they were refused the good offer of their leader. And Here did not push herself since the witches wanted to have their own life, which not depend on the wealth of the werewolves people. Sorry Hillary, but we think that our life is now depend here. But our support will be on you always. So don't worry about us. You are now our head chief and our loyalty will be in your hands. Our wish is your safety, and may the soul of the elders bless your journey. The previous leader said, and she give Here her bless. Here kneeled on the round stone and waited for the elders to surround her. Sumayo angkapang yari han ingating manananu. Pagpalan kanilasal yang mangalalakaran. Taklayan mo ang kanalang pogang at honggang silang muling pagdating. The elders recited their bless before they poured the aromatic oil on Here's palm. Here felt the comfort as she felt the warmth of the oil. And when she get up, her body seemed like a brilliant stone as it glows for a second. Ang pagpapala ng ating ninuno ay nasa iyo na. The previous leader smiled, and she suddenly surrounded by the white sheets. And like as before, when she opened her eyes, she saw the familiar face looking at her. She quickly moved and she found herself lying on her bed. Am I dreaming? she asked herself as she buried her face with her palm. Here, are you going to sit there? Or you will get up to prepare yourself? The familiar voice made her consciousness to get back. She removed her hand on her face and she saw Severus standing next to her bed. Have you been here long before? Here widened his eyes as she remembered how ugly she was when she was sleeping deeply. It's not your business. Get up or else I will send you downstairs, Severus said, and here felt annoyed. She looked around and her gaze threw at the outside. She saw the busy people gathering in the massive land area. Shit. She muttered as she remembered that today was the coronation day of Severus, since the position of the crown was still in previous King Ansel. And this coming full moon, the crown would be given to his only son, Severus. Here rubbed her eyes and she get up while Severus was still staring at her. Can you please stop staring at me like that? Don't watch me like a kid. Here twitched her eyebrows violently as she shouted. But instead Severus moved out. He steps closer to her and he put his right knee on the bed, staring at her closer and closer. You look so beautiful here. I can't take my eyes over you, Severus said while wearing a tantalizing eyes, and here felt the fine hair over her body that's standing upright. She wanted to push him away but her body could not. She felt something strange that her body craving for. And it was Severus's smell. What are you doing, Severus? Are you crazy? Here asked as she heard how damn attractive was Severus in talking about her beauty. She still knitted her eyebrows as she glared at her mate. Suddenly, Severus' white teeth showed as he grinned. He pointed his forehead with his index finger and said, "Even you are beast today, I will tame you later." After saying that, Severus walked away and he left here speechless. Only the shutting door was heard when Severus closed the door. What the? Is he going to make me feel this kind of shit? I thought that he would kiss me. Or he will brought me in heaven again. But what the earth he trying to do? He just left me without. Sigh. Here sighed deeply as she clenched the sheet tightly. She could not move on from the handsome face of her maid who woke her up. But while she recalling that thing, she remembered that Severus and her was. Inhale. Exhale. I need to freshen up myself. She muttered again and she stood to prepare. Here. I sense something. But I'm not sure if I was right. But I think, Severus is now out of his mind. Harsha spoke within here. TCK. I thought that you may sense something important. Here replied, lowering her voice in sadness. Why are you suddenly become sad? Is there something bothering you? Harsha asked again and here took another deep sigh. I think Severus is now changing. It's almost a week since we don't have any good conversation and I thinking about the wrong thing I did to make him angry all this time. Here replied. TCK. Is there anyone who will greeted you as a beautiful woman if he was angry? Harsha answered and it gave here a thought that her wolf was right. So if he is not angry, maybe he just busy with his responsibilities as a new king, especially. The enemies are still making their moves. Harsha added and here was turned taciturn after hearing that. You are right. Maybe it is the reason behind. Here said and she continued what she doing. She quickly went to the bathroom to fix herself. Her mind was filled with questions and she could not focus on what she doing. Suddenly, she heard someone knocking at the door. She walked toward it and her maid shown up carrying a large box. Miss Hillary, this the dress that your grandfather delivered to you. He told me that delivered this so you can wear this later. the maid said politely. "Oh, thank you," Here replied, and she took the box from the maid while wearing a smile. And when the maid left, she put the box on her bed to take a look on it. "How lucky I have to like a grandpa like him," she muttered as she took off the seal. "Whoa. What a beautiful dress. I have never seen this kind of dress before. Where did my grandpa get this?" she asked, wondering as she saw how beautiful was the dress. She immediately took it and the real beauty of the dress as she saw it much closer. It was a ivory silk white backless dress that surrounded with fine brilliant stones. The beads looked like stars in the sky when the darkness arise. And aside from the dress, there was a pair of silver shoes with 3 inches heels which located on the other side of the box. It looked fancy and expensive, from its design and how this kind masterpiece was been made. The designer looked like a hair splitter because of this rare design of shoes. Her eyes could not averted from the 2 object. Her hands could not stop touching its gloomy stones. Suddenly, her moment was been interrupted when Harsha suddenly spoke. "Oh my God. I want to wear them right now," Harsha excitedly said. "You know, having grandpa is a real blessing. Look, he always provided you everything," she added, and here wore a smile. "You are right, Harsha. I never thought that I will experience all of these things. Through the things that I experience from Alejandro's pack before, for sure, no one will believe that I survived from the criticism of the people," Here replied while her hands still playing the beads on the surface of the cloth. Suddenly, her fingers grabbed something from the very bottom of the box. And when she looked for it, she saw a folder paper. "Can you be with me?" She read aloud the letter graven on the wooden paper. And when she opened it, the artificial butterflies flew and she was surprised. But even the butterflies looked cute, she was still confused about the next words that the letter wanted to say. She flipped the paper to know if there was a continuation of the letter, but even she looked for it, she failed. "Harsha, who do you think will give this to me?" Here asked as she looked the entire paper. She was wondering since her grandpa did not give that kind of paper on her, since the paper was really looked like a rare wooden paper. "It blooms like a new bloom flowers in the midsummer. Don't assume here. Maybe that letter was with the dress and shoes that your grandpa give to you. It's part of the things," Harsha replied, and here shrugged her shoulder. "Maybe you are right. Anyway, I will wear this since the coronation night will be held," Here added as she looked at the clock that hanged on the wall. It was already 6 in the afternoon and the lights around the pack house were enlightened. Actually, not only the coronation night will be held tonight, but also the awaited gathering night for the teenagers to meet their mate for the first time. Because of that, everyone were enjoyed for this coming night. "Okay. Make yourself as the most beautiful woman this night," Harsha replied, and here brought down the paper and took the dress. After a while, she already wore the dress and it was exactly fitted her. Her beauty was exposed and even herself could not believe that the ivory silk color would match her beauty. She went to her walk-in closet to see herself. "I forgot my makeup," she said as she noticed her pale face. She quickly sat in the front of the mirror and started to fix herself very well. Wearing the dress came from her grandpa. And she started to put on light makeup on her face so her true beauty will still be seen. She tied her long hair tightly and put a white flower crown on her head. After a while, she looked in the mirror and found herself beautiful again. "Do I look pretty now?" she asked Harsha, and she quickly get a response. "Definitely yes, here." Here turned around and the dress was really made her so beautiful. She looked like an angel that fell from the highest heaven. Moment later, the instrumental music was heard and it was the sign that the event was starting. The people gathered and the armies were still guarding the entire arena. She walked closer to the glass window and she saw how peaceful the coming night. All people, especially the Pax Alpha and Luna, were here. Every important people gathered and her heart beats fast. She remembered the same succession night, but it was really too far from the things that she experienced before. When she was already prepared, she quickly went to the outside. She relaxed herself as she went downstairs. The atmosphere was different, seemed like there's something pushing her to continue her steps. And from the main entrance, many teenagers were standing, wearing their attractive attire. They were all waiting for their mate. And when here passed by, they were looked at her with admiration, seeing her beauty. Here smiled briefly and she continues walking toward the main gate. The security were guiding her toward the event and here did not expect that kind of approach. She looked like a princess when she saw how the eyes of the young people were pulled by her appearance. Whoa! She is so beautiful. Is she the heir of the Vermont? Oh my! Miss Hillary. She is so beautiful. The voices of the people who muttering echoed and here could not expect that many people knew her identity. Oh here. You look so beautiful tonight. Andrasi came and she greeted her. She was wearing her metallic brown dress that exposed her tan color. She was with her guards as she walked with Hillary. Where is my grandpa? And the others? Here was wondering as she looked around and she could not see others than the new coming visitors. Here's POV. I was surprised when I saw the entire event. The entire place was filled with wildflowers and it beautifies the location where the coronation night would happen. I saw many different faces and the chairs were arranged properly with the Alpha and Luna of every Pax. And from the very end of those tables and chairs, Alejandro's family were sitting, talking with the other Alpha. But I was put in the state of astonishment when I could not see Alejandro and the other who were familiar to me. Where are they, Andrasi? I asked while I kept my eyes around the area. I don't know. Maybe they have something to do. You know this is the best night. The coronation and the gathering night. Heh. Andrasi laughed at her own joke that does not laughable. Okay. I briefly replied and I sit on the chair not too far from the center island. Here. This is our seat. Andrasi called me when she saw me sitting on the common chair. I was little wondered but I followed her since I am Severus' mate and I need to become an honorable woman tonight. Suddenly, the speaker spoke and he greeted everyone. I felt shame since only Andrasi and I were sitting on the couch and nothing else. I looked at the back and the visitors were all listening to the pleasantries of the man in the front. Andrasi, are you sure that tonight is the coronation night? I asked Dogai and it made Andrasi to look at me and smile. Sigh. Yes. Tonight is the coronation. And why are you keep on asking that? Is Severus and you don't have any conversation? Andrasi asked and I was upset hearing that since Severus and I have a quarrel for almost a week. And we did not have time to talk in each other. Might be he just purposively doing that so I could not bother him in his work. Or he was busy doing his part. But no matter what was the reason, I still grouching by myself. No. We don't. I asked lowering my voice. Andrasi looked at me seriously but I did not want to see my face now burning in anger as I recalled how my conversation with Severus ended. Suddenly, My anger was been replaced by surprise as I heard the musical instrument that caught my attention. The lightings were turned on and the entire venue was enlightened. But I was still empty-minded for the next thing that might happen. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome previous King Anselmo Abram. The speaker shouted and everyone shouted for joy as they welcomed the king's father. I took a deep breath and I let my anger pass by since Mr. Abram was now in the stages. Long live! Long live! Long live! The crowd were very happy seeing the old king. All of them were shouting in joy, but I stayed silent. Silence, ladies and gentlemen. Tonight, the very important thing will happen. I invited you all for this unforgettable night of my only son, Severus Abram. Ansel happily announced. And even I was a little angry for his son, I still smiling as a respect, and I thought that tonight was the true coronation event. I wanted to call our new elected king, King Severus of the Moonchaser Pack. Give him a round of applause. Please welcome King Severus Abram. Alpha Ansel added, and the entire place were filled with applause. They were excitedly stood to welcome the king. I was excitedly stood too. And the beating of my heart was palpitating widely, not because I will see him again but because of his success as the new elected king of all werewolves. And after a few moments of waiting, the artificial fogs explode comes with the balloons that came from the top of the ceiling. Wow! The event is so awesome, and Rossi whispered happily, and I was agreed with her. The people kept their eyes at the stages and I suddenly sensed Severus's wolf. He's here. I muttered that only myself could hear. I calmed myself and let the beating of my heart to relax itself. Severus, the new king, walked toward the stages and everyone shouted in joy. He wore his cold expression that made everyone to stun at his attractive attitude. The crowd started to greet the king on his arrival. Long live King Severus! Long live! Long live King Severus! Long live! Long live King Severus! Long live! He was wearing a nifty white suit and black trouser that match with his muscular tan body. And because of his appealing aura, he became the center of attention of all women's eyes who waited for his arrival. He smiled as he scanned the area, which filled with different faces and races, when he halted his steps in the middle of the stages. One of the king's assistant walked and gave him microphone. Good eve everyone. Thank you for coming in this lovely night that we, my packs, prepared. All of you are here to witness the night that we all cannot forget, and this night is my pleasure to have all of you. Severus spoke his pleasantries and the crowd clapped their hands as they heard the welcome ceremony of the king. When he finished his speech, he could not resist himself not to look at her, who was quite beautiful. His eyes twinkled every time he glanced at her's beauty that exposed when the spotlights struck at her face. Severus's POV. My heart beats abnormally. I did not know why I still feel this kind of feeling inside me, even I already prepared this night. It gives me a shivering knees while I was in the backstage thinking the beauty of my mate, and my future Luna. While I'm waiting, Alejandro approached at me and he said, Severus, my king. Tonight, I am very thankful that Goddess chose you to be her alpha king. For sure she will be happy in her entire life with you. Please take care of her and don't hurt her like what I do. She is precious than the ruby. She need to take care like she was the only girl in this world. I looked at him and I felt how sincere his words. I tapped his shoulder and replied, don't worry. Even you did not say those words, I will do it more than I love myself. I will be his man and she will be my only one lady." Alejandro smiled as he nodded his head. "This is my honor to meet you, Severus," he added before he said goodbye to go to the event. And when he was gone, I thought about her and I thought that I would be a lucky guy to own her from the day that we knew that we were mates. And when I heard my name, I stood firmly to make myself a respectful man in their eyesight. After a short pleasantries, I ended up looking at her's beauty. And even there were many beautiful young lady, daughters of the Alpha and Luna of every pax, her beauty was still on the top. I saw from the distance the eyes of my beloved woman staring at me. And even I was on the stages, her smell entered in my nose that made my wolf to come out. "I want to have sex with her, wolf," one Demos growled inside me. His voice echoed inside my head and I wanted him to shut up. "Demos. Not now. Don't act like a desperate dog," I warned my wolf since he was acting like a lustful wild dog's. "No. I want to taste her again," Demos retorted, and I was annoyed for having a hard-headed wolf. I took a deep breath and calmly spoke. "Sigh. I think I need to lock you while the event is still going." And when Demos was about to talk, I locked him immediately. He was cooing inside for sure, but I need to teach him a lesson. After a while, the elders came to bless me. They give me the crown that I need to have. I was very happy having this position so I could do anything to protect my people. And while I was standing, I saw her staring at me. I felt my heart was melting and I decided to execute the plan that I prepared. I looked at the upper part of the stages and there were my Gamma and Beta. They were waiting for my signal and I took a deep breath. Severus mind-linked Gamma and Beta. And when the Teo caught the ordered, the lights were suddenly turned off. The people panicked and even here was shocked on the sudden darkness. The people held each other and their guards quickly get closer to their master. Here felt the surrounding but she felt that there were no one standing beside her. "Andrasi. Where are you?" she asked but no one answered her. Even the voices that echoed a moment ago was gone. Here did not know how to react. She sharpened her senses, however, there was no danger that she could sense. The deafening silence made the arena creepier. She embraced her body and when she was about to use her witchcraft to create fire, a huge arm caught her. It was fast a wind and even it was too dark, the guy managed to get her from her position. She was really afraid and when she was about to cry for help, the lights were turned on. And she found herself on the stages. The lights started to fill the entire place and the trace of any fear suddenly gone when she saw her loved one standing on the front stage. "What are they doing here in Sudden?" she asked wondering. And she quickly scanned the area, the people were still a good condition. They were finally sitting like there was no trouble that happened recently. Here knitted her eyebrows violently as she thought that everyone wanted to have a good time with her. But when she looked again at her grandpa, she was been surprised, seeing some bead of tears that dripped from his chin. What is happening? She was really wondering as she saw how weird the people around her. She wanted to ask but when she was about to step, the romantic music was been played. She averted her gaze away from her grandpa and she looked at her back. And how surprised she felt when she saw Severus walking toward her. She kept standing on her position while the music was still playing romantically. "Severus. What are the meaning of this?" I thought. She was stuttering as she spoke but Severus looked at him meaningfully. The crowd were staring at them. All of the eyes were only focused on the center of the stages where the two was standing. Suddenly, Severus kneeled at Here's front. All of the women who watching were have teary eyes as they kept on watching. Some felt the feeling of lost as they saw the king kneeling for a vow. Here widened her eyes, she could not expect this to happen. Severus. What is this all about? Here added, and Severus gives him a smile. While Here was still on belief, Severus took the microphone that his assistants prepared for him. Hilary Monreal, Vermont, I am the king of Werewolf world, but now I considered myself as a slave of your attention and love. I was respected by the people around us tonight, but for you, I will respect you as the only woman that I want to serve with all my life. You are the precious stone that I need to keep and the one I wish to have, the reason of my success and the hope of my days. And tonight, I want to show to all of my people how beautiful you are. I want to show them that I am ready to take risk to have you hands at this time. Severus sincerely said his oath, and the crowd felt the romantic feeling toward the two. Here was speechless, only she could do was to cover her mouth with her bare hands. She could not believe that all those days that she was ignored by Severus, the man she hates, give her this unforgettable night in the front of the numbers of people. Her eyes suddenly become teary as she looked around. And Rossi was crying too, proudly made a peace thumb to her. Even Mr. Vermont cried as he saw his only granddaughter in the place where every girl's dream for. And when she looked around, she could not stop herself not to cry when Severus pronounced the awaited speech. Hilary Monreal. Will you marry me? Here's POV. Will you marry me? Those words made me stunned when he took the small red heart-shaped thing. And when he opened it, the golden ring with its 2-centimeter pink diamond was appeared. It enlightened the stages when the spotlight struck on it. Might be it was the expensive jewelry that I might received from a man. Except from the branded designed clothes and shoes that my grandpa gave to me, I could not move as I heard that from Severus. My eyes were opened wide because of a feeling of being surprised. As well as my knees were shivering, finding my strength to stand a bit. I slapped my cheeks slightly to know if this was not a dream. Because if this was just a dream, I don't want to awake. I wanted to sleep forevermore, with this man in this kind of feeling. Hilary Monreal, will you marry me? Severus asked me again, and from this second question, for sure this was not a dream. I cried in happiness, bearing the romantic feeling that I felt as the moment that he held my shivering hand. He kept on of his knee kneeled while waiting for my response. I thought his feet were numbed, but I could not respond yet since my tongue could not move very well. Seemed like there was something that tried to prevent me from talking. I heard the crowd cheering me to say yes. I bit my lips and I stretched my hand to give him. I opened my. Why yes. Yes I do. I was stuttered as I replied. My heartbeats abnormally seemed like a beating of a musical instrument that played every time his fingers touched mine. He smiled and he carefully took the ring inside and he carefully put it on my ring fingers. It was exactly fitted me and it obviously mine since I found my name abbreviation. I looked carefully at the ring that Severus gave to me and the pink diamond was perfectly matched with my candle-like fingers. Severus stood and he embraced me. I felt the warmth of his body and everyone stood to give us a round of applause. Suddenly, the whistle of the fireworks were heard and it exploded above us. The dark sky were enlightened by the colorful firecrackers and the music became louder. The crowd took their snapshot of the event. Severus held my hands and he kissed me under the bright sky. I could not move as well as my body could not resist the feeling that he gives to me right now. His kiss was different than before. The kiss that filled with love and respect. I let his lips taste mine and all I could do was to close my eyes and feel the burning love that we shared together with all people who witnessed us. After a while, my grandpa, my uncle and cousins went to the stages with Mr. Abram. They congratulate us and they greeted us happily. I hugged my grandpa and he was even proudly say that King Severus, my fiancé, was lucky enough to have me. Severus, take care my beloved granddaughter. She is the only thing I have. She is more than the wealth that she inherited from me, my grandpa said while his tears flowed on his eyes. I felt his pure love at me and I could not resist myself but to hug him. I love you, Grandpa. Thank you for everything, I said, and he smiled at me. Don't worry, Mr. Vermont. I will do anything to please your beloved granddaughter, Severus replied at my grandpa. I hope it from you, Severus. My grandfather smiled as he say that words. Anyway, can we have some drinks? Let's celebrate. Uncle Lucio jumped on our conversation. And we agreed for his invitation. We drink while the visitors enjoying the foods and the event that happened. Severus did not go far away from me after we got engaged. He showed how gentleman he was while we were have some drinks. Alejandro and the others were very happy seeing me with the king. Might be because I achieved the dream of every woman, to have with the king for the entire life. It's already morning but the two was still laying on the bed, they were still naked and only the white sheets covered their body. Here's face was buried on the muscular arm of Severus. She was peacefully sleeping like a princess who waited for prince's kiss. Severus slowly opened his eyes as the sun rays burst on the sky and reflected on the window. He looked at her and he smiled as he remembered the last thing they made last night. He caressed hers from cheek to hand. And he made another sweet smile when he saw the ring that he gave to her. How lovely you are, my Luna, he muttered, and he continued to drive his fingers at hers back. The smoothness of hers skin made him to arise. When Hare felt the warm touch of her alpha king, she opened her eyes wearing the sweet smile. Good morning, my Luna. Severus happily greeted her and Hare embraced Severus, while greeted him too. What a nice morning to have you. Hare replied and they kissed each other sweetly like before. And before she sunburst at the entire sky, both of them were excitedly went to the king's office to make a new rule and regulations of the werewolf world. And like what the past days, the armies, the hunters and the assassin werewolves taught the young ones to fight and use their strength in fighting, while Hare taught the other how to use witchcraft. However, it become hard for her since the kids afraid to encounter witch. But she did not give up, she managed to call the half-blood people to be with her in teaching the young witch from using magic. All day long they were trained themselves and everyone showed the eagerness to defend themselves. Hare proudly watched the young cooperated to each other. I never thought that this kind of world would be happen, Severus said as he stood near by the window. He kept on watching the people below. Ansel, his father, stood and he approached at his son. You know why? Because Hare help you to have a good world. She connected people, together with the witches. She never tired to make the world peaceful, Ansel said, and Severus suddenly remembered about Gregor. Speaking of peace, Gregor's troop are still hiding. And even they are still silent, for sure they planning a great explosion that can be happen anytime. Severus said while he's scanning the entire area from the highest building. We need to secure every pack, from smallest to biggest. We need to send the good fighters so they will protect the packs. Ansel suggested and the elders agreed with that. Severus nodded his head. Gamma Elias was looking at him, seemed like he was waiting for the new order. Meanwhile, Severus' phone rung. Beta Leo immediately gave the phone. Severus knitted his eyebrows as he received a call. His smile suddenly turned into a shrugged eyebrows that creates a deep line on his forehead. Gamma Elias. Beta Leo. We need to hurry. Ordered the assassin to go to the Huampax. It's currently burning because of the sudden explosion. He growled as he ordered. Elias immediately stood and he quickly went in the outside with Beta Leo. What happened? Ansel asked and Severus slammed the table as he retorted. The anonymous troop call me and they hack our system. They attacked the Huampack and they burnt all the things that belongs to the pack. But I did not get too much information since the caller intended to block me because of the enemies that chasing her. Severus said and the elders were panicked about safety of their people. We need to hurry. Call the armies and send them to Huam. One elder stood and he angrily shouted. Don't worry Elder Monroe, everything will be alright. I will send the fighters as soon as possible. Severus stated and he sat on the chair. He slapped his forehead and closed his eyes. I need to end the evil plan of that lunatic bastard, he whispered and the clenched his hands tightly into fist. And when he opened his eyes, he glared and his wolf wanted to escape. Kill them all. Boo-wah-ha-ha-ha. The terrifying laughter was heard. The heavy footsteps and the cries of the people made the night more terrifying. The explosion was heard all round. The wild beasts that attacked used to bite the head to remove it away from the bodies of their victims. The cry of the children and elders seemed like a music to him as he swayed his hands every time his men killed them. I love the music. Make it louder, he shouted and he looked like a Meshuggah cracksy-minded people, as he. No one will escape even run from my eyes. Kill and show no mercy. The man added while he was standing on the top of the wooden chair. He watched the people who tanned for their life. The children cried and their voices were become a terror night. All of them saved themselves. Some become selfish for pushing other to their willingness to survive but even they tried their best to escape, the enemies did not spare them alive. Lord Drainer. What we will gonna do to this beautiful young ladies? The group of men came, bringing their captured women who have an age range of 15 to 27. Bring them to the iron jail and become our source of pleasure later. Kek. Trainer said and his devil-like laughter was heard again. The captured women glared at Trainer and some of them were begging for mercy. Who hell are you? One woman asked while her eyes were furiously glaring at Trainer Gregor. It's been a month when I stopped making a nightmare. And seemed like my name isn't blooming in this pack. Am I right? Trainer jumped from the top of the wooden chair and he looked down at the woman. His eyes looked straight at the woman's face. Spurt. The woman bravely spitted saliva on Trainer face. Oh shit. You are so tough huh? Trainer smirked as he removed the saliva from his face. I like this woman. She have a great power and strength. Who are you fucker? The woman shouted again and Trainer smirked turned into a horrifying look. Let me introduce you myself, bitch, Trainer said, and he held tightly the woman's face and forced her to look at him. "Give me my identity," Trainer shouted, and one of his men gave him a syringe. "What are you trying to do with my sister?" the young girl asked angrily while she was pulled toward the iron jail. She angrily wagged her body so the two men would hardly to bring her at the jail. But even she'd do her best, as she saw her sister forcedly kneeled on the ground by the muscular man. "Let her go." The young girl kept on shouting, and it heard by Trainer. "What the fuck are you shouting for?" Trainer immediately turned his head toward the location of the young girl. "Are you deaf? Let her go," the young girl retorted while she kept on wagging like a worm in the pinched-on salt. "Hee hee. You two are so brave, huh? Let's see who is the bravest among us," Trainer muttered as he pulled the woman recently on her hair. He immediately clenched it tightly, and the woman screamed louder when her scalp was been stretched hardly. "Ugh!" the woman cried, and it echoed around the area. The people heard the voice and they felt horrible. They ran faster as they could, and some of the men who were able to fight used their wolf. But they looked like a piece of trash every time they met the beastly kind of rouges that attacked them. "Not my sister. Let her go." Even though the woman felt pain, she's still begging for her sister's life. "Let her go. Please. Kill me if you want. But please let her go," she added, and her tears flowed down. Trainer shook his head and uttered, "As the longtime king of all king, I will never fail for granting beautiful woman's wish." And when the young girl heard that, she stomped her feet and cried, "No. Sister, no." She kept on shouting, and Trainer knitted his eyebrows violently. "You chatty little piece of shit. Up to this time you still have an itchy mouth," Trainer yelled, and the men were smirked as they heard their lord getting mad. "The show is going to be happen. Kek." One of the men spoke, and all of the rouges roared, "What are you going to do?" the lady recently asked while her body was bent harshly by the muscular man in the ground. Her clothes were ruined as it tore apart by the careless grip of the enemies. "Don't become so excited. Later, you will know him," the ugly man whispered on the lady's ear, and he licked the side of her neck after he spoke. The lady closed her eyes every time the tip of the man's tongue touched her cheek. "Ugh!" The woman angrily endured the stingy smell of the bad rouges while she was licked by its long tongue. "You taste good, sweetie," the man added as he pulled again the hair of the lady to make it tilted up. The lady could not move, and she could only wished one thing, and it was to have someone who would help them. Her hands, even her knees, were shaking hardly. The tears flowed down on her cheeks, and even Ye tried to become strong. Her inside self was so weak that could not handle the thing that she felt at that moment. "Let's show to this filthy woman the real identity of myself." "Wahaha!" Tressner growled. The men laughed like thousands of devil watching their victims to death. The men brought back the ladies from the jail, and they used to make them kneel to the dirty dry ground. "Remove their clothes," Tressner shouted, and all of the ladies were trembling in fear. All of them cried, and they forced themselves to escape from the hands of the men. But the more they struggles, the more they get hurt. And the men started to tear of the clothes that they wore. The hands of the women tried to get their clothes, even it were now ruined. They looked like a beggar that waiting for someone to give them mercy. Together of that pitiful women, the sisters of the lady recently was also kneeled on the dirty ground. She could no longer take any more the thing that she saw at her friends. But she could not move because two men were holding her hands, and one of them was grabbing her hair tightly. Trainer held the syringe, and the greenish liquid spurt on it as he pulled it slowly. The ladies saw the things and they were widened their eyes. They sensed the danger on its. Their throats get dry as they swallowed their saliva. "Bring me that woman," Trainer shouted as he pointed the young girl. "And no, not my sister. I told you. Just kill me instead of her. Please, I begging you," the lady said, crying hardly, but Trainer didn't listen. The muscular men brought the young girl, and Trainer took her from his men. Thud. The young girl rolled on the ground as she lost her balance after Trainer pushed her away. Her hands were filled with dirt and bruises. "Arg!" The young girl cried in pain as she felt the pointed thing pierced on her neck. The liquid inside it inserted into the skin surface to the veins. "Nika!" the lady shouted in grief as she saw her lovely sister suddenly collapsed and fell on the ground twitching, and there was no sign of stopping anytime soon. She struggled violently as she wanted to help her sister. But the men who holding her did not spare her freedom to get closer to her sister, who was still on the ground. "I'm Trainer Morg, the night terror of the past decades. And I'm here to spread nightmare to all of you. 15 seconds from now and the new beast will be created." "Ha ha ha," Trainer shouted, and the people who could heard that terrifying news were looked at each other and they did not know how to react when the young girl from recently suddenly twitched again, hardly on the ground. The blood veins were puffing out that seemed like it going to burst anytime soon. It turned greenish and there was a possibility that even her blood would turn as green as well. Suddenly, the crowd were put in shock when the loud growl invaded the entire place. "At last! My new recruit is done," Trainer shouted, and the lady recently cried a lot. "Anika!" the lady shouted as she saw her sisters rolled on the ground. "Bring the iron shackle. Make sure that she will tied up carefully," Trainer shouted as he glared at the girl. The men quickly put the shackle on Nika's neck and they carefully tied the end of the chain on the tough part of the iron jail. After the chain was been set up, Anika's thin body suddenly turned as a muscular one and it grew bigger than usual. Her sister was shocked and shivering in fear as she saw her sister's transformation. "Anika! What is happening with you? Let her go. She not an animal." The lady gritted her teeth in anger when she saw her sister's appearance turned like a beast. It was not just an ordinary wolf, but it have a resemblance with Lycan. "She is no longer your sister, beautiful lady." "Kek!" the man behind the lady whispered, and it made some tiny goosebumps around her skin. "What did you do to her?" she asked as she kept on looking at her sister with pity. "She is now turning like us." "Kek! Don't worry. She is better than us, for correction. Thanks to the Lord, because your sister is more stronger than you," the man added, and the lady could not get what she heard. Only thing she could do was to hope for the safety of her sister. Grrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrr It grew all over her body and she became one of the beast. The lady was frightened seeing her sister now become a totally wild beast. Anika. The lady kept on shouting while her tears dripped from her cheeks. But her sisters did not recognize her anymore. The girl named Anika growled and it lost her control. She ran and snapped her sharp teeth. She was so massive and even her friends could not recognize her. Now, in this place, everyone will have to be option. To live like this. Or die like this, trainer shouted and she pointed the beast. Take her sister and bring her inside jail. We need to feed pure new recruit beast. Boo wah ha ha ha. After hearing the horrifying voice of their leader, The men forcibly took the lady toward the jail and locked it together with the new beast. Ack! The lady growled as she was slammed on the cold metal floor. She quickly sat using the force coming from her arms. She needed to stand to help her younger sister from the deadly things inside her body. And when she looked up, she did not expected that the beast would be with her inside the jail. The massive black beast glaring at her while the sticky saliva dripped from the edge of its mouth seemed like it wanted to eat her in whole. Anika. I'm your sister. Lord. Your sister, Lord. The woman stuttering as she spoke, but even she repeated her names, her younger sister did not recognize her anymore. Grr. The beast gritted her teeth in anger and it faced the lady. She snapped as she walked slowly at her sister. Fortunately, there was chain that helped to limit the movement of her body. Anika. It's me. Hoo. The lady cried as she saw how her sister reacted to her. She felt hopeless as she saw how the men laughed at her. She could not decide where she going to look at, if on the outside or at her sister that turned into beast. Anika. Listen. You are not a beast, okay? You need to fight the drug inside you so you can back originally. Please. Help yourself. The lady raised her hand in the front of the beast, 5 meters away from her. Instead of calmness, the beast became aggressive. It quickly chased her sister. Fortunately, only the dress of her sister was ruined and there was no bruises and wound were found. And because of being surprised, the woman slipped on the floor and she saw entirely the massive size of her sister. And even she turned herself as a wolf, she could not equal the size of Anika's beast. The beast struggles and the jail trembled. The lady was afraid that her sister would kill her without a good state of her mind. After a moment of pause, the beast kept on struggling and the shackle was removed from her neck. The beast walked violently and it went to the direction of the lady. Anika. No. The woman shouted as she closed her eyes so she would not see the next situation. Thud. Silence. The lady was stunned as she realized that she was still alive after she opened her eyes. She immediately looked at her sister and she was surprised seeing her lying on the floor. And the boisterous sound that she heard from recently came from the outside. She did not know what happened, so she looked around and she saw the massive gray and black wolves fighting against the muscular beast who killed the half of the people of the pack. Help me, she cried as she saw how the wolves came to rescue the women from the next jail. But when she shouted, the beast stood again and the chain fell from its neck. Anika. She did not stop saying her sister's name. But it was too late because the beast was ready to open its mouth to bite her to death. Whoosh! Suddenly, a great sound was heard after the beast hardly fell on the floor again. The lady was surprised and she suddenly turned numbed, thinking how her sister going to kill her. Lady! Get out from it! The voice from nowhere was heard and it brought her conscious back to her again. She felt hope and she thought about her sister's situation. Don't worry, Anika. We will be safe. She muttered as she cried. Get out. We need to kill the modified wolf as soon as possible. The voice made her to halt her tears. She widened her eyes and steps backward as she saw the wolves coming with the men in their black suit. And she was sure that they came from the king's militaries. The lady did not step forward to get out from the jail. Hey! Get out if you want to live. The military officers came and for sure, they were here to kill the beast. And no. I will never let you in. The lady said bravely. She stood firmly and stretched her arms wide. Are you out of your mind? Don't you see that that beast is going to kill you? Beta Leo came as he was called by one of King's assassin. No. I will never let you to kill her. The lady kept on protecting the beast. You need to get out or else. Beta Leo angrily growled, but the woman stayed inside. Don't kill her. She is my sister. Please. Just help me to remove the drug inside her. The woman stated, and it made Leo to knit his eyebrows violently. Okay. I will help you and you so-called sister if you get out from the jail, Leo said, and the woman was pleased. Leo felt better seeing the woman making her steps away from the iron bar. But when the lady was closer to the door, the beast was awake and it immediately approached the lady. Move faster! Leo shouted, but the time was too fast to the woman. Because, after a few moments, the beast opened its mouth and ate the woman entirely. The beast took the head away from the woman's body. What the? Leo widened his eyes as he saw how the bite force of the beast easily killed the lady. Elias. There is another beast here. Leo contacted Elias, who immediately responded to his news. Kill it. Make sure that it will breathless before you leave it, Elias ordered, and the assassins were immediately killed. Anika. The women who witnessed the tragic event of the two siblings cried, but they needed to survive. Elias. Did you find Trainer? Leo asked again after killing Anika. Not for now. He escaped after unleashing the beast that they prepared. It become hard for us to chase him since the beast are all modified wolves. They have the strength that equivalent of 3 trained wolves. Elias stated, and Leo was stunned as he heard that. He averted his gaze away from nowhere and looked at the beast they killed recently. Maybe this one is just a kid. Trainer is really a bad devil. He must die for doing this. Leo muttered, and he went to the women that they rescued recently. Do you know what happened before that kid turned as a beast? He asked the young lady that's sitting on the very corner of the room. She nodded her head and started to tell the story. Leo shook his head as he heard the true story. He felt that they were facing the great challenge that even Severus could not resolve himself. What is happening? He asked Severus, as she knew that there was another attack that happened at the 5th largest pack. She could not calm herself because she felt worthless every time she remembered the time that she met Trainer in the woods. Shit. Why, I did not notice that he is the real enemy at that moment. I'm so stupid. Sigh. Next time I will never let him to escape from my hands. She muttered as she slapped her forehead as she felt lost. Suddenly, he was interrupted when Severus answered him. The Huan pack is now in devastating situation. Trainer spread nightmare and he injected drugs to the person he wanted. And some of the beasts that our troop killed were just an innocent kids and elders. Unfortunately, Trainer escaped with his men. For sure, they have another pack to be ruined. Severus stated, and even he felt anger every time he thought about the situation of the Huan pack. So what should we do? He asked again. What if the majority turned into his beast? How can we kill those innocent people who don't know what they are doing? She added, and her face could not paint because of the problem that make her feel uneasiness. I already sent the half of our assassin and hunters. And the elders also sent their troop to the Huan to trace Trainer movement. But the problem that we faced for now is the question that you asked. I really don't know how can we stop the drugs to enter their body since it affected the victim's conscious in just a seconds. I think we need to be merciless. Kill them no matter who they are so no one will put in danger. Severus bravely proclaimed. Here tilted her head down and she took a deep breath. She have plenty of things that she wished to happen, but she felt that everything will be complicated. Here. I think we need to collide. Our world needs us. Severus said seriously, and his deep sigh was heard. I already think about that, Sev. We need the strength of everyone. Don't worry, I will be here no matter what. Here said, and she looked at Severus with a warm smile. Thank you here, I'm so lucky to have you. Severus replied, and he took a deep breath. Cring. The phone rang and Severus immediately answered. Did you catch Trainer? Severus asked as he glared at somewhere. We still looking for him. But he quickly vanished after injecting the majority of the innocent people with the drugs. Elias replied with despair. Shit. Severus slapped his forehead. He was worried about the innocent people who become the victim of Trainer's bad doing. Did you kill them? He added. Yes. But some of them, they are so strong. The drugs that injected on their body is differ from the drug that you test before. They are all modified and their body have a good endurance. Elias added, and it made Severus to knit his eyebrows. Elias. Tell Leo to gather the remaining pieces of the modified werewolves. We need to gather them as soon as possible to make an antidote, even if it is not exactly to defeat the drug inside their body. At least, we able to make the drug effect slower than usual. Severus stated, having a glimpse of hope as he spoke. King, I think we are running out of time. The drugs that they injected was too rare. And for sure, they created it and restore long time ago. Because, the effectiveness of the drugs hallucinated the victim before they turned into a beast. Elias stated. His voice seemed like on the midst of the nothingness. He could not speak well since the battle was still ongoing. He just find the safest place to ensure his life before he called Severus. King, give us an order. Elias added as he could not receive any words from the king. Kill the beast. Protect the people. Severus bravely uttered as he kept on glaring at the direction where the moon shone brightly. Elias nodded his head once again and he looked at his surrounding. The great horror faced him as she saw how the people kept on running to save their life. What a good evening. Everyone, Trainer roared as he stepped his feet on the ground. He wearing his wide grin as he scanned the peaceful pack of the Moonchaser pack. He seemed like a visitor as he kept on looking at the wide land of the Moonchaser. Is this the dean of the Lionheart family? Trainer asked his beta as he kept on scanning the wide land of the Moonchaser pack. Yeah. And the alpha of this pack is now unguarded. His wolf is gone after he received the witchcraft from his Luna. Trainer's beta added, and Trainer was stunned after hearing that. Who's that Luna? Is she a witch also, like Hillary? Trainer excitedly asked. Suddenly, their conversation was ruined when a voice of a woman was heard. Are you looking for me? Trainer and the group of men turned their head where the sound coming from. And they saw Claire standing, wearing black hoodie sleeves. Who are you, beautiful lady? Trainer asked as he looked at Claire's appearance. His eyes wandered from tip of Claire's toe to her head. Don't dare to look at me like that, Claire said while rolling her eyes violently. You are such a bad girl, huh? Trainer replied as he shook his head. Why are looking at the entire pack of the Moonchaser? Who the fuck are you? Claire asked again seriously. Shit. I think. You are the woman I looking for. Trainer whispered and he laughed after. Boo wahaha. Claire knitted her eyebrows as she heard the laughter of the devil in her front. What's funny? Claire asked as she crossed her arms on the front of her chest. She rolled her eyes and averted her gaze away from the men. Nothing. We are just having fun since we found you. Anyway, we have something due to. Trainer replied, and he took the cigar from his beta. Where are you going? Claire asked as she saw the men starting their cars. Somewhere where we can make terror. Trainer whispered, and the men started to laugh. What kind of shit are you planning? She asked again, and the men looked at each other, seemed like they waiting for Thier Alpha's response. Actually, we plan to ruin the world that the king want to build with. Trainer replied, and he took one smoke. See, can I join? Claire stuttered when she spoke. Ha ha ha. You? One man laughed, and it made Claire to annoy. TCH. Let's go. Beta Cludio replied, and he shook his head while averting her gaze away from Claire. Trainer followed his beta, and P entered the car again. Wait. I can lead you to the king's destruction. If you will let me to join your troop, I will do anything you want. Claire added, and the men halted. What were they doing? How? Trainer asked while he took a glance at Claire again. I know who is the king's weakness. For sure, he will give up his life if that woman died. Claire replied, and she seriously looked at Trainer. Then lead me there. And I grant you a wish. Trainer spoke seriously and took one smoke again. All I want is to see them crawling on the ground, begging for mercy. Claire uttered, clenching her hand into fist. Good. Trainer replied, and he smirked. Claire kept on glaring at somewhere, and she asked again. So can I join with you? Trainer shrugged his shoulder as he stated. Prove me that. Claire knitted her eyebrows as she felt that Trainer was not just easy to convince. She took a deep sigh as she thought that it seemed like it's better to convince the Mirouges than Trainer's group. Take this. Claire took something inside her pocket. What is this? Trainer asked as he saw the piece of paper that Claire gave to him. That is the photo of the King's Luna. The heir of the Vermont's family. If you use that bitch, you will gain wealth and you may get the attention of the king. Kiki. Got it. Trainer briefly said, and he ordered his men to start the car. Shit, Clara whispered, and she looked at the direction where the troop of Trainer went. After 2 days tilde. What's now? Claire asked to the person in the other line. Let's meet up. The man replied in the other line. Claire nodded her head and she ended up the call immediately. She put her phone inside her pocket and quickly covered again her face with turban and dark shades. Her eyes wandering around, observing if there was someone recognize her. She walked faster without looking backward. She needs to go to the place where Trainer wanted her to go. She quickly took her car and drove it away. Sigh. This life is shit. I look like a mere rat hiding under the dirty ditch. She angrily uttered as she kept on driving. Cring. 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 What the? Why this bastard so eager? I think I am on the wrong person to help. She muttered as she clenched her hand on the steering wheel. Cring. Cring. Her phone was still ringing and she felt annoyed. She hit the brake and the car stopped immediately. What's wrong with you? Did you know that I am on my way? Claire shouted as she answered the phone. Oh. You are such a bitch. 5 minutes and I want you to get here. Trainer retorted and he hung the phone. Shit. Claire muttered and she started again the car. She looked like a racer as she made a full speed. The dust flew every time she passed by. After 4 minutes tilde. Claire parked the car on the location that Trainer sent to him. She felt strange since the area was filled with tall creeping grasses. She looked around but there were no sign of any person around. She stood next to her car and kept on waiting for Trainer's signal. Suddenly, the creeping green grass shook and one door opened widely. She was stunned seeing the passageway that welcoming her to enter. She did not waste any time and quickly entered the den. It was too dark inside, and when she made a few steps away from the metal door, it shut quickly and it created a horrifying sound. She looked backward, and when the door was completely closed, the lights enlightened the hallway. And she realized that it was not just an ordinary den but a massive room. "What the?" she muttered when she felt amazement with the surrounding. She continued what she doing, and her steps echoed when she finally reached the another door. And her excitement was changed, and it turned into a terrifying feeling when she heard a growl and a yelp of the wolves. She halted his steps and leaned her head on the wall next to the door. And she felt frightened imagining the picture that she might see inside. "What the hell are you doing here?" A husky voice of a man was heard behind her, which made her to leap from her position. "I am Claire Sylvia. T. Resnar called me to come here." She was stuttering as she spoke when she saw the appearance of a man behind her. "Come in," he replied seriously, and Claire felt relief when the horrifying man opened the door for her. "Oh my God," she whispered at herself as she saw the entire picture of the room. There was thousands of iron cages standing at 10 rows. There were single beasts that have a resemblance with lichen and the hyena. Claire could not believe on what she sees since she did not know the real identity of Trainer. "Who are they?" Claire innocently asked, but she could not receive any answer from the man. She rolled her eyes and she followed the man. "Faster! Lord Trainer is waiting for you," the man said, and she fastened her steps. But her eyes could not avert from the beast that yelping loudly inside their cage. She did not know what kind of beast they were, but there was only thing she was sure. The beasts looked like modified one from their new appearance and their physical picture. "The Lord is waiting. Move fast," the man shouted again, and Claire immediately followed the man toward the certain room. But the appearance of those wild beasts still hunted her as she entered the room. "You are late in 10 seconds," Trainer said when he saw Claire entering. He was sitting on the black chair while taking a glass of wine. "Take a seat," he said, and Claire sat on the chair that Trainered men give to her. "As you can see, this is my den. My power and wealth are all what you see." Trainer seriously spoke as he looked at Claire, who was so uneasy after witnessing the strange den. "It's too rare that I invite low kind of people here. And it's your privilege to come here to see how powerful I am. And now, I ask you again, are you willing to associate with me?" Trainer added, and Claire was stunned upon hearing what Trainer offered. "You don't have to do this to get my agreement. If you willing to kill here and ruin the governance of the Abram, I will stand on you," Claire said. "So, I think, you are ready to become part of my troop," Trainer replied, and the men smirked that made Claire to feel uneasy again. "How can I join?" Claire asked while her eyes kept on observing the entire area. "Be one of us by this," Beta Claudio said as he held the small rectangular box. Claire looked at the thing that Claudio holding. She felt something strange, even she did not have any witch power. "Don't be afraid. If you receive my gift, you will thank me forever," Trainer added, and Claire still keeping her eyes at the thing seriously until it was took inside. 8. Trainer opened the box and the purple liquid was seen inside the bottle. It looked like a old poison bottle, but it contained something that made Claire to feel strange. What is that?" Claire asked as she kept on looking at the bottle. "This," Trainer gazed at her as he spoke. "This is the precious item that I will give to you. It will make you much stronger than anybody. Even to the one you hate the most." Trainer added, "Seemed like he engaging Claire to take the liquid." "Even at here?" Claire innocently asked as she averted her gaze away from the bottle and looked at the other party. "Yeah. Even King cannot achieve the power that you may have if you take this," Trainer said, and here was engaged by that sweet words of Trainer. "But I don't have any wolf. I am witch, but here took it away from me. I hate her so much and I want her to suffer," Claire retorted, and she clenched her hands into fist. "So take it. It will be the answer of your prayer." Trainer smirked as he gave the bottle to Claire, who swallowed her saliva as she took the bottle from Trainer. The men around looked at Claire. They were silent, watching the next thing that might happen. Claire opened the lid and her face could not paint as she smelled the stingy liquid inside. "Ugh! What is this?" "It's stingy," Claire asked. Even her face could know how to react toward the smell of the liquid. "Just drink it. Don't mind the smell," Trainer seriously uttered as he looked at Claire's reaction. "Shit. I don't want to drink this. It looked like a juice of a rotten egg," Claire shouted, and it made Trainer to knit his eyebrows violently. "Just drink high tea. If you want to kill Harry, do it now." Trainer's voice echoed along the entire room, and Claire felt the eagerness of the man to make her drink the liquid. She used her 2 fingers to close to pinch her nose as she drank the liquid. She felt she would vomiting hardly when the liquid reached her throat. For the second, she felt nothing, but the time passed and she felt dizzy. The surrounding was moving and everything became blurb. The bottle fell out from her hand and it bounced on the floor when she tried to sit down. "It really affects you, Claire. Wait for a moment and you will see the result of my present," Trainer uttered and smirked like a devil watching his victim. "Ugh!" Claire suddenly growled loudly. Her voice echoed and suddenly turned into a husky deep roared. "After 1 week, Tilda. Cheers." The people inside the packhouse were having feast. They were celebrated the of Alejandro's sister birthday. The peaceful night of them was suddenly turned into a horror when they heard the loud cries outside the packhouse. All of the people who heard that went to the glass window to see what happened. The lights were all turned off and it made Alejandro's father to feel uneasy. "What's wrong to our electrical line? Why the lights are all turned off?" Alpha Gregory asked as he saw the darkness that overfilled the outside. "I don't know why. But I already ordered my beta to take a check on it," Alejandro replied, and he calmly sat again on the chair. But when he was about to sit, they heard the boisterous scream outside. "Hey! What's going on?" Alejandro's mother asked. Her eyes were furious about the sound and her face could not paint well after hearing the horrifying scream. "I'll check it," Alejandro replied, and he immediately took the way out. But when he was about to open the door, Marcus was running rushly toward him. "Alpha. Oh, our territory is under attack." A group of Rouges came and they cut the circuits. All of them tried to kill our people. The security systems are all ready, but we are now late. Since the enemies entered our boundary. Marcus hurriedly spoke and even his voice was panting. Alejandro clearly understood what his gamma wanted to say. "Hurry and move. We need to protect our pack," Alejandro shouted, and his parents were put in fear. "Father, Mother, stay here and make sure that everything will be secure. I will send armies here to protect you," Alejandro said, and Gregory nodded his head. After hearing his father, Alejandro quickly left the room and ran toward the hallway. He knew at himself that he did not have any wolf to use, but his natural strength would be his protection. "Do you even recognize the enemies?" Alejandro asked while they were preparing themselves. "No. They are all rouges, but they are not the rouges that Sion have. For sure they are just a stray rouges that attack our pack," Marcus replied, but Alejandro knitted his eyebrows hearing that. "I think you are wrong. The rouges is one of the groups that know how powerful our pack was. So, the enemies who attack us right now is not an ordinary rouges. So make sure that our security system are alert. The hunters and the assassins needs to go to the front line." Alejandro ordered Marcus, and he mind-linked the people to stay alert. "I need to contact Severus and hear about this," Alejandro muttered, and he immediately went to his room to tell Severus the sudden attack. "Here. We need King's help. Our pack is under attack and we need more assassins to kill the numbers of intruders," Alejandro said, and here in the other line was surprised hearing Alejandro's news. "Be careful, Alejandro. The rouges that attack you right now is the modified rouges of Trainer. You should protect your people or else they will be one of your enemy too," here warned Alejandro, and it made the other party to stun. "What do you mean?" Alejandro asked, since he did not know the real identity of Trainer. "The rouges are now modified and it was under the care of Trainer. They put drugs in the body of their victim to turn them into beast. If that happen, the war will begin. You should hide the majority of your people who incapable to fight because they are the target of the enemies," here added, and Alejandro felt the dryness of his throat. "Shit. If that is true, our pack is in danger," Alejandro stated with the line of fear at his face. "Don't worry. We will be there. While we are not attended, make sure that everything will be under control. I entrusted you the lives of your people," here added before she ended up the line. Alejandro took a deep breath and he thought that here tells how destructive the enemies that now in their territory. He clenched his hand into fist and tried to overcome the fear that embraced him at that moment. "Arg!" The voice of the woman and children veered along the darkest area of the Moonchaser pack. And that voices turned into a horrible one. There were body parts that almost tore into pieces that scattered all around the ground. The blood bathed the dry ground and the ambience became horrible. The shivering ease made the crowd to have difficulty in escaping from the deadly threat of their life. All of them were seeking for the goodness of the goddess, but that failed every time the beast smashed their head. They used their wolves, but their strength were unable to defeat the strength of the modified rouges. They were all strong, and even two normal wolves fight them, they could easily kill them without difficulty. "Kill them." The voice commanded the soldiers, and they lined to block the beast and rouges toward the pack house. They yelped and their growl made the entire tyranny to shiver. But Alejandro kept in his faith that Severus and Here's help would come not too long at that moment. He was standing at the very back of the line. He did not let his guard down, and he ensured that even he did not have any wolf, he could defeat the enemies by his natural power. "Alpha, why are you still here? You should go and find place to secure yourself," Gamma Marcus asked as he saw his Alpha lining behind them. "Because this is my responsibility. I will never let my people to fight while I hiding inside my den. Life or death, I will fight," Alejandro bravely replied, and Marcus looked at his Alpha with praise. "We are lucky to have Alpha like you. Don't worry, I will pledge my life to our people by the honor of your name," Marcus stated, and it was added by Beta Adamus, who was listening to their conversation. "Me too, Alpha Alejandro. I honor to be your chosen Beta. And like what Marcus said, I will pledge my life to this battle to honor you." Adamus politely spoke, and it made Alejandro to smile briefly. "Thank you, and this battle will be in our hand," Alejandro added, and the two nodded their head. "Arg. Grr." The yelp of the Rouges heard again, and the sound of their sharp teeth made the night more intense. They darted on the ground, jumping high as they could reach the midst of the heaven and earth to kill their opponents. Marcus and Adamus used their full strength to defeat the enemies. But even they tried their best, the Rouges were strong enough that they could not kill easily. Their massive body were filled with bruises and deep wound, but thanks to their fast regeneration, because their wounds healed faster as their thought. Many of the Moonchaser pack assassin were killed, but just few of the Beast and Rouges were slayed. It was become their problem since their numbers were decreasing. "Fuck. We need to not let our guard down. Make sure to fight with all of our strength." Alejandro mind-linked his people, and he received nothing but an agreement. While the Moonchaser was in the midst of the battle, Here and Severus were arriving soon. They have their men, and all of them were eager to kill the Rouges and to find trainers Dean King. The assassins are all ready. All of them are tracking the way through tyranny. Beta Leo uttered as he rode in the battle car with Hillary and the King. "Leo, make sure that our team will all ready. Make sure that you brought the antidote that I make." Severus ordered his Beta. "Don't worry. I already brought it. It is in the safe box." Beta Leo replied, and Severus ordered his men to go to the Moonchaser pack. And while they were in there halfway to the Tyranny pack, Here felt uneasy. She was in her deep thought, and it was not escape at Severus' eyesight. She kept on being silent, looking at the darkness in the outside. "Here? What's wrong?" Severus asked, and Here suddenly averted her gaze away from the window and she looked at Severus. "Hat?" she replied, and Severus felt the uneasiness of Here toward everything. "I asked, what is wrong with you? I can see your eyes, the things that I don't want to see. What's the problem?" Severus asked, and Here took a glance again at the outside. "Alejandro," Here replied, and she tilted her head down. "I am worried to him and his pack. Trainer power is not a piece of shit for us, and it really become pain in the ass. For Alejandro, without Wolf is very dangerous. He is a good guy to me and he have a great part to my existence. And I don't want to see him dying without anything to do. I cannot bear the time that it will happen." Here replied, and there was a glimpse of jealous that Severus felt as he heard Here. "Alejandro is a tough guy. You don't have to worry." Severus replied seriously. "Yes, he do. But we both know how trainer power can do. He is merciless and able to kill by the name of his desire." Here averted her gaze away from the outside and she looked at Severus. I know. But Alejandro don't have any wolf. And he will face difficulty, fighting the enemies." Here replied, and Severus took a side as he replied. "So what is your plan?" Here tilted her head down again and shook her head. I don't know," she said, lowering her voice. "Tch. Don't worry about that Here. Goddess will be there to protect them from trainer," Severus stated as he tapped Here's hand, which were clasped together. "Even the devil knows God, Sev. It mean that even trainer know what will happen next, so I think there is a big chances that he have a plan that may be executed." Here stated, and it gives Severus a knit on his eyebrows. You are right. The smallest pack are recovering themselves for the damage that trainer bring to them, while the bigger packs is now attacked by them one by one. We are all empty-minded for the next target, so we all need to hurry. Severus added, and here stopped her line of thought. Sev. What if our pack is the next target of trainer? They are all unguarded since our troop are gathered to go to the same location. Here uttered, and Severus get what he wanted to say. Stop the car, Severus shouted, and Leo suddenly hit the brake. Why? Leo asked, and the entire troop stopped. Order our armies to stay in half of the numbers and go back to the pack, Severus shouted as he ordered his Gamma and Beta to choose the strongest group to continue going to the Moonchaser pack. King, are you going to the tyranny with us? Elias asked. Yes, I do. I just want to left some of our strongest men to our pack since we did not know the line of thought of that bastard. Time is our enemy too, and if we failed, the worst battle will begin. Severus stated, and Elias nodded his head. Don't worry, King Severus. Sion is going to the Moonchaser and he is with his Rouges. And Rossi also come to fight the enemies. Elias added, and Severus nodded his head. Thank you for the information. I appreciate their help. I hope that this battle will be end. Severus said, and here agreed with that. Hope it too. Here added, and she stay silent while watching the troop going back to the numbers of the fighters and assassins that go with them. Half of them went back home and the other go with the king, and here they separated as they reached the midway to Moonchaser pack. This is the real battle. To die is our privilege and to stay alive is God's grace. Severus uttered, and she saw here sitting silently, still looking at nowhere. Severus back to his seat, inclining his body to the backrest. He closed his eyes and took a deep sigh. The ambience was getting cold between the two of them. After a long way of traveling, here sensed the battle that made her to feel worried. Severus. They are here. Alejandro is in danger. We need to hurry. Here spoke in sudden, and it made Severus to feel surprised. He did not see the next situation when Here quickly opened the car door to run toward the battlefield. Shit. Here come back. Severus retorted, but Here quickly vanished after running faster to the woods. Arg. Alejandro was attacked by the massive grey wolf. He was helpless as he kept on enduring the pain of having a deep wounds on his back. He was rolled over the ground and he hit the root of the tree as he slammed on it. Shit. He muttered as he tried to stand again. His knees was shivering, but his eyes kept on glaring at his opponent. And seemed like he was played by those bastard when another massive wolf came to slam him to the ground. And even Alejandro have difficulty in moving faster. He tried his best to dodge the upcoming attack from the enemy. He darted to the tree when the wolf was nearly to attack. Thud. The wolf hit the tree and it made a huge crack on it. It was about to fall because of the force that the black wolf used too. When Alejandro saw how the wolf slammed on the tree hardly, he used the chances to kill it. He quickly gathered his strength and jumped from his location to the top of the wolf. He used his grip and twisted the head from its neck. The wild yelp of the wolf was heard before it died. He did not stop what he doing until the bounty blood burst from its body. Spurt. The blood shed his hands and he smell again the familiar smell of their stingy blood. What the? He muttered as he swayed his hands to remove the excess blood. He jumped again from its broad body and he stepped on the neck. The head fell on the ground and he ensured that it was already dead. But, as the moment that he relaxed himself, the grey wolf quickly attacked him from behind. He was dragged heavily to the ground again and his bones seemed like dislocated. Alejandro tried to move from the ground that he was dragged, but the grey wolf seemed like did not want him to escape. And he saw how the massive body of the wolf jumped over him and any time, or a second would smash his mere body. And before he was going to smash, he saw the familiar brown wolf running toward them. He did not feel any sense of danger from it, but he was sure that it carrying enough strength to slam the enemy with a single stroke. Thud, thud, thud. And like what he thought, the grey wolf was slammed to the ground and it rolled over the dirt and pebbles. But even it was slammed for over 20 meters away from him, the wolf could stand still, seemed like there was nothing happen. Alejandro looked carefully at the wolf and he could not sense the identity of the wolf. He knew that it was not enemy. And the black wolf did not waste its time and quickly jumped to the ground and fight against the wolf. Their growled and snapped were heard and the entire ground was in terror. Alejandro scanned the area and he saw the agony of the battle. He averted his gaze away from the surrounding and he quickly looked at the pack house. He was ensuring the safety of his family there. Alejandro, you need to take some rest. Your body is unable to fight. Remember that you don't have wolf and if you force yourself, you will die here. Andrasi suddenly shouted and Alejandro quickly saw who was calling him. Alejandro was surprised seeing Andrasi and the pack of wolves. He felt hope seeing them here. Are you with here? Alejandro asked as he saw the numbers of wolves approaching the battlefield. No. We came here first. Anyway, you should take a rest. Look, your body looker pale. Andrasi retorted since she saw how Alejandro's situation was. Don't mind me, Andrasi. The important for me now is to deal with the enemies. Alejandro said and it made Andrasi to slap her forehead. What the hell are you trying to achieve? The strength of your pack is with you and if you die, they will lost their hope to win the battle. Remember that trainer is still alive, we should kill him and make him suffer. Andrasi added and Alejandro was stunned hearing that. Yes. She is right. A voice suddenly behind them and Andrasi was stunned seeing who was speaking. Yes. She is right. Andrasi looked at the person that talking and he saw Severus coming toward them. Long live to the king. Andrasi immediately bowed her head politely as he saw Severus approaching. And when Alejandro saw what Andrasi did, he also greeted the king. Long live to you, King Severus. He tilted his head down and he let Severus to order him to get up. Alejandro, here is worrying about you. Please help yourself. Unlike us, your body is not regenerating easily. So you should have to take some time to recover. Your wounds are deep and it can affect your body function. Severus replied and Alejandro was touched after hearing how you're worried about him. I know about it, King Severus. But my assassins and hunters are already died in the battle and only few of us remains. The enemies are all skilled and have a strong sense of danger. All of them are hard to kill. Alejandro replied. Severus shook his head and he tapped Alejandro's shoulder. Don't worry. We are here. Just stay in the pack house and we will end this fight for you. He replied and Alejandro was very touched hearing what the king said. But where is here? Andrasi asked as she realized that here was not there. Yeah. Where is she? Alejandro seconded the motion and Severus remembered that Here suddenly ran away to save Alejandro. That stubborn woman ran toward her and I did not know where she saw. For sure she is one of those wolves that fighting against the enemies. Severus replied and Alejandro was surprised. Is she the one who helped me recently? But why she is so strong? Alejandro muttered that only himself could hear. He could not imagine the things that he saw recently. And he was stunned when he remembered the color of Here's wolf. He was fascinated by the golden brown color and the massive size of Here. He smiled secretly as he kept on mesmerizing the appearance of Here. King Severus. The beasts are coming. They killed anyone that blocked their way. Alejandro's thought was been distracted by the sudden appearance of Severus's army. Let's hurry. Severus replied and he ran away toward the battlefield. Andrasi looked at Alejandro and she nodded her head before she followed King Severus. Alejandro wanted to follow them but he felt dizzy since he lost lot of bloods in the battle between the modified Rouges. Arg! I felt worthless again. He muttered as he thought how bastard he was for not having a wolf and a strength to kill many of the modified enemies. He walked toward the building next to the huge tree so he could take a rest while healing himself. His wound was too deep and it could shake in his knees as he felt the pain that scattered around his body. And when he was about to incline on the wall, he felt the numbness of his arms. Even his feet were shaking uncontrollably. What happened to me? Why I can't move my body? He muttered as he saw how he become paralyzed. He pinched his skin and he noticed that his entire body was numb. He took his phone inside his pocket but he felt disappointed as he saw his phone was destroyed and have a large crack on its screen. What the? He felt anger for the misfortune. He needs help but even his phone blocked his fate. He shook his head and clenched it tightly, the way its fragments escaped to his hand. Thud. He threw it away and it turned into pieces. After a moment of pause, his body was been unable to move. Only his head could turn but his entire body was been paralyzed. He thought that it was because he was no longer a werewolf since his wolf was gone. He closed his eyes and prayed for his life. And when he was about to lost hope, he suddenly heard the heavy footstep coming toward him. And even he have a blurry vision, he could easily distinguish the one who coming toward him. Even if this is my end. Thank you for letting me see the sunlight again. He muttered and he closed his eyes and the cold breeze embraced his body. You jerk. What do you think of me, huh? Here retorted as she used her witchcraft to lost the chance of her opponent to win. She did not use Tarsha to fight since she believed in herself that she able to win with her witchcraft. Thud. The Rouges rolled on the ground, its body twisted as he felt the overbearing power coming from Here. 3 modified wolves were laid on the ground, they were shaken uncontrollably. Here took a deep breath, as she saw how the modified wolves lost their life from her power. Their eyes glaring at her but she did not put much care on it. All she wanted was to kill more to help Alejandro. Sniff. Suddenly, she smelled the familiar scent of Sion. She smiled as she saw how Sion fighting against the modified wolves with his trained Rouges. She never expected that Sion, who was their enemy before, was now helping Tyranny pack with all of his forces. Row. The growl of the wolves were heard again and Here saw how the pack of modified Rouges coming toward her. They were with a large beast. What the? Are they going to attack me with their numbers? She muttered as she asked herself. She shook her head and decided to form as her wolf again. Harsha. I think we need to collab. These bastards are not ordinary. We need to become alert. Their body build is not same as the enemies that we encountered before. Here spoke within her. I sense their strength and it can tear us apart if we are not become alert. Harsha replied and Here nodded her head. And when they agreed to one desire, Here used her wolf and after a moment of pause, her golden brown wolf came. She was become the center of attraction since she have that color, matched with the 3 white lines on her back. Her eyes were burning like a sun in the midst of lunar eclipse. Her heavy and massive body was a metal to compare. She jumped over the rocks and counterattacked the wolf that first come toward her. She readied her sharp and pointed furs and her fangs were seen. They hit each other in the midst of the air and their body bounced like a ball that hit that wall. Here immediately stood up after she landed the ground. And like what she did, the modified grey wolf was also standing firmly. Here did not waste her time and quickly ran toward the grey wolf. She tried to hit the weak point which was the chest where the heart was located and she successfully made it when she used her weight to push the wolf away from her and to hit the most critical part of the enemy. Arg! The yelp of the wolf heard and it caught the attention of the other 4 who were busy feasting the flesh of one of the Moon Chaser's pack army. They hear. She muttered and she immediately leave her location to welcome the attack of the intruders. She looked at the path where the 4 would go through. And she saw an old tree which have a big trunk and branches. Cool. She added and she used her magic to break the root of the tree and made it fell to the path of the wolves. Thud. The tree quickly fell and 2 of the wolves were stuck in the middle when the big trunk hit their body. The 2 wolves could not move and unfortunately, when the beast came, it stepped the tree and it caused early death to the other 2 who were stuck. Spurt. Their blood burst but the beast seemed like did not recognize who was their ally because it did not put much care about the 2 that he stepped on. This is very wrong. Here said to herself seeing how cold-hearted was the beast. For sure, it is merciless. I need to become stronger facing this monster. Or else it will tear me apart. She added and she readied herself when she saw the beast coming toward her. She sharpened her fur and senses. She did not let her guard down as the moment that the beast was nearly to come over her, panned, here running faster as she could. She did not let the time flies for her. She kept on running and gathered day of her forces to have a counter-attack at the beast. Her eyes were furiously looking at the beast. She was eager to kill this one since there was many beasts left around who were still killing the allies of Severus and Alejandro. Their heavy footsteps were heard and here immediately made a small portal to sway the attention of the beast. She entered on the portal and exited to the other one. She used the portal to reach the beast without noticing her. She locked her sense so the beast would not smell her from the closer distance. The tail of the beast faced her as she exited the portal and it was a perfect timing to her to kill this one. She jumped from the portal and she dashed forward the back of the beast who was stunned for her sudden vanished and appearance. The beast yelped violently as it felt the sharp and pointed fangs of Here piercing deeply into his neck. Here did not stop until her pointed furs pierced too into the beast's body. Here felt strange since the muscle of the beast were hard. But she did not stop until the loud yelp echoed around. She wagged her head while her fangs were still on the neck of her enemy. She tastes the blood of the beast and she senses the drugs within it. And when the beast started to feel the pain, it rolled on the ground. But even Here was on the bottom of the beast. She did not lost her control and use her strength to go to the top. The blood of the beast was drip from her body and it made her to feel uncomfortable as she smelled the stinginess of the blood. Arg! The loud cry of the beast started to echo and it caught the attention of some pushover enemies. They went to the direction where Here was. They looked like a bunch of zombies approaching their prey. Shit. They are so many. She muttered and she kept herself ready for the new attack that she might receive. And like what she thought, the modified Rouges attacked her one by one. They were all having eagerness to kill Here at that moment. But before they reached the closer distance, the group of massive ash-gray wolves blocked the path of the enemies. Here knitted her eyebrows violently as she saw the wolves blocking the way. Miss Hillary. Let us face the enemies. Alpha Alejandro needed you right now. He is in the critical situation. Sion suddenly spoke, running toward her. What? Here was been surprised. She realized that Alejandro was bathing in blood when she helped him killing the modified Grey Wolf recently. I saw him laying unconscious. And yet, he is still there because Severus and Andrasi's troop are now in the midst of the battle. Sion added, and Here could not spoke. She immediately ran away where she sensed Alejandro. She was in her nonchalant expression while searching for Alejandro, and when she saw who she looking for, she immediately transformed as her true self and walked faster toward Alejandro. Alejandro, she shouted, and she quickly looked for Alejandro's vital sign. What's now? Sion asked as he followed Here. We need to bring him in the pack hospital as soon as possible. Here replied with a glimpse of worried in the tone of his voice. Why? Sion asked as he approached at the body of Alejandro. Here looked at him with a serious face. Alejandro is in danger. If we did not remove the poison in his body, he will die. Here replied, lowering her voice. But, it is just a wound. And he can regenerate it easily, so how it can cause death to him? Sion asked, wondering. Because he is no longer a werewolf. His wolf is gone, and if we did not remove the poison, he will suffer the deadly one. Here stated, and Sion was stunned hearing that. Don't worry, I will send him in the pack hospital. Sion immediately removed Alejandro's body and brought it to the next building. Here scanned the area, and when they ensure the safety, they continued walking toward the hospital to put first aid at Alejandro. The chaos was still, but the cry of the crowd that Mercy killed by the beast was going to vanish. The entire tyranny pack was ruined and majority of its people become obese and some were killed. Only those escaped early and stayed at the pack house were saved. Moreover, their alpha was in danger. What had happened to Alejandro? Alejandro's mother could not speak while seeing her son in the critical situation, and even she was little felt shame after seeing Here helping their pack. She still stayed to see what happened to her son. Even Gregory stayed too. I am so sorry to say, but he need to be cured as soon as possible. The poison coming from the blood of the beast that he used to fight was scattered faster as I thought. Here stated, lowering her voice. What? Pea poison? Alejandro's sister asked surprisingly. Yes. And if it reach his heart, he will die. Sion added, since Here could not bear the moment that she would tell bad news to the pervious alpha of the Moon Chaser. What? Alejandro's mother widened her eyes, after hearing the news. She was nearly to lost control and lost conscious, but Gregory calmed her. Here. Please cure him. Gregory begged Here to have mercy with Alejandro. Don't worry. I will do my best. Here replied before she ordered Sion to bring Alejandro at the safest place. After Sion brought Alejandro, here checked Alejandro's vital sign and she noticed the weak beating of his heart. "Shit. I need to hurry," she muttered, and she pumped Alejandro's chest to normalize the flow of oxygen to his lungs. "Alejandro. Please hold on," here muttered while she kept on pumping Alejandro's chest. "Sion. Please bring me the oxygen," here ordered, and Sion quickly took the oxygen tank and set up it hurriedly since they were running out of time. Here tore up the curtain and she put gauze on the wound of Alejandro. But every time she tried to cure Alejandro, the more she made something in her mind. Here. The beasts are still approaching the area. Almost 100 of Moon Chaser's pack are turned into beast and I think we are losing our hope. Sion suddenly spoke and it made here to slap her forehead. "You may go, Sion. I will stay here and you can go fighting with them," here replied, and Sion ran away from the pack hospital and he left here with unconscious Alejandro. The entire pack was in the terrifying states and the gross blood scattered on the ground, making halfway in the terror nightmare. The death scattered and it made the surrounding to become a horrifying. "Alejandro. I know you can hear me right now. Please be strong enough. The poison is still running in your bloodstream and I could not remove it if your wound is still open. You should fasten your regeneration so you can heal yourself faster," here said while she caressed Alejandro's face. "Here. What happened?" Severus' voice suddenly heard and it caused her to turn around. "Severus, Alejandro is in the bad condition. And if he did not heal his wound faster, the poison will continue traveling into his veins and may even reach his heart," here grunted, seeing the glimpse of worries in her eyes. "So what should we do? Alejandro could not heal himself because he was unconscious. And we both know that. He don't have any wolf," Severus replied, and here titled her head down. She sat on the chair and she took deep sigh. "We cannot let him dying. His pack needs him," here prompted, and Severus knitted his eyebrows hearing those words coming from here. "So what we need to do?" He grunted and here looked at him meaningfully. "There's a way how to help him bring back his strength and his regeneration ability," here seriously added, and Severus looked at him suspiciously. "Don't tell me you will summon his wolf," Severus said, and here nodded his head in agreement. "Yes, you are right. I will summon his wolf if it is the best way to help him," here stated, and Severus glared at him. "No. You will never do that. Your witch ability cannot do that kind of summoning," Severus snarled. "I know. But I will do. Trust me. It is for the sake of everyone," here replied, and she stood to start the summoning. "Here. What if you fail?" Severus asked, worrying. "At least I try," here replied, and it made Severus to shrug his eyebrows. He wanted Alejandro's safety, but he also worried for here. He knew that summoning wolf was the hardest part for those who merely starting witchcrafter. And he thought that here did not have ability to summon since here trained for almost a week. After a moment of pause, here stood firmly. She closed her eyes and made a deep breath. She stretched her arms wide and she put it on Alejandro's chest. Severus led here to what he wanted, and Severus looked at here. There was glimpse of jealous and worry that mixed together in his heart. He could not resist himself not to feel that kind of feeling since he was here's mate and fiancé. And while the others have a war outside, Severus was staying beside here, who was busy summoning Alejandro's wolf. Time flies, and here suddenly felt the great force that made her to shake for a while. Severus immediately went behind here, so he could easily help his mate if here might fall from her position. Lobonia. Tinatrawag Gita. Sakanyang katawan e bumalik ka. Lobonia. Tinatrawag Gita. Sakanyang katawan e bumalik ka. Here repeatedly shouted the same words while her head was firmly tilted at the ceiling. Her hands were shaking uncontrollably and there was tiny beads of blood drips from her nose. Her face showed the difficulty in summoning, but she still doing that for Alejandro. Her veins appeared on her neck to her cheeks. Severus was very worried seeing Here's condition. He tapped here, but when his fingertips touched Here's shoulder, he felt the current flowing on his body. He quickly stepped forward after he felt the energy that flowing on his arm. Why she is so strong? Severus wondering about Here's power. He kept his eyes direct to Here and he watched the thing that might happen next. Muli. Boomalik ka. Here shouted again and the wind blew boisterously and the curtain tore into two when the glass window broke into fragments. What the? Severus muttered surprisingly as he saw how the glass scattered around. But his amazement was turned into worry when he saw Here seemed like losing her balance. He quickly went again behind, but Here forced herself to stand, even her hair was blew away by the wind. Anyon na. Here made a last words and the bounty blood drips om her nose. And when the wind blew again, Here fell on the floor unconsciousness and the wind stopped blowing violently. Here, Severus shouted and he quickly saved Here from bumping her head on the floor. Severus saw the fresh blood from Here's nose and it made him to feel uneasy. Shit. Severus snarled as he swept the blood with his bare hand. He brought Here to the bed and he laid her. He checked the pulse and he felt that the vital signs were still okay. But Here herself was not okay. Severus' face could not paint after he saw what happened. He never thought that this would make him angry instead of enjoy. Arg! He shouted loudly as he could not bear the anger that he felt seeing his woman in that state. Severus carried Here's unconscious body and he ran away from the pack hospital. He wanted to save Here for bringing her to Mr. Lionheart. And when he was about to reach the door, he did not notice that Alejandro was starting to heal. His deep wound slowly healing and the tissue in the cell of his body worked well again. The pale skin turned as its normal color and Alejandro's eyes blinked again. His body was totally recovered and even his senses become strong again. Ugh! He suddenly woke up as he felt the energy that entered his body again. He looked around and he saw the fragments of the window that scattered on the floor. He clenched his hands into fist as he felt something strange on his body. What a familiar aura of mine. He muttered and he suddenly stared at nowhere as he remembered something. Gao. My wolf. I feel him. Alejandro excitedly jumped off his bed as he felt his wolf inside him. He went to the broken window and looked at his reflection and he saw his healed wound. His entire appearance was bent back again to normal, even his reflexes and body built. Gao. I can't imagine that you will back again. He spoke with an and excitedly greeted his wolf. Me too. I thought that goddess will send me to eternal death, but I was lucky that I am here with you again. Gao said surprisingly. And while they were talking, Alejandro suddenly sensed Here's scent. Here is here before, right? I can smell her scent not too far from this place and for sure she is the reason why you come back. Alejandro added while he scanning the area. And when his gaze threw at the corner of the bed, He saw the drips of fresh blood that scattered down to the floor. And he have a strong thought that it came from here. Gao. I need to find her. Alejandro uttered, and he ran away from the pack hospital. And while he was running, he heard the different cries from the battlefield. He did not know where he goes since the direction of Here's scent was going to the west while the battle was happening all around. And when he saw the surrounding was filled with dead bodies of wolves. And when he scanned the area he saw the situation of his pack. He felt pity toward his people and a mixed emotion of anger and revenge. He walked firmly and he saw a wild rouges coming toward him. He did not let his guard down and used his new strength to kill this intruder. The fought with the rouge only with his human form. He jumped over the rock and counter-attacked the rouge that wanted to block his way toward the battlefield. Die, you jerk! Alejandro muttered, and he quickly twisted the leg of the rouges by pulling it hardly. And when he grabbed it, he immediately jumped and rolled his body in the midst of the air, and the bone cracking of his opponent was heard. The yelped and the loud roared made him to feel the eagerness to fight. What the? You pushover jerk! Alejandro angrily shouted when another wolf came to help the other one. He quickly threw the body of the enemy he used to fight, and he used it to block the way of the intruder. The two rolled on the ground, but the rouge that attacked him. Alejandro smirked as he saw how his capability to fight was back. He steps forward and run in sudden, attacking the same wolf recently. He jumped over its body and used his bare hand to bend the head to its neck. He heard the cracking of the bone and the blood bathed his hand again. He continued running, and every time he making a few distance, the wolves attacked him one by one. He did not let them to make even a scar on him because he swayed them in the air like a mere paper. The pack of the rouge wolves kept on waving on his way, and he was very happy seeing the dead wolves that laid on the ground every time he killed them. This is for my pack. And for Hillary, he shouted, and his steps become faster as he saw another waves of the rouges. Suddenly, he was stunned as he smelled familiar scent coming toward him. He scanned the area and he saw the group of beasts standing on the very boundary of the pack. He knitted his eyebrows seeing the massive beast, and when he looked carefully, he saw a man sitting like he did not care about the deadly battle around him. And even there were still rouges that kept on coming his way. He never moved his eyes away from the distance where he saw the familiar man smoking in the middle of the beast that firmly looking at the surrounding. He saw how they looked strong and have a great sense of danger. Gao. Do you even recognize him? He asked his wolf, but he felt how Gao become timid as he asked that question. Gao. Tell me, who is he? Alejandro added as he did not receive any words from his wolf. Shit. Why, my wolf suddenly looked like a dog curling its tail. He muttered and he shrugged his shoulder. He continued fighting against the enemies and tried to kill them as fast as he could. And while he was in the middle of the battle between one of the enemies, he saw Andrasi fighting two wolves. He saw how Andrasi become helpless every time the wolves tried to bite her legs. He saw the deep wounds from afar and he knew how painful it was, but Andrasi kept on fighting against the two wolves. And since there was another rouge trying to kill him, he quickly made a quick move and dodged the attack of the wolf. He jumped again and stepped hardly on the top of Rouge's neck, and the nape of the enemy was left broken. After killing one of the enemy, he quickly went to the direction where Andrasi was. His breath was panting while glaring at the enemies that kept on playing with Andrasi. Take your filthy hands away from her! He growled, and Andrasi felt hope seeing Alejandro's wolf again. Alpha Alejandro. You're back. Androssi muttered, and even she felt the pain. She was very happy seeing Alejandro again. This is not the right time to greet each other, Androssi. Please. Go and secure yourself. Your wounds need to heal quickly. Alejandro mind-linked Androssi. After that, Alejandro fought the two Rouges and Androssi took a chance and hid herself. She lost bloods and she felt her heart beating so fast. She took almost 5 minutes before her body fully recovered. And when she felt that she was okay, she ran again to the battlefield where Alejandro and Sion fighting the Rouges. And when she was about to run, he suddenly remembered Severus. She was wondering why Severus was not around. "Tch. We're dead," she muttered as she felt the great forces coming. She scanned the area and the Rouges stopped fighting. They ran back to the pack of beasts, seemed like Trainer calling them for the retreat. "What the hell is going?" Sion asked, wondering when the 3 Rouges that wanted to feast him were walked backward and afterward, ran faster back to the man waiting them from afar. "Sion. Is that the Lord of the Decades?" She mind-linked Sion not too far away from her. "Yes. And he planning something. From his action, I think, we need to stay alert. They are not good as we thought. Androssi. Guard up yourself." Sion warned Androssi, and even they were in the midst of the battle, Androssi felt the redness of her cheeks. She really appreciated the warm concern of Sion toward her. Thank you," she was stuttered as she replied. She even wore a sweet smile even she faced the great forces from the east. Her heart kept on beating and she simply shook her head as she felt the warmth of the romantic feeling over. "Don't be stupid. Trainer is not good enemy," Sion replied, and Androssi swallowed her saliva after she heard how Sion curse her. "Tch. That's my bad," she said while rolling her eyes. And she focused on what she doing recently. She tightened her feet on the dirty dry ground and strengthened her senses. She believes that Trainer was really a demon low-key in terms of killing merciless. And for sure, anytime there was a big problem that might happen since Severus was not there to help. And only halves of the armies were survived and still fighting for the sake of everyone. After a moment of pause, Androssi was surprised seeing the enemies with Trainer retreating. Seemed like they just made some fun in the tyranny and then leaving it in the bad states. Where the hell they doing? Alejandro was wondering as he asked himself. He looked at Sion and Androssi not too far away from him, but they were also clueless on what the real happening. "Are we going to chase them?" Sion angrily asked Alejandro, but he refused. "In our states, we cannot defeat them. We should heal ourselves first before we face them again. This is not our end. We are just starting." Alejandro replied, and the other two was speechless. Ran. Severus ran faster as he could in the woods. Here was riding on his back unconscious. He was in his wolf form while he was running furiously. And while he was running, he could not resist himself thinking about Here's condition. "I hope that Here's sacrifice for you is worth it. And the battle at your pack will end soon," he muttered while he kept his eyes on his way. He was running in the middle of the woods, not far away from the main road. He used that path because he sensed Trainer coming at the Tyranny pack. And he knew that that place would be miserable if he chose to go to Here after hearing from Sion that Here planned to summon Alejandro's wolf. What the hell is happening in this world? Why I stuck between the two hardest option. If I let them fighting the troop, if the enemies, Many may lost their lives and the Tirang will be lost their hope to stand again because of the destruction that trainer brought to Alejandro's poetable. But if I stayed there, here may be in danger, he thought while his steps getting wider and wider. His footprints left every time he made another steps. He fastened his steps in order to reach the place of Mr. Lionheart. But when he was about to reach the very end of the woods, he smelled the strong aura coming from the southern part of the wilderness where the road was located. What aura is that? He muttered as he halted his steps. He hid his smell and went behind the old big tree to know where the source of energy coming from. And how amazed he felt when he saw the luxurious cars hurriedly passed by accompanied by the numbers of trucks that accommodate almost hundreds of people each. And behind those cars, there was a long truck with a jail behind filled with slaves that were all handcuffed. Trainer? What the hell he did to the captives? I need to rescue them. But how? He asked himself and he felt worried about the victim. Spurt. But while he was thinking about the captives, he was interrupted when he hears blood again. Shit. He suddenly cursed when he realized that here need the witch doctor for her situation. But at that moment, the cars were still approaching the wide road and Severus could not find the alternative way to cross the nearby forest. What a wrong timing. He snarled as he stamped his feet on the dirty ground, waiting for the last car to pass by. But when he felt that his body was shaken, he immediately ran fast without hesitation. Fortunately, he passed by without making single noise. Panned. 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 He gasping his breath when he reached the second forest. He ran in the woods and he quickly darted on the ground to jump high. He never let the next step become meaningless. He ran faster and other roadside faced him. He did not feel any sense of danger and when he was trying to make another steps, he saw a abandoned car banged on the tree. He quickly went to it to know if it was still working. He put here inside and he transformed again as human form. He looked around and he saw how old was the car. It had many decals and for sure it not modern car but an old-fashioned one. But it was not a matter to him after all since he needs to bring her to her pack as soon as possible. Come on, he uttered as he turned on everything inside. And how happy he was hearing the engine working. He did not waste time and quickly moved from the dark forest to the tyranny pack. He fastened his seatbelt and he looked at her in sudden. He felt anger toward himself every time he saw how he suffered from the thing that he did not know. He felt guilt when he thought that he might be in danger. And aside from that, he was thinking about the words that he might received from his grandpa and uncle once they knew that he was in this kind of situation. After few hours. Brake. He immediately hit the brake when he reached the gate of the tyranny pack. All of the armies inside was surprised seeing the king riding in the old-fashioned car which filled with grass and mosses. But they were all stunned as they saw that he was there also, unconscious. They greeted the king but Severus carried her away from the crowd and he ran toward the pack hospital. King. What's wrong to her? Lucio saw them running hurriedly. He was worried seeing her in that bad states. Lucio. Where is Mr. Vermont? I need his help for calling the divine witch doctor. Severus replied and Lucio was bothered by the king's order. He immediately contacted Mr. Vermont who was worried about the situation of his granddaughter. And when Severus reached the pack hospital, he quickly cleaned the blood that dries on her nose. He set oxygen and give her some injectable medicine for the blood to stop. Here. You can heal yourself, right? Severus talked with here even he could not get the answer. He looked like crazy talking the unconscious woman. Severus. What happened to my hair? Mr. Vermont came hurriedly with his 2 security guards. Sorry. But here used his witchcraft to summon a wolf. She lost her control and I don't know the exact reason for this. Severus stated, and Mr. Vermont was very angry hearing that. What the? Why you let her to do that? Did you know that it may kill her if he did not endure the power that lost in her body? Mr. Vermont angrily added, and Severus felt that he was sitting on the hit seat hearing that words from Mr. Vermont. I'm so sorry, Mr. Vermont. But here so to do that because Alejandro will die if his wolf is not present. Severus replied, and Mr. Vermont was surprised hearing that from the king. What? She sacrifice herself for Alejandro? TCH. I need to call the divine witch doctor. Here need to heal faster. Lucio jumped from the conversation as he saw how Mr. Vermont shook his head. Pardon. But Hillary just wanted to help not only Alejandro but the entire Moon Chaser pack. Because once Alejandro died, no one dared to face the enemy without the presence of the Alpha. Here choose to summon Gao not just because of Alejandro, but also to the entire Moon Chaser pack. Severus said, and Mr. Vermont took a side. But even that was the mindset of Mr. Vermont. Severus deeply understand that because he thought that the old man just protecting his granddaughter. And after a while, Mr. Lionheart came. He immediately greeted the king and Severus welcomed the witch doctor. Mr. Lionheart. Please take a look to my granddaughter. I don't know what happened to her. Please, tell us as soon as possible the reason. Mr. Vermont uttered, while there was a glimpse of worry on his eyes. He was standing next to the bed. The witch doctor held his wrist and he felt the inner power that trembling in her bloodstream. He knitted his eyebrows and he tapped his neck, wanted to know the oxygen flow of her body. After a moment of pause, Mr. Lionheart looked at everyone who were waiting for his news. King. Mr. Vermont, Hillary's power was collapsed due of the 2 forces that she released for summoning Wolf. As the old witch doctor. The elders of the witches summon a wolves by 3 to 4 of them since they could not make it alone. The witch doctor said, and it creates a thought in Mr. Vermont's mind. Can you tell us what is the cure? I can spend my money for that. Mr. Vermont replied, seemed like he was eager to do that for here's safety. Sorry to say, Mr. Vermont. But I think I say lack information to you. Mr. Lionheart replied, and it made a confusion to Severus and Mr. Vermont. Here's condition is deadly. But there is no money that can cure her. Because her body can't handle the rumble of her power. Mr. Lionheart said, and it made Mr. Vermont to get mad. Slam. He slammed the table and the glass cups scattered around the bed. He glared at Mr. Lionheart with tiny beads of tears that about to fall on his eyes. We need to balance her power by producing another successor of those release power. Because if that power keep on running on her body, her blood, even her heart will stop functioning. The witch doctor replied, and Severus widened his eyes after hearing the solution. So what you mean for that? Mr. Vermont asked while he was still glaring at the witch doctor. Here needs to have a baby so that her power will be balanced equally. Mr. Vermont said, and the old man was stunned. What the hell is that? Is there any solution rather than making a baby? Mr. Vermont angrily gritted his teeth and Severus took a deep sigh. He knew that that expression would be happen since here was just an 18 years old and his only granddaughter. Sorry Mr. Vermont, but if we don't do that, she will suffer in the inside and can result for her early death. Mr. Lionheart said, and Mr. Vermont suddenly turned taciturn as he heard the word death. Don't worry Mr. Vermont, here's mate is the king and for sure, she will be in the good hand. Mr. Lionheart replied and Severus took a deep sigh again. He steps closer to her and he held her hand tightly. Mr. Vermont, I the king swear to become a good father of her successor. And no matter what happen, I will be here for her. So you don't have to worry about that. Severus said, and Mr. Vermont nodded his head. So, I will entrust my granddaughter to you. Mr. Vermont said, and Severus swallowed his saliva as he felt it dryness. Yes. You can trust me Mr. Vermont. Severus replied and he looked at Mr. Lionheart to get agreement. I know it. Please take care my granddaughter. Mr. Vermont said, and Mr. Lionheart nodded his head. King Severus, you should make it better. To balance it, you should give her the energy that she needed by giving her the sperm cell that's able to catch all the released power in her body. Severus caught what the meaning of that nod and he let the two to get out from the pack hospital. And when the two left the room, Severus took the chance to make the best way to heal here. He knew that he would hit the two birds in one stone if he did that. In the Moon Chaser pack. Alejandro. How your wolf came back. Andrasi asked amazingly as she saw how the wounds of Alejandro healed after a moment of pause. Here, help my wolf to enter my body again. But I really don't know why I felt uneasy since I wake up without her but the broken fragments of window. Alejandro lowered his voice. B felt mixed emotion, the feeling of happiness but guilt to what might happen at here. King Severus followed her and for sure Severus was there when she was in danger. Because like what I remember, summoning wolf is only done by the highest positioned witches. And they are 5 to 4 if they summoning. And for sure, here faced difficulty when he tried to summon your wolf. Andrasi replied. Shit. Why you did not stop her if you know the main effect of that to her? Alejandro retorted and Andrasi tilted her head down. She did not speak and she let Alejandro to get mad. Tap. Tap. Sion walked closer and he tapped Alejandro's shoulder. Don't touch me. Alejandro moved to dodge the hand of Sion and Sion shook his head. Alejandro. We did not mean to hurt your feeling. And we did not mean to make her suffer from now. All we do is to warn her that possible outcome. We face many beasts and wolves without you after you lost your conscience and nearly to die. But here choose to let us fight to save you. We force her to stay but she refuse. She said that it's better to die saving other life than to fight meaningless. Andrasi said when she saw how Sion reacted to what Alejandro did to him. She is right. Here choose to save you so Yasaf you can stand with your pack. We force her but she always thinking about you. The king may allowed her so how can we refuse? Sion said and Alejandro turned taciturn. He scanned the area and he saw the dead scattered all around. His peaceful pack was now ruined and there were many people lost after being caught by the enemies. He felt guilt and he let his tears drip from his eyes. He was not afraid to cry even Andrasi and Sion looking at him. Don't cry Alejandro. I know it is not so simple like we think. But trust the process. Everything will be alright. Sion said, and he smiled at Alejandro. And when Alejandro cleared his mind, he scanned the area and he saw how his man gathered all the people that unable to walk, and those who were already dead. He felt pity toward his pack. And he suddenly realized the impact of the enemies to his beloved pack. Andrasi. Sion. I want your help. I know that lots of our people died and it become our big loss. But if we stand as one we can defeat them. Alejandro bravely uttered, and Andrasi looked at Sion. Seemed like she wanted to get what Sion's opinion. Alejandro. Behalf of our people died while trainers' armies are getting bigger and bigger. And for sure, many of us again will die once we faced them again. But I am willing to sacrifice even my last stand will lost. Sion said, and Andrasi was so proud hearing that braveness from Sion. So what's now? Andrasi said, with a smiling facade. We will go to Trainer Dean to know what is their weakness. And if that happen, we will to go to the top of the pyramid. We will get back the people that they may used as an experiment. Alejandro growled and his fearless eyes glared at the east. He thinking about the plan that he wanted to execute. Sorry Alejandro. We cannot defend your pack. But I will promise that I will be with you at your new plan. Andrasi added, and Alejandro kept his eyes at the reddish color of the sky because the sun was bursting slowly. So when we will attack? Sion asked as he sat on the upright root of the big tree. Tomorrow night. At 12 midnight. The second quarter of the full moon will arise and we will execute our plan. We will gather every single man that willing to sacrifice and revenge for their loved ones. Alejandro said, but Sion seemed like have his own plan. Alejandro, what if we tell it to Severus? For sure he will use all of his forces to know the dean of the enemy. And I will trace their location via sensory camera that I place on every corner of the road. Sion said, and it made Andrasi to be proud to what Sion plan. I will check the details later and I will contact you if I get the better sources. Sion added, and Andrasi felt the redness of her cheeks as she heard how good the ideas of Sion about planning. That's good Sion. Thank you for helping us. Having both of you is my privilege. Alejandro said, and the two smile. Anyway, I have to know the situation of my pack. Alejandro walked away after he spoke and the two left without talking to each other. What are you planning? Andrasi started the conversation between them and Sion looked at her. I willing to sacrifice even the pack I created to kill Trainer. He is the reason why I was rouge and I do looking for him for a long time. He killed my parents and destroy my packs and now. My turn is coming. Sion seriously said while he averted his gaze away from Andrasi and looked at the rising sun. The sun is beautiful, isn't? Andrasi replied while he looked at where Sion looking for. You are more beautiful than that. Sion said while he started to walk with both hands in the pocket. Andrasi felt the palpitation of her heart hearing that. She followed Sion's steps, who was approaching the wounded armies that kept on fighting for their lives. She suddenly remembered about the same scenario when her pack was also ruined by Trainer troop, and the smile that she wore suddenly turned into anger and disgust toward Trainer. I will kill you too, Trainer. And I will make you suffer like what you did to my family and friends. She muttered, and the tears suddenly drips down her cheeks, and he closed her eyes, wanted to feel a peaceful world for her. Click. Tap. Sion was busy sitting in the front of his computer. He was with his allies that left alive after the battle. He was looking for the sources that he could use to find the exact location of the enemies. And from the 10 secret cameras that he used, nothing among them show the clear location of the enemies. F to the power of CK. He slapped his forehead when he failed again for the 10th times of trying. What the? He added angrily when he noticed that every camera that he placed around the Moonchaser forest. Sion. Sorry to say, but all of the camera that we place on the Moonchaser packs are all hacked. One of Sion's men said, and it made him to clench his hand into fist. He was very mad hearing that bad news from his ally. He slapped his forehead and he tried to calm himself. What about the other camera? He asked while hoping that he would hear a good news. Sorry. But all of our camera are all hacked and there's no files that left. We are been fucked by trainer hackers and for sure they are enjoying their bad success. Another man replied, and it really made Sion to clench his hair tightly. Who is the backstabber of our group? Bring him here. Sion retorted, but everyone were just looked at each other. Are you deaf? Tell me who is the traitor. Sion snarled as he added. Pardon. But lots of our men are captured by the troop of trainer and maybe one of them tell about the hidden camera in order to live. Another man replied, and Sion remembered that half of them were gone. He turned taciturn and he slammed his forehead to the table. Cring. 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 Sion. Sorry to disturb you, but someone calling at your phone. His ally suddenly came and Sion stopped what he doing. He knitted his eyebrows because he really don't know who have a strength to call him in this moment. Give it to me. He said seriously, and when he answered the phone, how amazement he felt when he heard the familiar voice. No. Not just a familiar, but the voice that he longer missed for. He was speechless while telling to his allies to give him space for a moment. Sion. Why you are not responding? Are you deaf now? Claire's voice echoed inside his ear. He missed that curse from that woman. He missed every single detail of her attitude. His anger turned into something that made his horn to blow away. Why you suddenly call me? I thought you were gone? He asked, lowering his voice. Shit. I don't remember that kind of shit, Claire replied, and even it made Sion to shake his head out of despair. Anyway, where are you? I want to see you, Claire. Sion said, lowering his pride because he really loves Claire. Sigh. I'm not coming back there. I'm happy now. Having great power that in my bare hands. I can show you that I don't need you and even that bitch here. Claire replied, and it made Sion to knit his eyebrows. He wanted to ask Claire, but he have suspicion that the girl he talking have a deep secrets that any time would burst. He thought that he would act like he was still an enemy to get information from Claire. Claire. I need your help, Sion asked as he made up his mind. Like what I thought before. You will ask me that. Keck. Anyway, what is that? Claire asked as she rolled her eyes from the other line. She was really out of his mind that was no longer at her side. Tell me, Claire. I am willing to be with you, Sion said dramatically while he was trying to trace the location of Claire. Sigh. Do you want to have greater power than anyone? I knew someone that can help you. But I'm not allowed to tell it to you since I pledge my life to them for the sake of this overwhelming power. Claire said seemed like she challenging Sion to be empty-minded about the things that she have within the troop of trainer. Okay. Are you there in their place? Sion asked, and he set the tracker of the voice. Yeah. Always. Claire said, and Sion smirked as he heard that, but he still acting that he did not know anything. Gotcha. Sion spoke within himself as he finally answered the question that he wanted to hear. So think about it, Sion. We can conquer the world and become the top of the chain, Claire suddenly said, and Sion smirked again as he answered. Yeah. I will think about it, Sion replied, and he cut off their conversation. And at that moment, Claire thought that she won again. She curled the tip of her hair with her fingers while wearing the devil-like smile. However, Sion immediately traced the location, and he could not believe on what he knew. The location of Claire was in the middle of the valley. There were no building there, even a houses, and only a stone wall of the land barrier was there. And he thought that Claire was only betraying him again. He took his phone and tried to contact Andrassy. Andrassy. Can you please analyze this place? I was wondering if there a Dean in this area, he said while he rubbing his forehead with his bare hands. Okay. But why you suddenly ask me to look for it? She asked while looking at the location that Sion sent at her. Just observe the place, Sion replied, and it made a little confusion to her. There is nothing wrong with this place. And why you suddenly want me to observe? It's too far from my pack and it surrounded small hills, Andrassy added while keeping her eyes at the photo. That location is the place where I traced Claire. She told me that she was there. That's why, I want you to observe the place to know if she telling the truth, Sion replied, and Andrassy widened her eyes after hearing that. Are you sure that Claire is still alive? Andrassy asked, wondering, and Sion took a deep sigh. Yeah. That's why. Please make it as soon as possible, Sion added, and Andrassy nodded her head. And after a few hours, she quickly prepared everything she needed to go to the place where Sion commanded her. She felt the strong forces around. And even the place was surrounded by the hills and stone wall. She could feel the heavy ambience that made her to shiver. Sion. I am here. I feel the strong force coming from the surrounding, Andrassy said, and she kept on hiding at the tall tree on the top of the hill where she could overview the location below. Yes, stay there. And please hide your smell first. Anyway, did you set secret camera in the tree nearby the stone wall? Sion asked, and Andrassy remembered the order of Sion. Oh me. I forget. Anyway, I will go there to put the camera, Andrassy replied, and she jumped from the tree to place the devices around. Shit. Why you forget about that? Sion asked as he slapped his forehead. Sorry. Andrassy felt the redness of her face as she replied. And she immediately took the way toward the tree. But when she was about to reach the foot of the hill, she heard the cars coming. She halted her steps and tried to hide on the tall grasses. She looked seriously, and Sion felt Andrassy's mood change. What's wrong? Sion asked, and Andrassy replied. There are 3 cars moving to the hill. She asked while she was hiding in the tall grass. Observe where they are going, Sion ordered her, and she kept on looking at the direction where the car's going to. Wait. They are going toward the stone wall, she whispered, and it made a knit on Sion's eyebrows. Just observe them. He kept on ordering Andrassy, and while he expecting better to the mission that he gave to Andrassy. Go. Andrassy. I hope that you will toast the cookies with me, Sion thought. Ting. After a moment of pause, He heard the notification bell of his phone and he saw the secret video of the cars entering the stone wall after it opened widely. "Gotcha," Sion happily said, and he sent the received video to Severus. After that, he ordered his men to go with him toward the location of Andrasi. And when he gathered his men, they hurriedly went to enemy's den, and he have his mind that they able to conquer the enemy. "Thank you, Claire. Because of you I can have the power. Sorry if I tried to betray you. I love you, I know that you know that," Sion thought as he driving the car. "Sion. Where are you? I need to get out of here. I think they notice." Andrasi hurriedly told to Sion what her problem. "Shit. How it come?" Sion asked, and Andrasi felt that she was melting on her position hearing that. Because I captured them with flash," Andrasi replied with a glimpse of shamed hat paint on her face at that moment. "What the? Are you damn stupid? Wait for us," Sion snarled, and he drove the car faster than before. He did not know if he would felt anger or worried at the moment that he heard the stupidity that Andrasi did. Kring. Kring. Suddenly he received another call, and when he answered it, "Sion. What the hell are you planning, huh?" Claire asked while she was wondering about Sion's action. "What are you talking about? What plan?" Sion acted innocently as he asked. "We caught Andrasi. And now, she is screaming wildly. Do you wanna hear?" Claire said while she was in the corner of Trainer's Den. Sion suddenly hit the brake as he heard the loud scream of Andrasi shouting for help. He knew that it was really difficult for them to enter the Den to rescue Andrasi. But he needed to act like he did not know why Andrasi was there. "Sorry Claire, but even you kill that bitch. I don't know why she was there. Maybe because she followed Trainer Group, or maybe she planning something," Sion bravely replied, and it really convinced Claire, although she knew at herself that she talked Sion about the place. "Claire. I know that you remember that you did not tell me where is your location, right?" he added, and gives Claire the thought that Sion was telling the truth. "Okay. Anyway, I have something to deal with," Claire said, and she ended the phone call. "Sigh. Let's move," Sion hurriedly ordered his men after taking a deep breath. He did not know what should he do, but the thing that now embracing him was, Andrasi was in danger. At Trainer's Den. "Arg." Andrasi kept on snarling as she felt tight metal around her neck. She wanted to scream, but there was a clear glass tube that blocking her voice to hear. She was angrily glaring at Claire, who looked like a queen ordering some men to massage her feet. But even she knew who was Claire. She let her mouth shut up so she would never betray Sion's plan. But the pain that she received from fighting Trainer's men made her weak. That's why she was inside the tube glass waiting for her time to be an experiment. She tried to contact Sion, but it seemed like Sion was too far to receive her call. Her hands and feet were all handcuffed, and even a single move would kill her since they were all connected to the device that might be fell if she have a bad intent. She endured everything and wished that she did not capture the enemies. "Andrasi, where are you?" Suddenly, she heard the voice calling her. She was surprised because she never expected that Sion would come to rescue her in this very dangerous place. "Hey! Where are you? Why you are not answering?" Sion added while he knitted his eyebrows violently. So sorry Sion. I am here in the den of the enemy. Inside the thick glass tube, and I can see everything. But later I heard that they will send me in the experimental room," Andrasi replied, and Sion was worried about that. "Don't worry. We will arrive there in 10 minutes. Sion replied, but Andrasi seemed like a statue after she heard that. Sion. Don't come over there without any armies. The hills are now surrounded by the assassins that hiding around, and they are watching the surrounding. Since they captured me, their armies are all horrible. And I know how strong they are. What the? So how can I help you? Anyway. Just wait us. I will tell Alejandro this. Sion replied, worrying. 2 hours later. The darkness that filled the entire place was been enlightened by the sharp dread iris of the werewolves' eyes that waiting for their attack. They glaring at the direction where they could smell the enemy's hideout. All of them were all eager to attack to take revenge for the lives of their loved ones who sacrifices their lives. Sion and his men made their plan and hacked some devices that surrounded the top of the hill. They knew their steps, and while the other waiting around, they already made their plan. Alejandro's group were all ready, and they have their strongest men that left on the battle. And Andrasi's pack were also there. They were just a few in numbers. They wanted to become a part of this secret attack. Sion. They are going to get me here. Andrasi contacted Sion again, and it made Sion to fasten his movement. He called his men, and the darkness filled the entire village. But seemed like the enemies sensed their plan, and the sudden earthquake shook the entire village. What's that? Alejandro asked while his eyes wandering around. The enemies are coming. His wolf Gao replied, and Alejandro concentrated to what Gao feeling about the surrounding. And suddenly, the stone wall opened wide and the light escaped from the inside. The modified wolves came out with their numbers of men, which made the silent night become terrifying. Only the bright full moon suddenly appeared, seeming like it wanted to witness the upcoming terror of the night. And there was no time that Alejandro wasted after seeing the modified meat shield of Trainer facing their location. He signaled his men, and the huge rocks rolled over the hill, and it pointed the direction of the enemies. Let's see how strong their muscle. He muttered, watching the rocks kept on rolling. Thud. The huge rocks created a boisterous sound as it reached the location of the enemies. The dust scattered and the area was unseen for a moment. That was their time to execute their another plan. They ran downward and attacked the modified wolves. All of them have their eagerness to kill the bastard. The sound of their teeth and fangs, even the pierced of their paw, were echoed. Alejandro did not waste his time, and he attacked the remaining enemies that is left. He tried his best, even for his smallest chance, to defeat the modified wolf. All he thinking was to defeat at least the halves of those meat shields so they could enter the den to help Andrasi. And while they busy enough, Sion and his men find a way by tracing the wire, and they saw a hole that exactly fitted their body. When he reached the end of the hole, he saw the glass tube that aligned perfectly. It contained the group of people who were captured in the battle at the Moonchaser Pack. What the hell is this? He muttered as he saw the liquid bubbling on their body. He looked around while waiting some of his men, and he heard the familiar voice shouting, "Andrasi?" He added, and he quickly moved toward the corner of the wall, and he saw Claire slapping Andrasi's face with her monstrous hand. "Claire? You bitch, still evil," he added, and his men came, who also heard the growl of pity. "Andrasi, how dare you to spit me your gross saliva? You bitch!" Claire angrily shouted as she gave Andrasi again the big slam on her face. Arg! Andrasi endured the pain while Claire treated her as a toy dog. Bring her in the laboratory. Turn her as a wild dog. Boo-wahaha. Claire ordered 3 modified men and they immediately grabbed Andrassi's slim body. "Where do you think you're going, huh?" Sion seriously said while he was glaring at Claire, who was surprised for his appearance. "Sion. I was really surprised that you came here. Anyway, don't mind this bitch. She is enemy." Claire innocently said. Andrassi was stunned hearing that. "Don't fool yourself. I'm here not because of your offer. I came here to get Andrassi's back," Sion bravely retorted, and Claire angrily glared at Andrassi. She could not believe that Sion would side at his party. "Are you out of your mind? I was powerful now. And they are just a mere dog for us. Don't think stupid, Sion," Claire retorted, but Sion shook his head. "You stupid. Attack them," Claire shouted, and the 3 men transformed as a modified grey wolf. They immediately attacked Sion and his men, but Sion did not let this happen. Even he did not transform as a werewolf's. He used his combat skills and put something on the enemy's body, who turned them numbed for a moment. "What the hell are you doing? Kill them," Claire shouted, but the werewolves suddenly felt numbed as they received what Sion gave to them. "Don't waste your time, Claire. They aren't moving for, I think, until they become useless," Sion said to Claire, who was angrily looking at her men, who suddenly stopped attacking Sion's group. "What the hell are you doing, Sion? If you betray me, I will never love you back," Claire shouted, and Sion just smirked at her as he replied. "Don't care. I have my own. Come on, Andrassi. Let's get out of here," Sion added, and it made Andrassi to feel the beating of her heart, even her face have a deep wound. Sion held her hand and Claire felt the boiling of her blood seeing the 2 running away with their men. She pushed the red button on the wall and a loud sound echoed even in the outside. The monsters came out and Sion hurriedly protected Andrassi when there were few beasts came to attack them. "Go, Andrassi. Save yourself," Sion shouted, but Andrassi did not listen since her wound was closely to heal. She transformed as a wolf and fought the monsters. And after a while, Alejandro came to help them. The enemies were increasing in numbers every time the armies and assassins came to help. After 30 minutes and many dead bodies laid on the floor. Many of them were the fighters of Alejandro, Andrassi, and Sion. They could not bear the strength that the enemies shown to them. Andrassi, Alejandro and Sion were all trapped inside and they did not know how to escape since the enemies surrounded them. Their teeth were snapped as they saw their situation, but they could not move well. Even they fight at this moment was impossible to win. Boo-wah. The laughter suddenly echoed and it made the 3 to knit their eyebrows. They knew that voice and they could deny to themselves how terror was that man was. "Welcome, my guess. Thank you for coming into your death," Trainer shouted while wearing a wide grin that turned into a devil-like laughter. Claire was standing beside him, who was looking down at the 3, but there was something in her eyes that wanted to tell. And it was to save Alejandro. "Kill them," Trainer shouted, and it made Claire to widen her eyes. She wanted to stop the beast, but Trainer was ordered her not to act suspiciously. But when the beast were about to attack, everything that could be held by a hand in the Dean rose. "Stop it, Trainer." His voice echoed and it made everyone to feel surprised. And when they looked at the direction of the sound, they saw here glaring at the location where was Trainer and Claire located. "I don't want to do this, but I ordered your wolf to die," here added, but Trainer just laughed instead of being afraid. "Waha. Are you threatening me?" Trainer said, and he mocked Tyr's power. Thud. The objects fell on the floor and Here quickly moved toward the center. Her eyes were burning like flame and it was looking straight at Trainer. "Don't dare me," Here said, and another objects arose. Trainer turned taciturn as he saw the objects around. It was the syringe filled with secret antidote that might ruin the plan that he creates for decades. "Where the hell did you get that?" Trainer asked, stuttering. "It's not your business. And for your information, we surrounded your dean and wrong move you do will destroy everything. I have my weapon, the real power and the true life. Surrender or else all of you will die," Here said, but Trainer did not accept the fact. He looked around uneasy and when he felt he was defeated, he held Claire's body and threw it away into the glass window in order to escape. "No," Claire shouted, but it was too late. She became the sacrifice for Trainer. Claire's body hit the window and the glass was broken. And because she was just human, she faced death easily. But even it was Trainer's way to escape. Severus captured him and tied up with silver chain. Here used her power to inject all the beast and they were suffered with paralyzed condition until they turned into a normal wolf again. Alejandro and Andrasi were very thankful as they saved by Here. And while the other clearing up the area, all of them were greeting each other and wanted to start a new life. King Severus Abram. "You may kiss the bride." The crowd were very happy seeing the king kissing the best bride ever in their history. And at that moment, Alejandro accepted the fact that his Luna was still not there to be part of his life. While Mr. Vermont crying heavily seeing his beloved daughter in this lovely situation. And even Here lost her best friend. Andrasi was there who did not left her behind all the struggles and battles. And now, she was happy together with Sion who deeply in love with her. And they were live in the peaceful pack that connected with each other. In Tilda.